Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Bakugou Was Brutally Harassed? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Chapter 1. We see you that icy hot BC made him look like an absolute fool. Katsuki clenches his fists as he listens to the crowd above them chattering and midnight droning on. He hates this. He'd honestly thought Todoroki was going to take him seriously, to go all out on him. The thrill of being taken seriously, listened to for once, the look in his eyes had changed for a moment and Katsuki had thought. And of course the award ceremony, Midnight is saying. Katsuki's head shoots up and he gives her a withering glare. Oh. I'm not doing that SHT. You saw, didn't you? That piece of SHT didn't think I was good enough to fight. I'm not going up there to accept some pity medal I didn't earn. This isn't a choice. Bakugou, you consented to follow through with the award ceremony when you agreed to continue in the final rounds of the tournament. Give it to Icy Hot then. I'm not taking first place. I didn't win. Giving up was Todoroki's decision, Midnight said calmly, talking to him like he was a child. First place is rightfully yours. You earned it. You saw the SHT he did to Zero. You saw his fight with Deku. Katsuki growled. I didn't earn a SHT. Bakugou. This tournament isn't about you. This is a school-wide event that is hosted internationally. We are expected to present the winners up there whether you like it or not. This is not the time to throw a temper tantrum. Temper tantrum? He hates that SHT. He recognizes the game she's playing from a mile away because his mom pulls that SHT all the time, calling him a spoiled brat and a child anytime he disagrees with her. Like just being an adult always makes her right. He scoffs. You can label it with whatever negative connotations you want to make me feel bad, but I'm not going. I said enough. He intends to slam the door but a purple mist surrounds him. He half turns, feeling a deep-seated betrayal as he looks her in the eyes. It feels too much like being back in the alley at 14 to see the tar surrounding him on all sides. For a split second he can see guilt there, but he's already falling. His legs giving out under him and the world goes dark before he has time fully process that he's just been betrayed by someone he's supposed to trust. In the end, the beach doesn't have the ball to take the restraints off herself after the awards are handed out. Instead, when he's brought back down from the stage, it's a couple of nameless heirs who take it off of him. He spits venom at the two lackeys, but he knows it's not their doing. The medals ribbon is still in his mouth and the crowd above sound like a locomotive train as they all get up to start leaving as one. Everyone is leaving. The sports festival has come to a close and Katsuki is left with this boiling anger in his CHST that he doesn't know what to do with. He's clenching the medal in his hands, but all might is gone. No longer within throwing distance. That beach Midnight is nowhere to be seen either. He hasn't stopped shaking in rage since he'd woken up on the stage with his hands bound and metal around his face. There's a brief moment of, how could they, that's quickly overrun by the sheer humiliation and shame he feels. He hasn't looked anyone in the eye, but he knows his classmates are staring at him. He knows everyone is staring at him. Not even in the arrogant or self-conscious way either. They're openly staring like he's some circus attraction. There's no subtleness and no delusions about what's going on. Every eye at the stadium has been following him. He has to spend most of his time focusing on his breathing. Because his breath feels thick in his issy, not like after a fight, but like it's expanding past its natural abilities and taking up every crevice in his body with hot, heavy lead. It's strong not to just find a spot and sit down for forever. But he's not weak. So he stands and he packs his stuff up in his bag and throws it over his shoulder, never loosening his grip on that metal. He feels like if he lets go, if he doesn't find a suitable target to launch it at, and it stays with him then he has to accept it. And he's not going to accept any of this itch. Something hits his face. He feels wet slime touching him and for one awful moment, he thinks the sludgeville in his back. His hands spark automatically and he whirls, but the crowd of people have left a gap between him and them and the slime is small. He touches his face and his fingers come back with mustard, ketchup. He looks down and splattered on the ground is a half-eaten burger. Who the F? He looks around but no one in the crowd is looking directly at him. They have their eyes downcast and everyone is moving quickly away from him. Why would? Katsuki mentally falters even as he keeps his eyes angrily looking about. Who would do something like that? More so, why is the crowd protecting the butt? Katsuki wipes the stuff off his face, more confused than upset, though definitely that too. He didn't even want the medal. Surely, they could see that Katsuki hadn't wanted it. He hadn't wanted anything to do with the ceremony. He wasn't some fake. He wouldn't take a medal he hadn't earned. So why? He exits the stadium with sticky hands and a sticky face. All the bathrooms being crammed full of people he didn't want to deal with. He spots Deku far ahead of him, heading in the same general direction. Arm bandaged and obvious wrappings around his head. His mom probably had a long shift at her job. His dad was out of town and the hag would never bother to pick him up. He was on his own. Midnight has been waving around a book on first-generation hero art for the past 2 hours. He feels his eyes tracing it in fury. Every inch of him is agitated, picturing himself launching the medal straight at her head. He can't do that though. As much as he wants to, he can't launch a medal at a person's head because that's lethal if she isn't paying attention. It's not like in the fight with Deku where he knows the nerd already knows what he's about to do and will dodge him. He desperately wants to hurt her. Take her down in a match so strong she never tries to do that again. He doesn't want her apology, but he wants her to know what she did was up. He wants everyone to know what she did was up. No one does though. And that makes him falter. Katsuki's the one getting wary looks. Not her. No one seems to have even questioned her. It's not like Katsuki attacked her. All he did was say no. All he did was walk away. Refuse to participate. This is one of a select few signed copies, Midnight says proudly, flipping the book open. I've printed out packets Yairozu is passing around since the passage I've highlighted here isn't in your textbooks. I want you to browse through the topics and pick one to further research for your next paper. There's a groan that rises up like a tidal wave among his classmates. Bunch of lazy pieces of SHT. It's why most of them didn't make it past the second round. When Ponytail gets to his desk, she puts the packet down on the corner of his desk in a hesitant manner, like he's going to bite her head off right here and now. Katsuki sends her an annoyed glare that sends her skittering ahead to give the next one to Invisible Chick. He can practically feel Deku's busted up but staring at the back of his head disapprovingly. That judgmental, condescending piece of SHT Ponytail is the one acting like AF deer in the headlights when she's in a heroics class and should have a better spine. That's not his issue. But of course, Deku thinks it is. All the time. When class ends he clenches the medal in his hands and walks up to Midnight. She stands straighter, eyeing him warily, but defiantly. She knows she was in the wrong. He can tell. Just as well as he can tell that she's not going to admit to it. And in the end, like always, he's going to be the bad guy. Might as well own it. Before she can pull her shitty quirk out, he detonates. The loud bang shocks the few classmates still lingering by the door. They look at him as if he's insane as the teacher's desk smolders. Straight through the center of her oh-so-precious book on the first-generation hero art and into the desk itself, the first-place sports festival medal is now fully embedded into the wood. It had only taken on super-focused explosion directly behind the medal to do it. To her credit, Midnight doesn't flinch, she glances down at the desk and nods. That's fair. And then she packs up and leaves. Distinctly unsatisfied but admittedly feeling a little better than before, he too moves past his still stunned classmates to lunch. What just happened? Grape Stain whispers, terrified. Katsuki lets a small smirk take over his face. As it turns out, the sports festival did not end up being one shitty day. It was the start of things going downhill in every aspect of his life. The first letter comes in a deceptively pretty envelope. Gold lettering. Vanilla crisp, expensively looking paper. He unfolds it carefully in curiosity. He's been so busy with UA schoolwork that he's honestly clueless to what this could be. Exams fast approaching after the conclusion of the sports festival has him raising an eyebrow at it. The first thing he notes is that it's from a hero who attended. Aizawa had mentioned the internships, but he hadn't thought that letters would be coming from agencies so soon. He's careful not to rip the paper as he opens it up, feeling a bit of reverence for it and excitement that he'd never allow his classmates to see. This was actual hero work. Katsuki reads the letter. His excitement dies away. He feels as if he's just swallowed burned popcorn on accident. Like he had a handful of buttery, fluffy popcorn and shoved it in his mouth and immediately began to choke on it. Spitting out ashy, burnt a taste so strong he can't get it out no matter how much milk he drinks or water he chugs. His brow furrows and his lips press tight together the further and further down he reads. A disappointment to the hero community stands out in bold. Katsuki is described as a feral animal and an abomination to UA's reputation. His throat feels suddenly dry. Tight. Katsuki puts the letter down in shock. He doesn't touch it again. The words seeming to trail him the next few days through his coursework, both academic and hero studies. He'd only read it once, but it seems burned into his retinas. Katsuki's good memory seeming to backfire on him this time because each insult and condemnation sits like an infection in his head. It's not too long after that first letter when the other ones start to show up. It might have been that first hero who shared his address, or it might have been someone else entirely. He doesn't know. Doesn't really want to know. Either way they come. From bystanders at the festival who tell him he is too villainous to be a hero while he's on his way to school, to little old ladies who'd suggest that maybe hero work isn't for him while he grabs groceries for his dad, to kids who send him badly drawn pictures of himself with fangs and BLD everywhere. He ignores them. At first. But there's a little voice in the back of his head asking if he's a coward, and eventually when there's a giant pile hidden under his bed, he pulls them out. One by one. He reads through them. A psychologist wrote to him to tell him he was only pursuing becoming a hero so that he had a legal outlet for his clearly dangerous aggression, and that his career would be littered with the bodies of both criminals and the innocent. There were a few letters declaring him a terrorist whose dangerous quirk should not be allowed to be used in any profession, hero or otherwise, because it was by its very nature a violent quirk. A quirk whose traits were reflecting on the human that held it. More heroes had written. Some of them were less straightforward, trying to kindly steer him in a direction that was more suited to someone like Katsuki. Demolition work or something away from the public. Some of them were blunt, stating that if he chose to try to become a hero, something they were skeptical he could actually be, then they would never work with him. He would never intern with their agency, and they would discourage other heroes from associating with him in any way. A magazine reporter had written him asking if they could interview the villainous hero who dominated the sports festival with passion and ruthlessness. There were several other places that wanted to talk to him, he imagined, for the same reason, even if they tried to sugarcoat it. For hours he stared at the contents of the letters before tucking them away. Katsuki blinks slowly as he realizes at some point he'd ventured off the path from his jog. He pulls out his headphones, not quite remembering when it had moved from his smooth classical to the rock music playing aggressive beats. The path is familiar, but not one he's taken in a long time because it leads back to town instead of doubling back to his home. He's done the run so many times, it's strong to believe he could mess up this badly. He's been more absent-minded lately, but it's strong to believe he hadn't noticed the landmarks changing. He's gone out of his way, and as he sees an old apartment building he knows it's where Deku lives. He slows and stares at it like the building itself is going to come alive and eat him. Why the F did he come here? Sweat clings to him and he sets it off, burning the excess to keep it from getting to dangerous levels. He knows the old convenience store they used to get trading cards as kids was right around the corner, and despite telling himself he should turn around, he finds his feet taking him towards the old nostalgic place. He blinks and he's inside the store. The bell is ringing loudly above his head. He doesn't quite remember passing by the old fence with posters of movies long since out of movie theaters. He's dehydrated, he realizes, so he grabs 2 of the largest water bottles available as he looks around blankly. He feels eyes on the back of his head. He looks around, instinctively, for curls of green hair and a freckle-covered face, but it's only the store owner, Haji, who's been manning the front since before Katsuki was even born. He's watching him too closely and wonders if the man doesn't recognize him. It has been a few years since he's been here, but the guy should still remember that Katsuki isn't going to steal anything. He should remember that Katsuki has always bought his but friends candy after they run out with it because he's not a thief. You shouldn't have to pay for them, kid, you should hang out with better people. The man had told him once. They're not bad people, they're just dumb asses who think it's cool to smoke and steal. They'll grow out of it. Hopefully, the man muttered. They hadn't. And they'd left him to die. Left him and run as fast as they could out of the area as Katsuki had a villain pour himself down his throat to try to take over his body. Not too far from here either, which was one of the reasons he'd stopped. Coming to this part of town. That and not having friends any longer. Katsuki puts his 2 water bottles onto the countertop and pulls out his wallet. You're not welcome here. He blinks, not quite understanding the words even though they're clear as day. What? I said I'm not taking your money and your kind aren't welcome here. Get out of my store, Haji says, folding his arms. What the hell? Katsuki hisses. I thought you were one of the good ones, but that was before I saw the way you acted at the sports festival. That display you made was disgusting and I won't have you in my store. Now get out before I have the cops toss you out. Stunned, Katsuki steps back, his palms igniting in response to his anger and shock. Fine. Fine, you piece of a... He slams the door so hard on his way out that a crack forms in the glass, but he's so furious he can't think straight. He feels humiliated and confused. He feels wrong-footed and uncertain. He only goes a block or so before he sits down hard on the curb. He's shaking, he realizes. He still feels dehydrated, to make matters worse. He feels heavier than normal, his head a little fuzzy. He breathes slow and watches as the sky goes from a bright blue to a dazzling orange. He should really get up and go home before it gets dark. Kaken. Katsuki turns his head slowly, there's the green curls and freckles, set in a face that looks younger than 15. Has always looked younger than he actually is. He's in workout clothes, and Katsuki thinks with amusement that he'd been out here doing exactly what Katsuki had been doing. Deku wipes the sweat from his forehead, breathing evenly as he looks at the sky and back over at him. He walks a little closer, but keeps that solid 6-foot distance Katsuki's practically ingrained into the shitty nerd. What are you doing out here? Shitty nerd probably has Katsuki's normal course memorized. The stalker. He recognizes every abnormal thing about this situation and that kind of pisses Katsuki off, but he doesn't feel like making a big deal out of it like he normally would. He stands, too quickly, causing dots to float in front of his eyes and Deku to take several steps back at the sudden movement. Like a startled deer. He shoves his earphones back on and hits play, putting his hands in his pockets. Out of the corner of his eye, he sees Deku wilt and frown at him, watching too closely, analyzing everything Katsuki is doing like it's all got some bigger meaning or some always overthinking. He lets his mind drift again and before he knows it, he's home. Taking his shoves off and heading to the kitchen, pouring himself a glass of water and drinking it greedily, tips of bitterness sinking in as he refills it a second time. What the F was up with that? Your kind. The letters had used wording like that too. Like he wasn't quite human. Katsuki felt sick to his stomach as he stared at the most recent letter. He glanced around himself self-consciously before looking back down at the paper in front of him. We see you. That's all it said. 3 simple words sitting directly in the middle of a piece of paper. The dumbest thought filtered through his head in that moment, a little hysterical. What a waste of paper. It wasn't the words that unnerved him. In the last several weeks he'd received a number of threats, both implied and directly state. That wasn't what had him feeling like he might vomit. It was the picture that came with it. It was an ugly shot. Being the child of a model, Katsuki knew he had a rather pretty face. He hated having his picture taken though and tended to scowl just to F with whoever the dumbass was taking his picture against his will. Here though, Katsuki was on his way to school, unaware that there was a camera present at all. It was a side profile. He's turned to someone, the tips of green hair in the corner of the picture probably pointing to an occasion when Deku had decided to attempt to talk to him again, since they walked in the same direction to school every day. Both wearing UA uniforms. Katsuki's face sneering at Deku off-screen. His face looks unimpressed, eyes narrowed, one hand in his pocket. which means Deku hadn't gotten to the part of the conversation where he inevitably asked a personal question he had no business asking. His old childhood friend was as predictable as he was persistent, always pushing just a little too far. Because the BSD knew the line Katsuki drew, and it was like he delighted on standing firmly on the goddamn line and grinning at him like a kid pretending to poke their sibling. "I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. What's your problem with Izuku?" Uraraka had asked once. Question of the F century, that. It's not like he can point to a list of clear-cut grievances. Because Deku never crossed the line. Most of the little things Deku did sounded ridiculous when spoken out loud, like a child tattling about being poked. If there was ever a case of little brother syndrome, Deku's stupid face would be the poster child right next to the definition. Nothing he could say would sound legitimate to anyone. Hell, even when he mutters the things under his own breath, they sound really stupid to be upset about. It was all about the consistency and the longevity of it all. Katsuki knows the sound of Deku's two-step shuffle as he walks. The muttering under his breath as ingrained in Katsuki's mind as breathing. Katsuki knows the soft click as Deku carefully closes his locker to make no noise, and the way he holds both his fists in front of him in a defensive stance that Katsuki himself taught the effer years and years ago. He knows the loudest thing Deku does is when he claps his hands together with too much enthusiasm before he eats. He knows for the longest time Deku had a habit of hopping out of his shoes because they were just a little too big for him, as most shoes are designed with evolved quirk feet in mind, and the shoe laces would loosen with his constant movements. He knows the shitty nerd still tries it sometimes and ends up stumbling around, startling and confusing the people around him. He knows Deku's obsessive nature involving quirks, All Might, and heroes. The pile of notebooks he carries around and writes in. The ridiculous amount of merchandise he has. The videos he puts on replay over and over and over and over and over again so that he can catch every tiny detail. And that Katsuki himself somehow became one of Deku's obsessions. How does he explain to his classmates all the little things that mean nothing? All the harmless little inconveniences and annoyances. All the questions that were too personal or too specific, like he was being dissected. Being followed and watched, feeling those two big, green eyes on him even when he hadn't realized Deku was anywhere near him just the moment before. Deku didn't know what personal space meant. There had been times he'd wondered if the shorter teen had some kind of Asperger's or social disorder of some kind. He took every "don't follow me" or "leave me alone" as a personal challenge. It seemed to do exactly what Katsuki had asked him not to do. Now, when he saw Deku in the corner of his eye, it was just habit to snap at him. A reflex. 'Cause even though he knew it wouldn't do any good, he wanted the reassurance for himself that Katsuki had done everything in his own power to stop it from happening. It made him feel like it wasn't his fault. Of course, that only made Katsuki look like the crazy one when it came to Izuku Midoriya. "What's your problem with Izuku?" Those words make him want to throw his hands up in the air in exasperation. To bang his head against the wall. To scream into the void and tear his own hair out. Your problem. Your fault. Your issues. You're the one causing problems, Katsuki. Izuku is so sweet, I don't understand why you don't want to be his friend. Can you explain why you set off an explosion in his face? He hasn't even said anything to you yet. Take a chill pill. He doesn't deserve you treating him like that. His first thought when spotting Deku walking into the hero course wasn't to question how the quirkless kid got into the class, or even to wonder what the hell he pulled off in the entrance exam to get there. Katsuki never doubted Deku had the brains or wit to claw his way here. The moment he saw Deku enter into his class, he felt his whole being wilt in exhaustion, and he thought, I need to transfer to 1B. All of his threats and his anger, and Deku still followed him. He was aware enough to know that Katsuki wasn't the reason Deku was here. That Deku wanted to be a hero more than anything. But it felt like it. Katsuki asked for the transfer papers from Aizawa the end of that first day. He couldn't be in the same class as Deku. Not for another 3 years. It spelled trouble. There was no one he clashed with more. Katsuki was a pretty calm person as long as no one bothered him, but Deku was always bothering him. He didn't want that. Can I ask why? Aizawa asked. Katsuki pointed at the seat directly behind his own, empty now that school had let out. the shitty nerd glancing at him questioningly as he'd left the classroom a few minutes ago. I don't get along with the Midoriya kid. I'm not trying to be a pain. I just feel like I'll have a better school experience if I can work away from him. A light, but you'll need to get your parents to sign. Katsuki's whole world darkened. Is there any way around that? Katsuki asked, and if there was a pleading tone to his voice, Aizawa didn't acknowledge it. I'm afraid not. To his utter lack of surprise, both of his parents refused to sign the papers. I just need you to be on my side this one time, he begged them. You need to resolve your issues with Izuku, Katsuki, you can't keep up this attitude with him, his mom had snapped. His dad had given him an apologetic smile, but had agreed with the hag. A rare occasion aligning perfectly with Katsuki's SHT luck. When he gives the crinkled, unsigned papers back to Aizawa the next morning, it's with such a resigned air of depression that his teacher is startled. I tried, Katsuki muttered, a little hysterically, under his breath. When he sits down at his seat and feels worried, green eyes on the back of his head, he lets himself fall a little less steadily with its thunk that he knows has the nerd wincing without ever seeing it. This is his life. He thinks the same thing as he looks down at the picture of himself. Deku just out of sight of the camera's eye. And wasn't that just the perfect parallel? His ugly expression while no one can see what Deku is doing. He laughs a bit hysterically at the words "we see you." It's so ironic that no one actually does. Chapter 2. Two sides of a coin. Katsuki is worried about internships. Not actually going. He's got a great place with Best Jeanist, the number 4 hero, and he's confident that he'll be fine. He doesn't really expect too much as he'd done his research and even scraped up the social horror of asking around a few seniors and they'd said it was an over-glorified version of a tour. Here's some basic SHT you need to know about how agencies work. Here's the hierarchy. Might go on some patrols, but you'll be the backup's backup. You're here to watch, not to engage. Yada yada, blah blah. He got it. Katsuki might be ready to engage villains, but most of his classmates weren't. It would be stupid and reckless to send some of his classmates into the field, seeing as he saw the invisible chick struggling with a pull-up the other day and he overheard Sparks talking to the grape effer who'd apparently been scared shitless during the USJ. First years didn't have the experience or power to be trusted with SHT like that, and yeah, it was annoying, but he got it. Imagining someone like Twinkles or Koda being engaged by strong but villains was laughable. Best Jeanist is also the best of the best. Katsuki respects the guy for the versatility he exhibits with his quirk. Much like Katsuki, Best Jeanist has a quirk that appears straightforward at first glance. The manipulation of fibers. Before Best Jeanist had made the scene, there was no one who could or would say that such a quirk could be used in the hero industry. Jeanist had done it though. Used it to ensnare bad guys, as restraints, as a pulley system to rescue people. All with strong work. The man wasn't known for his power, but for his technique. For the versatile and inventive way, he was able to manipulate his ability into something endlessly useful. Katsuki figured if there was anyone he could learn a thing or two from, it would be Best Jeanist. All Might was his favorite hero, the man he looked up to more than anyone else, definitely. But it had been Best Jeanist who had first inspired Katsuki to try other ways of using his quirk other than just blowing SHT up. Katsuki would be powerful, of course, but he also wanted to be known for having earned it. Using his seemingly straightforward quirk for all sorts of SHT, like flight, speed, movement, technique. There were plenty of heroes in the world with powerful quirks, but what made the difference were those people who knew how to be inventive with that power. Who worked strong and had passion and never stopped improving. Katsuki would be that hero. No, he wasn't worried about internships. He was worried about not being home to grab the mail though. So far he'd made sure neither of his parents got a hold of any of the letters. They'd seen the envelopes of a few, of course, but he'd waved them off and said it was school stuff easily enough. The volume of letters had lessened, but it was still eyebrow-raising, and the idea of either of them opening one up made him feel sick to his stomach, and a stress headache had taken hold 3 days ago that would not let up. If his mom found out? Well, it was just best if she didn't. Katsuki slings his bag over his shoulder, rubbing at the back of his neck in an attempt to lessen the pounding at the base of his head as he walked into the kitchen, trying to be casual, feeling like he was anything but. There was water already boiling in the kettle and he slowly added it to his thermos to take a cup of tea with him. Mitsuki sat at the table, not paying any attention to him at all. "Hey, Hag," he said slowly, stilling the urge to clench the countertops in his nervous fit. "I know I'm usually the one to bring in the mail, so just drop off my stuff on my bed while I'm gone." He added a touch of honey as the tea bag darkened the water, stirring slowly. "Are you expecting something?" his mom asked, swiping left on her tablet to reveal more designer sketches. Her eyes briefly glanced up at him, eyebrows raising. He shrugged as his mind scrambled for a way to explain what she would surely notice. "Probably just more hero agency offers for later in the semester," he said slowly. "But I'm also subscribed to quite a few hero magazines and they send me a lot of junk mail." Junk mail? His mom snorted, going back to her tablet. Katsuki felt his stiff shoulders relax marginally. Still, his hands shook as he picked up his thermos and booked it out of the house. Katsuki didn't lie. About anything. It just wasn't in his nature and the feeling of doing it now made him feel weird. Unbalanced. But he didn't want to give his mother another reason to hate him. Katsuki's not sure when it started. He knows, of course, that his mom wasn't happy when she heard from Inko that Katsuki didn't want to play with Deku anymore. She hit him over the head and told him bluntly to stop being a brat and to apologize for whatever he did. He knows that when he starts avoiding Deku, and Deku continues to follow him around anyway, that his mom starts frowning at him a lot more. But he's pretty sure she still loved him then. When the playground scuffles turn into heated disagreements at school, his mom starts to get angry. She assumes every fight is his fault even though there were plenty he didn't start at all. Kids, sometimes in his year, a lot of the times in older grades, who think Katsuki is too confident and too mean when he talks. Sometimes he starts it, when someone talks about him behind his back or who thinks it's cool to get in Katsuki's face. So sometimes he strikes first and keeps punching because like hell is he going to let someone get away with talking down on him. Standing up for some kid who called Tsubasa fat. Yeah, 3 against 1 wasn't fair, but the kid had it coming. EF deserved it. And then here comes Deku, acting like he knows better, standing up for the weak kid on the ground. "Oh, hi, I'm Deku. I like to put my nose where it doesn't belong and stand up for what's right even though I didn't even ask why." After that his mom's relationship with Inko became strained. Maybe that was it. When the look in her eye turned from disapproval and a touch of anger to disgust. It's certainly when she started berating him more. When she started to say mean things to him when he walked into a room. At first, he'd been confused. It started with small things. Assuming Katsuki had been up to no good. Calling him a bully even though Katsuki never sought people out. He got into arguments, sure, he fought when people said bad things to him, he pushed Deku when the nerd refused to stop following him around, but Katsuki never initiated things. He didn't follow other people. He did his own thing. And sometimes people didn't like him doing his own thing or were like Deku who had started stalking Katsuki no matter where he went. Things seemed only to get slowly worse from there. When they went into the school for a parent-teacher meeting, Katsuki had been excited. This was something his mom could be happy with him about. Maybe she'd stop being angry with him. Maybe she'd smile at him again. His teachers told his mom how good Katsuki was doing. His grades. His participation. His awards. How he was shaping up in their quirk training class and gym. He'd expected the proud smirk she usually wore at these meetings, but there'd been a look in her eyes he didn't understand. She's looked upset even as she thanked them and they went home. Don't think just because all these people are lamenting how wonderful you are that you can get away with this, she'd said on the car ride home. Talent can only get you so far. Katsuki had been left feeling small and hurt. It was the first time he wondered if she hated him. From then on, even though Katsuki always strived for good grades and a great academic record, parent-teacher meetings became more of a stress than anything. His mom, no matter how good what they had to say was, would grip the steering wheel afterward and look at him as if he was, somehow, deceiving people. He no longer felt happy or proud to present his perfect grades for her to sign. In fact, he did everything in his power to make sure the old man signed them. He stopped mentioning award ceremonies. There were a few his parents got wind of and attended, but his mom always looked tense, and when people spoke to her about Katsuki, She didn't look like she believed them when they said good things about him. One day Katsuki snapped. He argued back, aggressively. He broke a cup in the kitchen in their argument and defended himself and screamed and yelled and it hadn't felt satisfying at all. Because the look in his mom's eyes had changed again. And this time he was old enough to recognize the complicated emotions. Vindication. His mom had looked like she'd been proven right. She looked like she'd found something she'd been looking for. Something that she needed. Something in Katsuki broke that day. From that point on, the house was filled with their arguing. The vicious little comments escalated and Katsuki spent most time at home avoiding his mom at all costs. It's mingled with moments when his mom doesn't pay any attention to him at all, moments when she's calm while he's around, where her eyes don't have any kind of looks to them and instead they just exist by each other's side. There's moments when she's even kind, when she smiles at him, or when they have conversations. And Katsuki doesn't quite know what to do with these little moments. "Do you still love me?" lingers on the tip of his tongue as he watches her. There's a nervous energy about him as he tries very strong not to do anything that might change her mind in this moment. When she's in a good mood, she often talks to him like she cares about him. On holidays, she even pulls him into her side for a hug, gives him gifts that shows she'd even been paying attention to his likes. She sometimes ruffles his hair in a fond manner. Like she really cares about him. She makes his favorite foods often even though they aren't into the spicy items as much as he is. It's always whiplash when it comes back around. Every single time, because the amount of time seems to always be exactly how much there needs for him to feel lulled into the motions, into believing she genuinely cares about him again, and then, seemingly out of nowhere, there is a turn. When she hates him again. And it makes him wonder if those little moments are only tolerance. If he'd only imagined the fondness. What if Katsuki was an obligation? Those moments of kindness, a form of required demonstration on her part. He starts to regard these little moments in wariness. Because it hurts to let them happen and then go back to the status quo. To allow his mom to hug him and wrap him in her arms and then see the look come back again. The disappointment. Anger. He can accept these feelings from her more readily when there's no back and forth. He doesn't ask, does she still love him? Anymore. The answer feels obvious. Set in stone. She is obligated by law to take care of him. Much of the time, Mitsuki is happy, and when she is nice, it is not because she loves him, it is because she is happy. Does she hate him? Feels like it has an answer just as obvious. The range is more open though. From is she upset by his presence today to does she loathe him, for one reason or another, to is she pissed I exist or pissed at something specific. If he leaves the room, will that clam her down that he's out of her hair or pisses her off that he's avoiding talking to her? It's gotten to the point where a simple, "Katsuki, can you get that?" said in a neutral voice with no anger is something that pleases him. That when his mom asks him a question about his day, he feels a stupidly warm buzz in his iti and he's careful when he speaks. Don't tell her about the test he aced because she might think he's bragging. Don't tell her about the group project he struggled with because it points out how he doesn't get along with people. It leaves a tiny, boring space in the middle of day-to-day tasks he can say that brings a pleased sound from her. Nothing too good. Nothing too bad. Don't tell. Don't talk about anything that's bothering you. Don't talk about anything you're proud of. Don't talk about the things that please you or the things that upset you. Don't talk about hero stuff. Because that never failed to make the look in her eyes come back. He learned, when he was younger, to hide his pictures and to be careful about where he put his hero merchandise. To buy more subtle hero stuff. A jacket All Might wore in his golden age. Notebooks with symbols on the inside. A keychain that could be tucked into the pocket of his book bag when he was home. Because she expected him to succeed. But she didn't seem happy about it. There's a part of him that wants to scream at her. Tell her to just spit it out. Did she think he was going to be a bad hero? Did she think he was going to hurt people? Did she think he didn't deserve to be a hero at all? Did she want to tell him to give up? Did she want him to not go to UA? He didn't know. Because she always pressed her lips together and gave him that look of complicated emotions he couldn't figure out. Searching. Judging. Finding him lacking. Unimpressed. Finding some part of him repulsive to her. And she never said anything about it. Her comments never let up though. You can't keep climbing forever, Katsuki, eventually you're going to fall, his mom would say. How was he supposed to respond to that? You going to watch while eating popcorn? Would that please you? Will you love me if I fall? Is that what it would take? Would you forgive me for existing if I fail? Or would you just look at me in satisfaction? Whatever, you hag, he says instead, as he tucks the UA acceptance letter back into his bag, regretting that she saw it. He's not sure what he'd been expecting. Top scores in the practical and academic. Something he's worked so strong for, fought so relentlessly to attain, something he wants more than anything else in the world. But there's no pride in his mom's face even when he searches for it long and strong. There's no surprise. No delight. There's only that expectation that he's going to fall and that it's going to hurt and that she has no intention of offering a hand to help him up when it happens. With the little hologram tucked against his chest, he no longer feels proud either. He feels a bit hollowed out. He thinks in that moment that when he graduates from UA, he doesn't want her there. He knows she expects to go. That she'll call out of work and take pictures and all the SHT normal parents do. And that stumps him. He doesn't understand. He doesn't get the little moments of peace. The small periods where she speaks to him in that fond voice that makes everything feel tight and strong. Why does she treat him with kindness and care in those little moments, when in other moments she makes no room to think she has anything but hate and contempt for him? As he stares at the little chip in his hands, he thinks that he'll lie about the date. He'll tell her it's a week after it actually is. Because standing at his graduation, becoming a full-fledged hero, there's nothing more terrifying to him than the thought that he'll spot her face in the crowd and it will be that look staring back at him. Like he's unlovable. So he lied about what the letters were. Hopes she keeps her hands to himself. Grabs his bag and head out the door, not dreading the internship at all, but dreading coming back. The sick feeling that she'll look and see and know, and that look will enter her eyes that she was right all along and that she'll point to each letter as documented facts that she knew all along he would never make it as a hero. That it's his fall. He makes it to the hero agency in no time at all. He hardly remembers the train ride, spent it listening to music and spacing out. Walking into Best Jeanist's office is an odd experience. Everyone in the building has the exact same weird butt hairdo, and yeah, he'd seen some of the sidekicks in his research of the pro hero, but he'd thought it was maybe one or two. Not the whole goddamn building. Even the secretary has stiff hair and odd jeans, and everyone here is male. He looks around and yup, not a woman in sight. Statistically, there's less girls going into hero work, only about 25% across the board. He knows there's assholes out there who care about that. He knows there's people who go out of their way to make sure women don't work at their agency, but Best Jeanist doesn't strike him as the type. There's also agencies that go out of their way to hire women, which is really stupid. Heroes should be hired on merit alone, regardless of gender. Still, there's a creepiness to how uniform it is and how even the people look remarkably similar. Not too tall. Light-skinned. Thin. Light hair. Almost like these people were picked out for a photo. There was. That's why it bothered him. It looks like one of his mother's model lineups. And Jeanist has a men's clothing line which fits perfectly in line with his quirk, but also means he needs people working for him that look good in his clothes so that when they're photographed on the streets, it's a form of advertisement. It's a business move. Katsuki feels relief fill him. For a moment his mind had gone down a more dark line of thinking he hadn't wanted to put words to, and he'd been one step away from turning around and never ever looking back. But business, well, he got that. His parents had raised him to know how the business world worked and how to succeed in it. He speaks to one of Best Jeanist's sidekicks soon enough. The jeans, he learns, is a requirement because it makes it easier for Jeanist to pull them out of trouble if need be, which makes sense, but why are they all so tight? He gets the need to model, but that can't be good for movement. Did they all just rely on Jeanist's ability to get them out of a situation? Did they wear something different when they patrolled on their own? He grimaced. Maybe he could get away with doing jean arm guards or something. The sidekick led him further into the building until they were in what Katsuki figured was the epicenter. Best Jeanist's desk sat among all the others. Not secluded away from everyone in a closed-off room. He couldn't help but approve. It meant the man was heavily involved in the agency rather than the underlings running the place for him. When the number 4 hero spotted Katsuki, he made sure to look the man straight in the eye. He would make sure the man knew he wasn't pussyfooting around. He was here to work and learn. No matter how stupid the task may seem, he'd put his all into it. He would. To be honest, I'm not a fan of yours. Katsuki paused. The startled sound came out of his mouth before he could say anything else. He swallowed, keeping eye contact with the hero as he heard snickering coming from the sidekicks around them. Best Jeanist's eyes bore into him, looking for something. Katsuki glared back. And I imagine the only reason you chose my agency is because I'm one of the top 5 most popular heroes. Anger rises in him. Resentment. Bitterness. It's like the first letter he'd gotten, an unexpected punch in the gut. This time, though, it's from someone he legitimately respected. You picked me, Katsuki gritted out. You requested me to come to your agency. There'd been plenty of others. Mostly heavy hitters. Heroes with a lot of brute strength but not a lot of smarts. He'd noticed that right off the bat. Heroes who were known for their intelligence had cleared away from Katsuki. He wasn't sure how to feel about that, but Jeanist had been a light in the pile sent to him. An expert who, Katsuki had thought recognized his techniques in the tournament. He hadn't used the same trick twice. He'd come at each of his opponents in a completely different manner, wanting to show off not just his quirk, but also his ability to strategize and to take down an opponent. He'd expected to get the smarter heroes. Instead, it had been straightforward heroes. Ones who used power to plow through everything. At first, he'd been confused because that was Todoroki or Sato or Kirishima's alley. Sure, Katsuki had power, but he was more than that. Listening to his classmates about how he'd gotten lower than Todoroki in offers because of his attitude, it hadn't made much sense to him. It was a tournament. You were supposed to fight. What had they wanted from him? To fight less. Best Jeanist cleared his throat. Yes. Because all I've had lately are little do-gooders, but you're the first in a long time who is a bit more ferocious, and my job as a hero is reforming people like you. People like you. The stress headache starts to creep up on him again. He holds himself still as he stares ahead. You should have known. A voice simpers in his mind that sounds suspiciously like his mom. You should have known better than to think someone actually wanted you. He can hear the sidekicks whispering and snickering not too far behind him. Spoken in quiet tones but still there. Words from the letters mingle with the atmosphere here. As if this hero agency is an echo chamber. There's something wrong with you and we all know it. You don't belong here. You don't deserve to be here. You aren't a hero. Best Jeanist stands tall, adjusting his bangs to one side as he moves closer. Heroes and villains are 2 sides of the same coin. And we all know what side you are on right now, seems to be what he's saying as the man's eyes bore into Katsuki. He'd been wrong. Best Jeanist wasn't a light at all. He was a knife. So what is it that really makes someone a hero? Katsuki gritted his teeth, fists clenched as he's prepared to hear, once again, all the ways he's lacking. I will be educating you on how to be an exemplary hero. That includes being aware of the way you speak, your appearance, controlling your emotions, your morals. There are countless things you need to learn, but in the brief PRD of 1 week I will stitch these things into the fabric of your being. So basically, everything that made him who he was as a person was wrong. Whoopie F do. Color him surprised. Katsuki breathed through his nose as he eyed the pro-hero, feeling overly hot in his iti as he forces his emotions down beneath his feet. The respect he'd had for the man wavering. Why did everyone seem so intent on assuming they knew him? Except for maybe Aizawa. Even bandaged up and barely standing, the man had defended him at the festival. Beaches and bastards acting like they were in the Stone Ages with that "don't hit girls" SHT acting like Ururika entered the arena just to look pretty or something. Like she wasn't down to throw a goddamn storm of rocks at his but in a literal stoning. Bullshit. If that was what society wanted out of him, then they were straight out of their goddamn minds. Walking around and underestimating opponents because of their gender. What kind of backward stupidity was that? We'll start with the proper way to speak to civilians, Riju. Would you mind playing the part of our civilian? Best Jeanist asked. Improv. Great. Because that's why he'd studied self-defense and fighting techniques like AF starved animal for the past 5 years. To do improv. The sidekick known as Riju came up to bat, slicked hair and 2 tight jeans worn like weird but trophies of pride. Katsuki mentally sighed. The command was met with an instantaneous reaction. The sidekicks and interns around the office began to get back to work. A young man walked up to them. Gray hair slicked back in that stupid hairdo that was a signature of genist, of which only genists seemed capable of carrying. Hands in jean pockets and a happy to comply smile on his face that unnerved Katsuki. Here we go. Oh man, is that, Riju blinked and paused. What's your hero name? Don't have one yet? Right, okay, is that the Bakugou? Can I have an autograph? Katsuki sighed. That is an unacceptable reaction. Bakugou, you never want a civilian to think that you are wasting your time by speaking with you. His eye twitched. I don't give autographs, he said bluntly. To contradict what he just told Katsuki, Best Genist sighed heavily, pinching his nose and muttering something under his breath. You must always remember that we are here for the people, Bakugou, and that part of keeping the peace is demonstrating safety and security. One of the ways to do that is by signing autographs or taking a picture with fans or by simply talking to them. By doing so you let the people know that you are one of them, that what they have to say is important. Anger flared. Nothing that they have to say is important, Katsuki snapped, thinking of the letters hiding under his bed. The general public changes their opinions on a whim based on gossip instead of facts. Most people lack even the basics of common sense and are spineless nobodies. Genus stared at him strong. That, Genus said slowly, is a lot to take in. This kid is hopeless, Riju muttered, a look of disgust on his face. He looked ready to say more but Best Genus held up a hand. The pro-hero studying Katsuki like he was a bug. What do you believe is a hero keeping the peace then? Genus asked. Securing an area, of course, getting to a scene as quickly as possible and taking down the bad guy as efficiently as possible. Keeping property damage down to a minimum while making sure the general public is safe and that no one is endangered while you do that. That is actually a very good answer, if incomplete and simple-minded. You are describing a police officer's job more than a hero, many of whom use their quirks in such straightforward ways. A hero is more than a security detail though. We are symbols of stability and safeguards against villains with more devastating quirks than the average thug. We attack, but we also protect in equal measures. What elevates our status from police officer to hero is the scale and depth of our work. Tell me, Bakugou, if you see the general public as beneath you, then why do you want to protect them? Genist asked, leaning casually against his desk. Katsuki scowled. He didn't see them as beneath him, he just didn't care about them. Which he supposed was just as bad. Why should he care though? He'd do his best to protect them. So what did it matter that he didn't care about their personal issues or their oversensitive feelings? Why did he have to invest himself in their personal matters as long as he was doing his job by protecting their outside matters and their physical insides? Dealing with people on a day-to-day basis was exhausting. And what did you get for your efforts? Anger. Resentment. Stalkers who didn't know what the word no meant. People who constantly wanted something from you. Whether they were fishing for compliments or wanted help with schoolwork, or they needed some chore done or manual LBR or something. And anytime people were around, all they did was talk about how you could be better. How you could smile more or do small talk, or how you could try to be nicer, or how it wasn't good to be so quiet around people, or how your opinion was wrong, or how you shouldn't say such things, or how you needed to relax or do this or do that. It's not so strong to just not be mean, Bakugou. You're right. He tries to be quiet and mind his own business. A horde falls upon him demanding he talk or hang out with them. He tries to be civil and he's called a walking bomb or too tense or too much. He tries to relax and he slips up and he says his opinion and suddenly he's a goddamn monster. He hates people. Dealing with them is like trying to solve a puzzle where the pieces keep getting replaced midway through with weird SHT that doesn't fit anywhere. That makes no sense. And when you say you don't want to deal with the puzzle, having every other person in the room insist he can't live without the puzzle. Shoving him at the table, forcing his fingers around the pieces, until he's jabbing random SHT together and failing over and over and over again as everyone else has their completed F-cube sitting in front of them. He can't exactly say any of that to Genus though. He can't say that he feels free in the midst of a battle. That everything seems to ease up and that it's him and his opponents. That it's like a dangerous dance of dodging and weaving and strategy that makes him feel so relaxed and alive. Like mountain climbing, just you and the rock you're clinging to, finding the next good hold and the feel of open air beneath you. Every part of you is engaged. Body. So, because as socially inept as he is, he knows that saying those things is not what these people want. They want some bullshit. They want lies. About how people are so wonderful and how the glass is half full and everyone has the potential to succeed even if they were born with only one arm and no eyes and a terminal illness eating away at their brain. He hates that about heroes. How they ignore reality for idealistic SHT. The power of will can triumph over anything. Until it doesn't. Until there's 10 babies in a hospital fire who all die because heroes weren't able to make it there in time. Until a bomb goes off no one knew about and kills an entire building's worth of people before even goddamn All Might could do anything about it. And then the heroes blame themselves like it's their fault a tragedy happened. It's stupid. Well, Best Genist prompts him, still waiting for an answer that Katsuki doesn't have. Why does he want to protect the general public despite not caring about them? He thinks of the letters under his bed, well over 70 of them by now. Not a single one of them positive in any way. He doesn't. He doesn't want to protect them. He wants to fight the bad guys and that's it. But he could never stand by and watch either. Not even for someone he hated. Not even the people who wrote all those letters about him, or the ones who'd posted videos online talking SHT, or the forums and other social media platforms he'd tentatively looked through before slamming his laptop shut. If people are in danger, he just can't picture himself standing on the sidelines and doing nothing about it. So he looks straight into those narrowed blue eyes assessing him, judging him for existing, for breathing the same air as him. I could never stand by when there's something that can be done, Katsuki finally settles on saying. It doesn't matter that I don't like people because as long as I am here, I won't let anyone get hurt. I won't stop working or fighting until the villain is down and every person is out of harm's way. Best Genist gives him a long, considering look, not quite approving, but less harsh than before. I can work with that, he says simply. Riju, let's try again. Katsuki's head wilts. They're patrolling again. Though Katsuki suspects he's purposefully being led down the most peaceful roads possible while the sidekicks are taking care of Best Genist City because there hasn't been a lick of action outside of the occasional purse thief in 3 long days. Every day it's sprinkled with failure. So far this morning Katsuki has managed to PSS off 3 women, upset 6 kids, and nearly get into a fight with a businessman in the middle of the street. With each failed attempt at socializing, Best Genist demeanor became more and more strained. The worst part was that Katsuki was trying. Honest to F-Bob, he was attempting to be civil, but he doesn't know what to say to these people. You're the bomb kid? I don't make bombs. There's no mechanism involved. It's chemistry. Obviously. But like, you make stuff explode, right? Katsuki twitches, holding out his hand and letting his palm ignite. I produce nitroglycerin. I don't make stuff explode. I use explosions from my hands. So, you have bomb hands? Are you stupid? Bakugou. Best Genist's voice cuts in. Right? You're a real JRK, you know that? The man stomps away. The fully grown man asking questions someone from primary school might. Katsuki tries strong to keep the sneer off his face. Feeling stiff as Genist comes to stand next to him, radiating disapproval. You must show more patience. Not everyone who wants to speak with you will be an expert in quirks, and especially not your quirk specifically. What about some basic common sense? Katsuki hissed. Why do I need to cater to every person that comes by? This feels ridiculous. You want the people of your district to feel safe, Genist tells him. He sounds frayed, but at no point does he look it. Small talk is just one means of presenting a sense of peace for people. If you are on edge, then it makes the people around you on edge. If you are upset, then it means that there might be something to be upset about. Don't think of answering questions as a burden or an annoyance, look at it more as an opportunity to inform the public. Inform them 50 million times a day though. About the same 3 things. Katsuki asks. He's trying to be respectful. He's trying. But he hates it here. He hates this pussyfooting around. He hates the waving and the small talk. He hates dealing with people. His nerves were utterly frayed by the end of the first day and now they're ashes on the cement he's stomping down. A woman walks up to them, a hesitant smile on her face. Excuse me. Best Jeanist. Can I have a picture with you? Of course, Jeanist says, moving smoothly forward. He pushes Katsuki gently, ushering him into the picture with them. Katsuki is as stiff as a board as the woman leans towards them, her shoulder touching his own as if that's perfectly dandy. He fights the urge to JRK away. Jeanist takes the phone with the woman's permission, using his ridiculously long arms to put it outwards. Smile Bakugou, Jeanist instructs him. He does. There's a flash of light. The woman thanks Jeanist profusely, taking her phone and eyeing the picture. Her face falters, but then she nods and bids them farewell. Perhaps, Jeanist says slowly. You should practice smiling in a mirror. Try for something a little less aggressive. Katsuki glowers. What the F is that supposed to mean? His smile is fine. He hates this. He should have picked a different agency. Gone with one of the brute strength F heirs. Yeah, maybe he wouldn't have learned much, but anything was better than this utter bullshit. He wouldn't have gotten stuck with a hero who clearly doesn't like him. Someone who clearly hadn't noticed him or all the effort he'd put in to try to show off his abilities or the strong work he'd put forward to be able to take on someone like that icy hot BS dirty. Todoroki had been born with a ridiculously overpowered quirk, but Katsuki had worked to make his explosions strong. He'd worked to not be seen as a one-trick pony. Instead, he got Jeanist. Someone who'd chosen him to F-fixed him. He scrunches in on himself as the afternoon crowds start to thicken. He doesn't like being on the streets when there's so many people. They could have a better vantage point from the roofs and it would be clearer, but Jeanist had already nixed that on day one. Someone bumps his shoulder and he grits his teeth, trying to keep distance between him and everyone else. It doesn't help that the streets are crowded to the point his view is being blocked. This doesn't seem productive at all. If there's a purse thief or a mugging or anything else untold going on, then he'll have to rely on his less than stellar hearing because he ain't seeing F in this crowd. He keeps a tight lid on his claustrophobia. The feeling of being suffocated slowly, something he can ignore as long as they keep moving. A hand grabs his. Katsuki twists, pulling the person forward and pinning them to the wall. There's a loud shriek. A man wearing thick glasses stares at him in terror, gingerly holding up his camera. He lets go. Not quickly though. Slowly. Let the but know that Katsuki doesn't regret pinning him. Who the F grabs someone like that? Bakugou, Jeanist calls, gesturing towards the man. Being aware of your surroundings at all times can help you differentiate civilians from villain. It's not quite a reprimand. Jeanist turns his gaze to the photographer who, now that he doesn't look terrified, is showing anger. And perhaps you should not resort to physically grabbing someone when garnering their attention. Jeanist speaks to the photographer. Heroes do have a history of PTSD, sir, and that sort of behavior can be dangerous. He's a student, the photographer says angrily, straightening his clothes in an overly dramatic manner. Hardly a case to warrant PTSD. It seems the violent nature reports on this kid have been warranted. Jeanist straightened to his full height. Which is not insignificant. Grabbing a child has much worse connotations to it than a hero, if you see fit to go down that line of reasoning, sir, Jeanist said icily. PTSD isn't something that has an age or discretion about it either, and seeing as he is one of the students involved in the USJ, it is a reasonable assumption. A flash of light hit again. That one had definitely not had him smiling. Katsuki scowls as the photographer flips them both off and stomps away. Great. Just great. Jeanist seems to agree with his line of thinking for once, because the man sighs heavily through his nose before looking up at the sky. Why don't we call it a day? Okay. They don't talk on the way back. When they enter into the agency, Katsuki sees a few of the smug Madhafs looking in their direction. He glowers, sending as much icy fury as he can into the single glance. There's a satisfying amount of flinching back. Genist is still watching them though, and before they separate, the hero to his desk and Katsuki to the large pile of public relations paperwork he's been tasked with, the man stops him. A hero is meant to put people at ease with his mere presence. Bakugou, Genist tells him soft, but firm. I can tell that it is your natural inclination to push people away, to keep those around you at a distance. You will be a successful hero whether you accept my advice or not. You are strong, smart, hardworking, but the difference between a successful hero and the #1 hero is how you go about it. Someone who makes it into the top 10 makes it there because the people trust them, not through bullheadedness. Katsuki is silent at that, glowering down at the ground. He clenches his fist, thinking of what the people's had to say about him. He wasn't so sure that it mattered what he did. He hadn't done anything wrong at the sports festival. He hadn't. The world said otherwise though. So he turned away without a word and headed to the pile of paperwork. Are you really trying to be a hero? Katsuki turns to see Riju standing at the entrance to the bunk he's been given. His arms are folded and he's regarding Katsuki like he can't quite believe what he's seeing. Katsuki, in turn, regards him with a neutral expression, fighting the scowl that wants to take over. He turns his back on the sidekick, taking his shirt off and changing it out for a lighter black sleep shirt. It's far past the time when he'd normally turn in himself and he's too tired to deal with this SHT. To make his point clear, he flicks off the light, throwing himself into the bunk bed. No one will accept you if you keep acting like that, the sidekick warns him, his voice disgusted. The man turns from him and walks away. A sneer spreads across Katsuki's face and he sits up quickly. If you're doing this because you want people to embrace your but all the time, then maybe it's not me who has to reevaluate priorities, Katsuki snaps. I don't do this so people will love me, you ego-chasing piece of SHT. I do it because I can get the job done better than any of you modhafs. I don't need validation to be a hero. Katsuki turns his back on the sidekick. He's wide awake now. Anger coursing through him as if he'd been injected by adrenaline through a needle, and with throbbing annoyance that pounds at his head, he knows that even though he's dead tired, it's going to be hours before he falls asleep. He listened to the sounds of the hero turning and leaving, until even the hallways was silent, before he pulls out his phone. It's a bad idea. A terrible idea, but he still puts his name into the search engine and watches as articles start to pile down the screen. He's read most of them already. All the stuff on the sludge incident. Some stuff on the USJ event that had listed his name. The sports festival. His mom had thought it was funny to read a few of those out loud to him. That it was a good wake-up call. That he should take it as a warning sign to be nicer to people, and that she hoped it knocked him off his high horse. He wondered if he saved 100 babies from a burning building, if that would be enough for her. What did he have to do to make her not so hostile towards him all the goddamn time? Doing everything she wanted, from the stupid music classes to the extra languages. No matter what he did, how far he went, she never had anything good to say about him. Katsuki stopped on the most recent article. It wasn't the picture of him trying to smile with the lady. It was the picture the douchebag took after he grabbed him. Katsuki looked pissed. His hands sparking, something he hadn't even realized he'd been doing. Little bits of smoke floating upwards. That stupid hairdo. Infamous sports festival winner at it again. He curled into himself as he read the article. It wasn't even some small-time thing. The photographer had been part of a major magazine on up-and-coming heroes. Katsuki grabbed at the back of his neck, rubbing harshly and digging his fingers into the muscles there. That seemed to only make them tenser though. This SHT. Katsuki got out of bed and went down to the kitchens on the first floor of the building. He threw an apron on, a ghastly animal print horror that reminded him of Ishido's hero costume, and looked about the cabinets. He wasn't hungry, so a recipe for something later would work. He broke 3 eggs, separating the whites and setting it aside to come to room temperature for a meringue. The walls around him were all sealed tight, he'd been told, with soundproofing so people could train in the gym whenever they pleased. It meant he could use the food processor to grind up a finer almond flour, sifting it and some powdered sugar into a bowl. Macarons took a lot of patience. Not only the prepping process, but once they were made, You had to wait 2 or 3 days to eat them before they tasted really good. When he refused to take meditation or go to anger management like his dad had forced his mom to, Masaru had insisted that Katsuki perfect macarons. Because each step of the process required a super delicate touch. The eggs for temperature. The meringue for stiff peaks. Shifting to ensure no big lumps. Folding carefully to make sure no air escapes. The piping to make sure it wasn't too big so it cooked right. Then letting it sit so that there was a smooth outer shell to it before you actually put it in the oven. Katsuki always added a little rose water to the recipe. Black gel food coloring, because if he was baking it then they were going to look badass. And all of this was just the outer shell of the French cookie. Making the cream for the inside was easy enough. A buttercream with a little raspberry jam mixed in. A little lemon zest. A little orange food gel. It's well into the night and no one comes down. At one point he hears the night patrol march in. Moaning and bitching as they do, stumbling up to the barracks. They all have homes to go back to, but a lot of them chose to stay here most nights. There's an odd camaraderie at the agency that makes Katsuki feel uncomfortable. Katsuki cleans the dishes while the cookie shells cool down. He finds a glass container and carefully writes the date when the cookies can actually be eaten, then painstakingly pipes the orange-colored cream into the center of the black macaron shells. Because Katsuki's an extra beach, he digs around the cabinets until he finds a bright green food color spray and a stencil set and marks KB across the top of each one of the cookie tops. If he's going to let these F-airs eat his fancy F cookies, then they're going to know who the F made them. He places them in the fridge and steps back. For the first time in days, the headache has gone, and even though he's going to be trudging through life tomorrow like an overcharged Kaminari, he doesn't regret coming down here. The next day, his last day at the agency, he sees Genist sitting at his desk with a steaming cup of tea, eyeing one of the macarons both in wariness and curiosity. Flipping it over and examining it from all sides like it's secretly a bomb that might detonate. He's too tired to bitch about how the cookies don't taste right if you eat it so soon, and that poison is the last way he will ever try to kill someone, so he marches past the desk without a word and starts in on more of the paperwork. They go on one more patrol. It's not great. He's tired and fed up and hates all of this and everyone. All the stupid questions and the fake smiles and the public relations lectures. He feels like he's learning more how to be an actor than a hero, and he tells Genist this to his face. The man pauses, considering. I genuinely want each person to feel safe and secure in my territory. For me, it is not acting, even though I can see how you might feel that way because after doing it for so long it does have a tendency to come off scripted, Genist says slowly, like he's being very, very careful with his words. Connecting to people might not be your strong suit, but I have no doubt you'll find your own way to show the world you care, though I suspect it will take longer than most to be seen. That sounded like a backhanded compliment if he's ever heard one. His mouth is downturned as he eyes Genist, but he shrugs and the patrol continues in a somewhat less hostile silence. It's not long after that Katsuki finds himself on a train ride back to UA and a surprising invitation from Genist to return after he's picked out his official hero name. Feeling a heavy weight dragging in his bones, Katsuki walked through the door to his house and stopped short, staring at the sight in his living room. His mom gazed at him with cold eyes over a single piece of paper in her hands. He recognized it immediately. A thick tan paper with black ink that curved in a manner that spoke of a handwritten note instead of typed. One of those old-fashioned wax seals pressed onto the front. Katsuki swallowed. Normally his hackles would rise at his mom opening his mail, invading his privacy, but today he was too tired. Exhausted from a full week of social training that left him mentally wary. His bag dropped and he stumbled inside, kicking the door closed behind him. His mom still said nothing. Katsuki cringed, shoulders hunching just thinking about what the last letter had been about. It is my professional recommendation, his mom read out calmly, that you do not continue in the hero course. Your total disregard for my first attempt to help you is a clear indication that you are incapable of taking criticism or aid. I can only hope that you've been considering my words privately at the very least, and can see that your aggression and violent behavior are not suited for a path intended for the kindest and most chivalrous of souls. Katsuki flinched. Your clear longing to bring pain and suffering to the people around you is a toxic flaw, and this career path is an easy outlet for your violent tendencies towards others. You have demonstrated a lack of mercy and a ruthlessness that is unnatural in a child your age. I can only assume it will grow worse in an environment that encourages fighting, such as UA, and that you will cease to see the difference between criminals and civilians in your need to take down the opponent. Stop, Katsuki pleaded. His mom tossed the half-read letter onto the living room coffee table. Hiding SHT from me, brat. Her deep growl told him just how pissed she was. Upset someone finally started calling you out for your SHT? Except they're wrong, Katsuki snapped. They don't know SHT about me. You sure about that? Mitsuki asked, raising both her eyebrows at him. It seemed pretty legit to me. I looked her up, she's actually a pretty successful therapist. She knows what she's talking about. She doesn't know SHT. I've never even spoken to her before, so what if she sat on her goddamn butt and watched me from her couch? She doesn't know me at all. Katsuki's grabbed the paper, tearing it to pieces. He didn't want to deal with this. He hadn't wanted her to see the letters, 'cause he knew. He knew she would agree with the strangers. He cursed violently under his breath as he stomped up to his room, just wanting to go to sleep and forget about this whole freaking week. How long have I told you that you won't be able to get away with being a little but forever? She called after him. Now the whole world is getting to know you, brat. You're going to have to change or... He slammed his door shut, sliding against the wood and leaning against it. He was shaking and he didn't know why. His mom was like a broken record. He'd been dealing with the letters for a while now. He'd dealt with best genius trying to change him. He'd been fine. Pissed but fine. There was just something about his mom that got under his skin, using the things he'd been trying to hide to her advantage. What was the end point though? What did she want from him? To be a completely different person. He tugged his uniform off, the stiff pants and the obnoxious shoes, and slipped into some sweats and a baggy t-shirt, crawling into bed. All he wanted was for this nightmare week to end. No more internship. No dealing with his mom. He reaches into his bag to grab his headphones, but even when he dumps the whole thing out, he can't find them. He curses as he realizes they must have fallen out somewhere between Genus Agency and High Home. Great way to end a shitty week. Whatever. He pulls his blanket over his head. Go back to school. Do real training again. Katsuki falls asleep. Chapter 3, Escalation Buzz. Buzz. Katsuki groggily reached for his phone, blinking at the text message on his screen. When his eyes zeroed in on the words, he found himself sitting up as if he'd been suffered an electric shock. He rubbed his eyes and stared once more, but the words remained the same. Unknown number. You don't deserve to be in UA. What the F? Katsuki whispered. He hit call, trying to rub the sleep out of his eyes as it went directly to voicemail. Listen here, you cowardly piece of C. I don't know how you got my number or who the F you think you are, but you can SCK it. I got the best scores on the exams and won the sports festival. What have you accomplished? He hung up the phone, throwing his legs out of bed and angrily marching downstairs to make himself a cup of tea. God FDMN it. First, his school not letting him walk away, chaining him up and making him look like a goddamn psycho. Then the letters, best genist with his holier-than-thou F attitude and his stupid goody two-shoes sidekicks. Now this. Who the F gave his phone number away? He thinks of the Rejubat and Grimaces. It could be, or it could have been any number of those smug sidekicks of genist. All looking at him like he was. Katsuki buried his face in his arms as he waited for the water to boil. He was definitely getting ulcers. Buzz. Despite every instinct telling him not to look, Katsuki swiped his phone open. Another unknown, but different number. Everyone I know hopes you won't make it to graduation. Jesus Christ. Katsuki turns his phone off, breathing slowly through his nose as the kettle begins to whistle. He sips at his tea but finds himself going out for a run before he finishes even half of it. Steam still wafting the air as his sneakers come on and the door swings open. The cool breeze does little to cool off his anger. It does tire him out though, getting rid of all the excess energy and adrenaline that had consumed him. He takes a shower, scrubbing at the stupid hairdo genist had forced on him, but it's stiff as a board against his head and refuses to lift like it normally does. He tries not to get aggravated, knowing he'll only exhaust himself before he ever gets to heroics class if he keeps getting pissed over every little thing. It was far too early in the morning for him to already be in this foul a mood, and despite his high hopes that this week would be better than last week, he has a sinking feeling that that hope just got shot to hell faster than a single fish in a barrow surrounded by starving bears. He doesn't turn his phone on again. The day does in fact get worse. Shiro and Kirishima going in on him about his hair. Then Deku stealing his F moves. Stupid green lightning piece of SHT nerd. Everyone showing off what they learned at the internships and Katsuki having nothing to show for it. He tries to turn on his phone at lunch and finds to his growing alarm that there are 34 text messages and 2 voicemails. None of them from numbers he's familiar with. He spends a decent portion of his lunch blocking the numbers while cursing his ability to read things at a glance. An uncomfortable feeling spreads through him as he realizes that some of them hadn't been random declarations of hatred or threats, but of the SXL variety. There's been a picture sent to him that he'd deleted before it could download. He's shaky as he realizes for the first time that this might be an actual problem. Katsuki has always hated having his movements restricted. He doesn't like being around too many people because it makes him feel a bit claustrophobic. He can deal because he's not a little beach, but there are moments when the suffocation is worse than others. He'll admit that, even if it's just to himself. The sludge villain did a number on his relationship between him and small spaces. It's whatever. Katsuki tries not to wear ties when he can get away with it or get onto crowded trains or whatnot, but it's not like he can't. He can handle it. Even if he has to take smaller breaths and tap his hand against the walls to steady the beating of his own heart. Now it feels like every eye is on him when he goes out in public, and yeah, he doesn't give a F what people think, but there's a certain hostility that seems to follow him now that's never been there before. He gets shoulder-checked a lot and pushed into walls when he's not paying attention. He gets upcharged by stores and women, in particular, look at him like he's some kind of monster. He thought that things would ease with time, but it's been a month and a half since the sports festival and things seem to only be getting worse, not better. Made all the worse by the hag. He'd given in a little bit and asked her if they could go get his phone number changed. "And why is that?" she asked, turning to him with raised eyebrows. "Someone posted my phone number up on social media," Katsuki told her bluntly. "My phone is blowing up." "Is it now?" Mitsuki said slowly, her eyes trailing to the phone sitting casually in his hand. "Adoring fans?" There's a knowing smirk on her lips that's aggravating, and he feels his shoulders and back stiffen in a way that probably won't unclench for hours. She waves her hand at him dismissively. "You got yourself into this, brat. You can figure a way out. I'm not changing your phone number." He wonders if he admits this has been going on for a while, if she'll cave. If he shows her the letters, if she'll soften. But he thinks of that searching look of hers, the way she waits for him to fail with what is almost anticipation, and he holds back. Katsuki grits his teeth and he turns his head away sharply so she can't see the traitorous hot tears at the corner of his eyes. He storms into the hall and swipes at them angrily, cursing her and cursing the phone and cursing all the stupid but people who didn't have better things to do than F up his day. Buzz. F. Now going out in public was even worse. He pulled his skull hoodie over his head and kept his eyes down. Not because he was a coward. Screw that SHT. But he was tired. Exhausted down to his goddamn bones. So F tired of it all, and if he got into a fight with a civilian, then there was a really good chance he could say goodbye to UA, and that was one thing he wasn't willing to let go of. He'll prove them all wrong. He would be a hero, the top hero, and he'd do it his way. He'd prove that strong work, being the best fighter, taking villains down so fast they couldn't harm anyone, that was the way to go. Perfect victory. Every time. As they gather their things the day after final exams, Deku passes him, a thin, tentative smile before he rushes to join his little nerd group. Katsuki wants to bang his head against his desk until his life stops being a force working against him. He had to work with Deku for the final exams. That SHT was so obviously done on purpose. Such an obvious ploy playing on their animosity for one another, a means to get them to work together. And while they were not going to win Best Friends Award, Katsuki could say, through gritted teeth, that his tolerance and respect had risen. He hates that. Like he's giving in to it all. There's a bone-deep tiredness in him as he realizes that Deku really is going to be a hero. That for the rest of Katsuki's life, Deku is going to be there for it in some form or another. He might open up an agency all the way on the other side of Japan, and there will still be missions in the future they'll have to work together for, there will be villains they have to take down together. He's never hated Deku. Not even at the lowest point of their relationship. But he is so tired of being an unwilling participant in the decisions of his life. Adults who feel like they know better about what Katsuki wants. People who insist he gets along with Deku. People who insist that he isn't allowed to be annoyed or bothered by what Deku does. Because Deku is kind. Therefore everything else he does is good. He's done this dance before though, and he knows. Being on good terms means that suddenly they're walking home together, that Deku shows up on his jogging path to jog with him, that the following thing he does goes from the mild to Katsuki has raged and fought for gets ramped up to a solid 10. He knows this is in part due to Deku's loneliness. Being quirkless has not been kind to the guy. No one wanted to be his friend, and Deku was an extreme extrovert. So any positive show of attention means that Deku is desperately clawing at it and takes hold with both hands at 100%. Katsuki, on the other hand, is an introvert and Deku is overwhelming to him. He had no boundaries and doesn't allow Katsuki his personal time or space, takes it as a personal offense that Katsuki needs it. So every time they get on better terms it's like a horrible, vicious, ugly thing that quickly goes downhill because of their personalities. And it's always Katsuki's fault when that happens. Young Bakugou, Katsuki turns to see All Might standing there in his garish yellow business suit. Do you mind if we speak for a minute? Great. Like he wants another lecture. Another condemnation. Or a backhanded compliment. You're great but, might as well be his middle F name. Katsuki slumps after his teacher who draws him into what looks like a teacher's lounge. He throws himself onto the couch unceremoniously and watches as All Might sits with hands on both knees, back a little too straight. Like an old man that's been shoved into the body of an overexcited puppy. Formal but too much energy, professional, but a clear need to move. You and Midoriya did very well yesterday. Your teamwork, while in desperate need of fine-tuning, was impressive. It was going to be one of those kinds of talks. Katsuki slumps deeper into the couch. All Might was fond of Deku. He'd seen it. Deku was his favorite. Neither of them had a lick of subtleness in them. Katsuki scrunches in on himself in dread. I know you are angry at Midoriya's progress, All Might said slowly. The man was choosing his words very carefully as if Katsuki was a literal bomb. Wary of it. I can see the animosity you have for him and I must admit, I am curious as to why. A well-timed intervention would be great right now. Maybe the moon could fall out of the sky and crash into the school and kill everyone instantly. He's pretty sure that even All Might couldn't beat the moon if it fell fast enough. He looks out the window, but much to his disappointment everything is peaceful outside. I'm sorry if this is intrusive, young Bakugou, but I feel like I would have a much better idea of how to move forward in your education if I can see the whole picture. How to help Deku, you mean? I'm just a byproduct. A means to an end. Because how much faster would Deku rise if he didn't have the thorn known as Bakugou in his side? He doesn't believe All Might has any interest in him at all, only in getting rid of the issues Bakugou brought to the table. You ask Deku about it? They spent enough time together for it. He hasn't been willing to say much on the matter, but I've picked up on things here and there. Katsuki winces. It sucks because there's nothing he can say. Not really. He knows this game. He knows all the adult wants from him is to agree to be nicer to Deku. Not to help Katsuki. All Might wants a promise that he'll try to be a better person and to be better to the shitty nerd. He rubs the back of his neck, digging his fingers into the muscles there. This isn't an interrogation, All Might says gently. There's no need to be tense. You are not in trouble. This is just a talk. It's never just a talk, Katsuki spits ruefully. There's a tight grin on his face as he lets his arm drop into his lap. Listen, Deku might like to make things complicated, but it's really quite simple. We're too different. Our personalities clash on a fundamental level. Always has. Not quite true. But close enough. I'd say you two are more alike than you know, All Might says, his booming voice ringing with an odd bemusement. You both have analytical minds and a natural gift for strategy. Part of the top 4 for your class for academics, and let's not forget, All Might's voice became soft. That you both have more passion and heart than any I've seen in a long time. Katsuki looked at the man, trying to find the lie in the hero before him, but he seemed genuine. If he was good. That line had made him swell with pride and happiness, and that wasn't. He hadn't been expecting that. He knows better though. He knows. Praise never comes without a dagger or some form of expectation from Katsuki. I'll cooperate, Katsuki breathes out in resignation. On future assignments and team exercises and SHT. I'll work with the shitty nerd when it's required. I get the lesson. If we want to beat villains in the future, then we have to work together from the start. That is good to hear, All Might said slowly. It is admirable to put aside your personal feelings for the sake of bettering the world. However, it worries me that in saying those words, you look more defeated than when pinned to the ground facing an opponent you cannot beat. Katsuki shrugged, standing up from the couch. Half the time I fight Deku, he's not even in the room, Katsuki said. You're far from the first person who wants to fix me for the sake of other people, and you won't be the last. All Might's eyes widened considerably, and he stood up with a flash of panic on his face, coughing softly into his hands. Young Bakugou, that is not why I save it, Katsuki snapped. If I didn't affect Deku so much, would you honestly be here? You and young Midoriya are my students, All Might said earnestly. I want to help you both grow into the wonderful heroes I know you will be. There it was again. Katsuki couldn't find the lie in his words or his face. Most adults he knew had that certain look about them even as they said sweet words or praise to him. When they offered help there was always a lingering for a price between them. Not here though. What you said before, All Might went on, an edge to his voice. About people trying to fix you for the sake of others, what did you mean? The man coughed again. Harsher this time. Katsuki had to wonder if the man needed a glass of water or something. Part of him wanted to march out of the room and slam the door in his face, but here All Might was, probably the first adult who seemed genuinely interested in the answer instead of humoring him or trying to find a way to use it against him. He kept his gaze steady, but All Might didn't waver. Katsuki looked down at the ground rather than looking into those black depths, the pinprick of blue digging into him. The sludge villain, he could smell my quirk, you know. He was so excited to get a hold of me. Pin me down. Suffocate me. He was pissed off that I fought against him. He kept assuring me that it would all be easier if I just gave in and did what he wanted. When I kept setting my quirk off though, pulling him out of me inch by inch, stopping him from killing me quickly, he dropped pretending to be nice. All Might coughs again. I fought him for 20 minutes before you got there. It's why half the goddamn block was on fire. He went from trying to persuade me it would be a good thing for him to take my body and that it would be quick to saying what a tough little SHT I am, that things wouldn't hurt so bad if I'd just give in, to finally telling me I was a horrible little HT no one would miss when I was gone. Katsuki breathes through his nose as he looks up to the symbol of peace, staring him dead in the eyes. Every person I have ever met has gone through that same transition. Everyone starts out impressed with my quirk, but by the end they want me to submit to them, to be what they want me to be. All Might looks sick. The man coughs, but this time he doesn't stop. That's All Might? Katsuki asks, turning to his teacher with wide eyes. What do you need me to do? An old injury acting up, All Might gasped. This conversation is not finished. Each word is punctuated with a deep, racking cough. I'm afraid I have to go. And just like that, the mammoth of a man is gone. What the F? Their conversation gets postponed though, as All Might is asked to oversee classes for the older students as summer rolls in. Katsuki. He tilts his head back at the gentle male voice, spotting his dad gesturing at him from the kitchen. He backtracks and wanders in, glancing around for the hag and relaxing when there's no sign of her. His dad notices but doesn't comment. Katsuki's not sure if that's because it bothers him or because the man just doesn't know what to say. He supposes it doesn't really matter. If Masaru was going to do something about the relationship between him and the hag, then he would have done it years ago. As it stands, they both knew it was too late to change. Katsuki had one foot out the door already, so there was no point in making a fuss now. I haven't seen much of you lately, his dad says softly. What have you been up to? Katsuki shrugs, pushing his phone deeper into his pocket. I was studying for exams. Yes, I forgot. How'd you do? 95 on the written exam, of course, he says casually. The heroics was a pass or fail, and even though I was paired with deku for it, we still passed it. His dad chuckles, opening his mouth to reply when the hag cuts him off, appearing from seemingly nowhere like the F Grim. No thanks to you, I'm sure, Mistuki says as she saunters into the kitchen. Honestly, if I was Izuku-chan, I would probably deck you. He did, he almost says, but he presses his mouth closed and stares down at the countertop angrily. Masaru makes a disapproving sound in the back of his throat and gives the hag a look. She shrugs, grabbing a carrot and biting into it as she leans against the counter. Masaru turns back, claps with too much force, the sound echoing in the room in an obnoxious manner. As if the sound itself could separate them or stop the impending showdown. I'm glad you passed. I never doubted it. His dad says too loudly. He steps to the right, keeping his body in between them. You've got a lot planned in the next few weeks. Island and then the camping trip. Are you excited? Going to do any hiking? I mean, it will be cool to get out of the city, away from everything, Katsuki says. I don't think I'll have a chance to do any hiking though. Despite looking like a homeless bum, Aizawa's a beast when it comes to training and hero work. That's too bad. I know how it relaxes you. You deserve a rest after all the work you've been putting in. The hag snorted. I'm going to take dinner up in my room, Katsuki said tiredly. The hag opened her mouth to say something, but his dad hurriedly gathered up a plate for him. Loading way too much on while banging pots and pans and dishware in a way that if it wasn't his dad, Katsuki would be worried they'd break. The warm plate is shoved into his hands without much warning. I'll bring you up some tea when I finish it, the man promised, tugging Katsuki forward and kissing his forehead. Thanks. He's not just talking about the tea. His dad looks tired too as he gives his son a weak smile. His dad does eventually come upstairs. He sits on the end of Katsuki's bed with a heavy sigh and looks him over, as if checking for injuries. You doing okay? Yes. Katsuki shrugs. The silence between them is awkward. His dad spends it looking around the room, eyes lingering on his extensive textbook collection, his Heroics 101 book, a signed copy gifted to him from his dad 5 or so years ago. Every few pages has a sticky note attached to it. Highlighted in so many spaces there was more yellow than white. A Bronze Age All Might figurine sits pushed to the back, out of eyesight to the casual viewer, but there nonetheless. His All Might inspired jacket hanging on the back of his computer chair. Finally, his dad speaks. Katsuki, I love you, you know that, right? I know. His dad nodded. I want you to feel comfortable in your home, his dad continues, fiddling with the hem of his shirt. He's shaking. That is to say, I've been thinking that it wouldn't be divorce per se, but the man looks up and meets Katsuki's eye for the first time. It would be a separation for a time, for Mitsuki and I. I've told her that the way she acts towards you is unacceptable. I have a place picked out for the two of us already. I haven't put a bid down yet. I wanted to talk to you first. Katsuki doesn't know what to say. Why now? Is at the tip of his tongue. It's been years that this has been going on. Katsuki doesn't have much longer in the house. A couple years before he graduates. And then it clicks. His dad has had the same realization. That Katsuki will have a choice about whether he comes back, whether he visits, and his dad must have realized that it probably wasn't going to happen. That Katsuki had no plans to come home for Christmas or any holiday because once he got out of the house he'd hit the ground running. His dad wasn't actually doing this to protect Katsuki. He was doing this because he was afraid of losing Katsuki permanently. A kind, caring gesture on the outside, but an inherently selfish one on the inside. His dad had never said a bad thing about him or to him. His dad had never been anything but supportive and kind. His dad was also a coward though. He never actually stood up for Katsuki. His small noises and disapproving looks and whispered words had never changed anything or daunted the hag at all. Because all three of them knew that there was no threat behind those gestures. His dad was too. So he leveled his father with a heavy look before shaking his head. I've only got a few more years left here. I can deal with it. His father's lips press into a thin line. He looked disappointed, ashamed, small. Katsuki sighed, running his hand through his hair before relenting the smallest bit. As long as she doesn't come, you can visit as often or as long as you want, Katsuki told him. He didn't need to explain anything else. His father's shoulders relaxed the tiniest bit, tears forming at his eyes. I'm sorry, Katsuki. Katsuki watches his dad wipe at his glasses and turns to the window, his fingers rubbing the edge of his mostly cleared plate in a rhythmic fashion. Me too. His dad stiffens, nods, takes Katsuki's dirty plate from him without a word and heads downstairs. Hey, Bakugou. You haven't been answering any of my texts, Kirishima calls. Katsuki glances at the redhead. Now there was someone he didn't get. Between the USJ and the sports festival and then studying together for the exams, Kirishima had somehow slipped by his walls and firmly wedged himself into his life without Katsuki really noticing the transition. The radiant, cheerful personality was far from the people Katsuki had hung out with in middle school, and he was lost to figure out what the endgame was for Kirishima. The squad and the Sparks guy who'd called him trash had suddenly decided that Katsuki was part of their little group. Somehow they'd gotten a hold of his phone and pinged their numbers into it before Katsuki could do anything to stop them. To say he'd been confused would be an understatement. There's a voice in his head that says they'll just run at the first signs of trouble, but these slackers had been there during the USJ. Each one of them had held their own. These guys knew who Katsuki was, had seen his first fight with Deku where he'd gone overboard, and they were still making the decision to befriend him. So with these thoughts in mind, he's able to push the voice back. Katsuki kept walking as Kirishima hurried to catch up. What do you want? He could accept that Kirishima and the others had an interest in befriending him, but that didn't mean he believed it was out of the kindness of their hearts. Everyone always wanted something. The class is getting together to do training at the pool. I thought you'd want a part of the action. Kirishima tells him, way too perky. No. Oh, come on. It's not like we're getting together to communicate or something ridiculous like that, Kirishima says in a teasing tone. We're gathering to improve ourselves. A pool full of a bunch of extras doesn't sound like training. It sounds like an excuse to waste time, Katsuki says without slowing down. The pool is at the school. We reserved it only for our group. Nobody else is going to be there, Kirishima pushed. You say that like I think our classmates aren't extras, Katsuki shoots back. But still, the idea that nobody else could go there. That it would only be his classmates was tempting. No public. Moderately adequate training partners. A place where he could be without having to wear a hoodie or a uniform for once. Don't be like that, man. There are friends. Kirishima scolds him. Your friends, maybe? The idea that any of their classmates could be classified as friends was laughable. Katsuki didn't have time for that SHT. People always required so much attention from you. Constant communication. Favors. They always wanted SHT from you, whether it was your time, money, energy, to listen to their problems, to help solve issues. They acted like the world was ending if you needed space or time to yourself. Friendship was just people who followed you around when you asked to be left alone. Friendship was tutoring people. Friendship was being grabbed and manhandled all the time. It was being yelled at when you didn't respond to a phone call or a text. No thank you. I don't need them, Katsuki said shortly. Go dip your head underwater. Everything he needed, he could do by himself. Kirishima laughs good-naturedly, which, if he's being honest, freaks him out a little. All right, man, I guess I'm just going to have to prove I'm the best by myself then. Katsuki stops short, squinting at the little he who's side-eyeing him like the manipulative bee he is. There's gonna be competitions going on. Kirishima's grin is sharp. It's unsupervised, the redhead says smugly. Of course it's going to devolve into competitions. Katsuki's silent for a moment before his grin turns vicious. Just so you know, I know exactly what you just did there. Kirishima laughs again, real warmth in it. Whatever works, man, I might not know my way around an algorithm like you or speak 3 languages, but people. I get people. Just don't fly or I'll kick your butt into next week, shitty hair. Never, bro, not my style. Good. They go to the swim training and it's exactly the kind of mess Katsuki thought it would be, but it's also strangely nice. There's an odd warmth about the group that even if Katsuki doesn't partake in, it sinks into his skin and into his ST in a way that is grounding and pleasant. It's like days when his mom is in France or America on modeling projects, and it's just him and his dad at home. There's no one looming and no expectation of anyone coming home to make the place tense. There's no need to hide the mail because no one is going to rip open his things. There's no tension cooking dinner or sitting out in the living room. No need to hide away. It's nothing like being out in public either. No need to keep his eyes down or hide his face. No need to look over his shoulder. He feels safe with these idiots. Katsuki walks home with Kirishima. They take the scenic route which is way out of the way, but it means he doesn't have to wear a hoodie or put his sunglasses on. The sun is setting and it feels warm against his skin as he argues with Kirishima and they talk of the upcoming exam. It's nice. Katsuki invites Kirishima to Island with him and it's the best decision he's made in a while. There's something so relaxing about being with the redhead, possibly the only person who doesn't seem to expect anything from him either with the way he acts or the things he says. They talk about hero SHT. They talk about future plans. They talk about stupid SHT too. They take the plane together, spend time in the hotel room together, hang out at all the shops and participate in all the competitions. It's the first time in a very long time when he feels like he has an actual friend. When he doesn't feel judged for everything he says. Best of all, no one is harassing him on Island. There are a few people who give them a wide beardage when they see him. A few glares here and there. One of the restaurants they go to serves his soup cold and his onigiri so salted that it would make a family of snails shrivel up into nothing, but he keeps his face blank and eats both with such a neutral expression that it leaves the waiting staff faltering. He makes sure to look them all in the eye anytime they come near because F that and F them. One waitress, in particular, looks a little ashen and she places his bill on the table with shaking hands and doesn't meet his eye. He plucks it up without a word and pays the exact amount with no tip. That's weird, what's up with her? Kirishima had whispered, looking on with concern. The redhead hasn't noticed anything odd going on and Katsuki is torn between being exasperated by the obliviousness and very, very thankful for. Not our problem, Katsuki says gruffly. That's not very manly, Bakugou, Kirishima reprimands him lightly. There's a layer of salt in his mouth from choking down the food and he wants to get out of here as soon as possible to wash it out. He gets that Kirishima doesn't know, but it still irritates him and puts him in a bad mood. Later that day, Deku shows up. Because of course he does. The only thing that consoles him is that half of the class showed up too. And All Might. It makes it all seem a little less like the world is conspiring against him. He and Kirishima spend the rest of the day kicking butt together in the competitions. Ignoring Ida's texts about arriving early to meet up with everyone. Getting absolutely lost in the tower because he relied on shitty hair as their navigation, a mistake he knows not to make again. And then fighting for their lives the rest of the night. Katsuki's not going to say that going toe-to-toe with assholes alongside his classmates was a bonding thing or something, but it kind of was. Even Todoroki, with his god-awful white suit, seems far less annoying than before the trip. And maybe the lot of them hang out in the destroyed ballroom afterward and sit in companionable silence alongside All Might eating fancy as food that's been disregarded because half the room is missing and there's a giant but hole revealing the entirety of Island before them. It's not the worst night of his life anyways. When he gets back home from the trip, there's a week and a half of summer vacation before school starts up again. The summer training camp, a nice highlight he's really starting to look forward to. Even the losers, his entire squad of idiots and Sato, are going to be allowed on this trip. He spends it mostly inside, as has been his tendency since the sports festival, only going out for his usual workout and jog. He makes an effort to place Kirishima, Horns, Sparks and Soy Sauce into his priority call list so that their texts are highlighted in a bright blue that's easy to distinguish from the SHT that's constantly dinging on his phone. He blames what happens next on the squad, lulling him into a false sense of security. Katsuki ventures out of his home at the end of the week because his jogging shoes are falling apart and he can no longer ignore the hole in the right heel. He puts on an oversized hoodie that he pulls over his head and sunglasses, much to his mom's curiosity and confusion. "What's with the getup?" she asks. It's Saturday morning and she has a shoot in the evening, but for now, she's relaxed, a magazine on her lap and the television on to some show he has no interest in. "You look even more like a hooligan than normal." Katsuki wants to snarl at her, spit venomous words about how she knows why he's wearing this. He wants to ask her if she's even noticed he hasn't left the house outside of going to school and jogging in months. He wants to demand she look at their phone history and to wonder how, even if they have unlimited, how their company hasn't contacted them with questions. He doesn't though. Because honestly, he doesn't want to have another fight with his mom. She's already made things perfectly clear that he has to handle his own SHT. Even if he told her, she wouldn't help him. A part of him is scared she'd be delighted by the whole thing. "I need to grab shoes," he answers instead, because she's being moderately nice today. "Wow," Mitsuki says, flipping a page in her magazine, "way to answer my question without actually answering my question. You learned that SHT from your father." "I'm expert level now," he says, closing the door behind him. He grimaces as he pulls out his phone, carefully avoiding looking at his inbox to open up the GPS app because there's only one shoe place that offers the kind of support he wants, and while he's got a good idea of where it is, he's still going to need it to find the exact place. It turns out to be a bit further than he thought, but he doesn't mind. It's nice to be out and about again. Katsuki keeps his head down as he walks out of his neighborhood and jumps onto a train. No one looks twice at him. He hears the distant sound of chatter and it's relaxing. He can't believe he's thinking it, but he'd actually missed this. People. He gets off at his stop. A part of him sort of wishes one of the idiots was here with him. Kirishima or Kaminari or Siro or Ishido. They're a little too rambunctious for his taste, but the way they talk around him, treat him like a person, try to involve him. He can't deny that it's the best part of his day when they crowd the lunch table he's coveted or bombards him with questions or stories. Not that he'd ever admit that. Helping Kirishima study and being an unwilling, at first, member of their little squad. Going to Island and fighting off the villains that had targeted All Might. Even the other members of his class were less annoying than he'd first thought. He hadn't been willing to let any of them know about the harassment though. The lot of them were too loud and stood out like a sore thumb, and any one of them would question, obnoxiously obvious and noisy, why he was covering himself up so much. So Katsuki keeps to himself and rebuffs his friends, if only he admits it to himself, when they ask him to go out or to venture into the public eye. There's not a subtle bone in any of their bodies, that's for demon sure. The shoe place is a disappointment. The choices in his size are an obnoxious red, which he doesn't need another reminder of deku in his life. He doesn't get his obsession with red shoes, there's not even any correlation between them and All Might. He asked once, sue him, he was curious, and the mumbled, frantic answer of, they make him happy had been vague as F. He knows the first time Deku got the red shoes was his mom's choice, so it would be easier for the short woman to find Deku in a crowd. Knowing the shitty nerd, it was probably some lame but sentimental thing between him and his mom now. The thought sort of stings. Countless images of the two of them come to mind. Inko showed up to all of the award ceremonies and always looked so proud. She often came by to pick Deku up as a surprise to spend time with him. Had since preschool. The two of them always looked so goddamn happy when they were together. Katsuki sighs as he pulls the only other color down. A bright but white that he knows is going to be stained a gross brown by the end of the first week wearing them. It's not great, but he can't be choosy here, and the only red he'll ever accept on his shoes is the BLD of his enemies. He buys 2 pairs because like F is he going to venture out again in a few months when he inevitably wears these ones down. The advertisement is SHT guaranteed 8 months his butt. Did they go for a light 5-minute walk and then turn around? But they're the best ones in the area, and the last time he ordered shoes online he paid $40 and was sent something that vaguely resembled what they were supposed to be, but with a hell of a lot more plastic involved. Man, it's hot. He regrets the jacket even though it provides him with anonymity. Katsuki shifts again as the summer heat really starts to bake him. It's not good on a day when he won't be training off his excess nitroglycerin. He quickly pops off some of the excess sweat. The sparks make a few people startle from the unexpected noise, but it's harmless. Just meant to make sure he doesn't have buildup and accidentally set off a much larger, more dangerous explosion. His parents had to fill out a ridiculous amount of paperwork as proof for him that it was necessary to do this in public whenever he needed it. There had been a rather unfortunate incident when he was 8 that made it very necessary. "Is that the explosion, kid?" Someone whispered. "Shit." Katsuki glanced around and that small little thing had drawn attention to himself. Katsuki adjusts his hoodie to cover more of his face and begins to leave the shopping district. He can hear some disquiet, but honestly it's not that bad. Maybe people are finally letting things go. The letters had slowed down considerably. He only got one last week. That was great. His phone was still blowing up, but it was a hell of a lot easier for someone to send a text than to go through the trouble of snail mail, wasn't it? Showed exactly how extra some of his fans were though, didn't it? And he'd become familiar enough that there were a few whose handwriting was suspiciously similar even though the mailing addresses were different. Either way, Katsuki figured it was best if something hit his side. Katsuki whirled, hands smoking to see nothing. Everyone around him kept walking. No one was looking him in the eye. Confused, he looked down. A slick trail of ice cream was meandering its way down his side from waist to the side of his foot, a large glob sitting on the ground, melting and sad. "I hope that was worth it, but..." Katsuki snarled, causing half a dozen people to steer clear away from him. He let out several more pops, this time intentional. "You know what? I'm glad I could waste your money, dipshit." No one responded to him. No one looks at him. Katsuki stomped away, feeling fury bubbling up inside of him with no outlet. Thought they were so tough throwing food at him and not taking responsibility. Cowardly motherfucking pieces of flaming garbage. He hates people. Hot tears are sliding down his face. He hurries along, wiping at his eyes, but the tears are stopping. He ducks into an alley and takes deep breaths, but that seems to only make it worse. He screams. The vulgar word does nothing to change the situation though. He's still a pathetic heap crying in a random alleyway with sticky ice cream down the entirety of his pants leg. He slides down the brick wall and shoves his face into his knees. He doesn't want to deal with this anymore. More than that, he doesn't understand, there are rough heroes out there. There are heroes out there that struggle with their image because they're a little too loud, a little too careless. Did they deal with this? He's never read anything about heroes being harassed like this. He doesn't understand why he's being harassed. Because of the Uraraka fight. Because he was chained up. Because he said no to the medal. Because he grabbed Todoroki when he was unconscious. All of it. Was he in denial about everything and it truly was his fault? Like everyone said, did Katsuki deserve what these people were doing? No, he was sure he didn't deserve this. They were wrong. His mom was wrong. Maybe he deserved a little backlash, but this was not okay. It wasn't. He deserved personal space. He deserved the right to say no. He deserved to call bullshit. He was a person. He had rights too. Even though everyone in the world seemed to think he didn't deserve it. Besides, he needed to stop this. He wasn't an overdramatic beach who cried at the drop of a hat. He was stronger than this. He took in a shuddering breath, still feeling the hot tears tasting of salt sliding down his chin and throat. He wiped at them vigorously even though they hadn't stopped. It was just ice cream. He could go home and change and take a shower and not feel gross. He'd put his new shoes on and go for a run. A very, very, very long run where there were no people. Far away from people. He can hear the sounds of bustling streets. Chatter and laughter and no one giving a damn about him. Katsuki had wanted to go to the bookstore while he was out. Find a comic book maybe or a manga. Something light and fun to read, but now that feeling is gone. Why did he think that was a good idea? Time spent doing something productive. Training or going through his textbooks again. He wasn't going to be able to prove anything if he kept spending time on stuff he had no right doing. He wasn't lazy. He didn't need to come out here to spend time with people. He didn't need to see their stupid F faces. He didn't need comics or anything. His CHST tightens. He ignores it. While he was busy doing his useless internship, Deku was busy stealing his moves and improving by leaps and bounds. His classmates were all learning useful SHT. He needed to train harder to stay ahead of the game. Study more. He got what he needed. It was time to go home. The tears had finally stopped. He wiped his face one more time, hugged the boxes to him, and was very careful not to burn off the excess nitroglycerin until he was in his own neighborhood again. Sakani Quince had seen the whole thing. His attention drawn to the loud cracking pops of mini explosions in front of the shop he owned. He spots the delinquent easily enough. Hoodie hiding his face and sunglasses hiding his eyes like some villain who's looking to get away with a misdeed. It's all shady behavior as far as he's concerned. The hooded guy rolls his wrist and adjusts the bag in his hands. A few more pops go off. The quirk explosions have caught plenty of people's attention. It's obnoxious and the use of quirks in public is illegal. The whole thing spells trouble and he's had more than his fair share to last a lifetime. His customers look nervous now too. It's him. A woman whispers. Katsuki Bakugou. He's the one that beat that girl senseless at the sports festival. That garners his attention. A woman beat her, huh? He didn't take kindly to those types. Always thought themselves all high and mighty, like they owned their partners. Disgusting. He scowls at the looks up, just in time to see what happens. There's a guy across the street with his girlfriend. They're sharing an ice cream cone between them and she whispers something in his ear and he nods. He stands up and Sakani feels trouble brewing here. But instead of confronting the villainous UA student, he grabs hold of the ice cream and throws. The guy, Bakugou, jerks as ice cream splatters across the right side of him against his waist. Sakani sees the boyfriend hide his ice cream-covered hand in his pocket as he sits back down even as the hooded Bakugou looks around the crowd in confusion, before spotting the ice cream all over him. Explosions erupt in an angry fashion from the Bakugou guy's hands. Loud and booming, causing people to back up, a few people scream in a panic, his customers retreat further into his store. Smoke falls from his hand and there's a snarl on the guy's face. I hope that was worth it, but... A menacing growl leaves the guy's throat. Words becoming louder and louder as he roars. You know what? I'm glad I could waste your F-money, dipshit. The hooded guy turns and stomps away, palms still crackling dangerously. People leap and dive away from him as he makes his way down the street. What a disgrace. That guy is training to be a hero. UA was obviously slipping. People are disgruntled now and more than one customer leaves his store, muttering and throwing dark words in the hooligan's direction. He doesn't think much of it. He does glance at his camera thoughtfully though. The guy had been in just the right position to have the whole thing caught on camera. He looks down the street and knows his fellow shop owners too had eyes on the streets. It's a thought at least. One he doesn't think about much until his granddaughter interrogates him at dinner that evening. I heard you saw Katsuki Bakugou? She whispered excitedly as she puts meat onto their little mini cooker. What was he like? A bad egg, that one. Don't go idolizing the likes of him, he tells her, knowing how she is with the hero types. He's cute. And dangerous, he warns. Lighting up those explosions of his without a care in the world. Aggressive and shady, that's all he is. Worshipping the likes of him will only get you hurt. You don't even know him, his granddaughter mumbled. He was awesome at the sports festival. Took the top spot. Even beat Endeavor's kid. It was so amazing. He grunts, his lips pressing together in disapproval. He's a woman beater, he said, repeating the words of the young girls earlier. His granddaughter snorts, giving him a strong look. You mean his legitimate match against Uravity? He won 4 matches against 4 strong opponents, but one of them had bub, so he should have been more delicate with her. What? Watch the matches, Grandpa, instead of listening to gossip in your shop, she said knowingly, flicking his forehead as she got up from the table. Sakani watched her go, frowning. He knows what he saw. He'd just have to prove it to her. Show her the tape. He'd bet anything he could get that old geezer Tomman to give him his tape too if he said it was to help his granddaughter learn some cold, strong facts. Men like that Bakugou guy were people you should stay away from. His granddaughter doesn't know what she's talking about. It's not exactly the first time he's heard about the guy. Just the first time he's seen him in person. Bakugou had been the talk of the town for a while, especially since word was he lived nearby. A villainous individual, everyone said, a monstrous personality who definitely should not be considered hero material. Sakani had a great feel for people, and even in his bones, he could tell Katsuki Bakugou was one of the bad ones. So he gets the video from his fellow shop owner. Nothing stands between a man and his grandkid's safety, as they say. Well, people might not say it, but he sure as hell does. He puts his own tape aside, already labeled evidence, in dramatic lettering. He pops in Old Man Tommen's video feed and fasts forwards through the day until the numbers match up with the time on his own tape. He presses play. There he is. The hooligan. Dressed in his oversized hoodie and looking dangerous as ever as he stomps down the street, palms smoking. He stops in front of Tommen's shop, just like the geezer said he had. Sakani leans in towards his screen, watching carefully. Bakugou swipes at his own face, even as his palms still smoke, and Sakani frowns. The sunglasses are whipped off and the hoodie falls a bit, and Sakani sits back in shock. It's a kid. 14, maybe 15 years old. And he's crying. Sakani blinks slowly as he takes that in. His head is leaning forward and tears are falling strong and fast even as the young teen rubs at his face, trying to stop it. He's heartbroken. His shoulders are shaking and he's biting strong as his lip. He grabs at the hoodie and pulls it further over his face, eyes swiveling around before they seem to find what it is he's looking for before the kid darts forward. Into an alley. He's hiding, Sakani realizes with sinking dread. Because someone has thrown ice cream at this child. This kid had gone out in public, hiding his face, and he'd had ice cream thrown at him. He'd been upset. And had started sobbing in the middle of the street. Found a place to hide. A dirty alley. And then what? Morbidly fascinated, knowing the alley had no outlet, he presses fast forward. There's a time lapse of about 20 minutes before the kid shows up in the feed again, exiting the alley. His face is swollen and red as he shoves the sunglasses back on. He hugs the shopping bag to his hee and keeps his face down as he walks away with hunched shoulders. He's younger than his granddaughter, is the first thought that filters into his mind long after he's stopped the video. Why hadn't he realized that? He was a participant in the UA Sports Festival. Those people had to be at least 18, right? Seniors. They wouldn't let kids participate in a competition like that. He Googles it. Freshmen. Little teeny boppers. Sakani listens to his granddaughter for the first time in a while and pulls up the sports festival feed. He watches it the whole way through, feeling sicker and sicker as he watches them boo the boy for fighting the little round-faced girl. She sends down a hurricane of rock and debris that makes him feel like he's going to have a heart attack. The kid calmly blows it away. This is the fight people have been talking about. He watches the match again. The boy is on the defensive from the start. The girl trying to attack over and over again. Pushed back by the explosions. This fight. He hears the crowd booing the kid. He watches as heroes and civilians alike stand up and start throwing insults the boy's way. The kid looks grim at the words, but he doesn't take his eyes off the girl. He watches the matches after. Against the hardening quirk kid, against the dark shadow, against the monstrous ice powers kid who froze his classmates and half the stadium. He watches the awful award ceremony. He watches it all. He types in the name Katsuki Bakugou. The articles don't depict him as a little 15-year-old. They don't talk about him like he's a child at all. The internet is filled with cautionary tales and labels that peg the kid as dangerous and villainous, and it contrasts so starkly with the video paused beside him that it leaves him feeling like he's suffering from whiplash. The hoodie. The sunglasses. Ducking his head. Hiding. This was not the first time something like this had happened. Sakani drums his fingers on his desk as he comes to this realization. A strong kid like that, breaking down in the middle of the street. It wasn't the first time by a long shot. Cautionary tale indeed. He has a lot to think about and a kid out there who clearly needs help. First things first though, his granddaughter deserves an apology and the ability to tell an old fart like him, "I told you so." Chapter 4. His fault his classmates are going to the mall this weekend to prepare for the camping trip. Katsuki rebuffed Kirishima's offer and Horn's whining. There's no way he wants to deal with his classmates and whatever potential disaster him being seen in public will cause. The pool was one thing, as it was just them. Even Island had a sense of safeness to it because the number of people who knew who Katsuki Bakugou was had a limitation. Open public space was a whole other ballgame though, and the idea of any of those losers getting dragged into the shitshow that was Katsuki life left him feeling nervous and antsy. He didn't get nervous. He didn't get antsy. That wasn't the type of SHT Katsuki had ever worried about before, and there was a small part of him that worried that he was falling into the stereotypical teenage bullshit he despised so much and worked so strong to avoid. Worrying about impressing people and what his classmates thought, about embarrassing himself, or that romance dumb SHT had never crossed his mind before, and there was a need, a longing to crush it under his heel. Caring about what the squad thought and how they viewed him was a surefire way to getting distracted from his goals. If he allowed himself that, then who's to say he wouldn't slip up and say yes to hanging out instead of studying? That he'd allow himself to be dragged into one of their dumbass stunts instead of training? It was disgusting. What separated him from the extras and losers was Katsuki's own work ethic and skills. Socializing was for the weak. If you were strong, you fought for that strength. You dedicated yourself to your goal. You chose the harder path instead of doing the fun SHT. It left him open to, vulnerable in a way that made him feel uncomfortable. If he cared about what they thought, then that meant at some point when the inevitable happened and they left or got angry and cut ties, well, that just left him with the same goals but weaker for it. He'd gotten too close to them. He knew he had. It left his skin feeling like Pikachu had sparked him when they were around. Both drawn to them and repulsed at the same time. He needed to cut that SHT out before he ended up with something worse. Katsuki grabbed the mail, separating the 6 or 7 letters addressed to him from his parents, stuffing them in his bag before he ever opens up the door. He closes it with his foot, a habit he's been yelled at for 1,000,000 times, but when you're screamed at for breathing it stops mattering what you do or how you act. He shoves their mail into their little box that's piled high with stuff that probably should have been opened weeks ago, but Katsuki doesn't question how they run their house and the lights haven't been turned off, so he supposes it's not important. When he leaves early Monday morning with his backpack, his dad has already left for the office. His mother the only one in the house. She's carefully taking her hair out of the treatment oils to keep it pliant and healthy for her assistant when she goes into the modeling agency. Her eyes watch him as he tucks a clean set of shirts into the back, slinging it over his shoulder. She doesn't say a word until he's at the door. Don't ruin the trip for everyone else, Katsuki. Try your best not to be yourself, the hag called to him as he closes the door. Love you too, he muttered under his breath. Katsuki has to wonder if his classmates know. He knows Deku is obsessed with hero forums. He sees Horns and Sparks on social media all the time. His classmates are always talking about the apps they are using and the platforms they have, and there's an itch in the back of his mind if they've seen his name cross their screens. How could they not know? It doesn't matter. He doesn't care. Let them think what they want. Let them laugh behind his back. Snicker at his expense. It was fine because at the end of the day, he could bench press any of these losers, outside of maybe Kirishima or Sato. He's consistently at the top in their sparring and academics. They can't laugh too loud while he's kicking their asses. The small voice in his head still worries. He wonders what they think when they see those articles or pictures. If it changes how they view him. Not that their view of him is great to begin with. It's not like Katsuki's personality is sunshine and rainbows, but it still sends a nasty feeling along his spine to know that they might think the same thing as those articles. That he was destined to be a villain. That he was dangerous and would end up hurting them. It's strong to breathe. His uniform feels tight on him, and within 5 minutes of being on the platform waiting for the others, he's already lost his tie, much to Four Eyes' dismay. The class representative tried to lecture him, but Katsuki had stuck his earbuds in and walked away, causing the much taller boy to sputter and do that weird arm movement thing. He's still talking to, mouth moving up and down in words Katsuki can't hear but can imagine just fine. Four Eyes doesn't seem the type to cruise the internet for hero articles. If it's not in an instruction handbook or not pointed out to him by one of his classmates, he probably considers that stuff to be nothing but gossip columns and beneath him. Much to Katsuki's chagrin, the thought pleases him, and he spends too long analyzing what level of patheticness that falls under. All the other losers haven't shown up yet, even though the form's all said to be here half an hour early. After Four Eyes has settled down, he turns to one of his books, turning the pages in a stern fashion. Can someone turn pages in a stern fashion? Ida does. There's an oddly companionable piece between them, though, as Katsuki pulls out his own book on English to go over verbal tenses again. He spots Four Eyes glancing at him approvingly, though he tries to keep it subtle. The taller speed demon turns his head almost fully towards Katsuki and tilts his head in such a way that he knows he's trying to spot what Katsuki is reading. Just because he can, 'cause he's a spiteful beach, Katsuki draws a PP in the margin of the textbook Ida can see. He watches in satisfaction as Four Eyes' face goes red and he looks like he's going to open his mouth to lecture Katsuki, only to pause as he realizes that means admitting he was spying on the other. Katsuki looks up, raising his eyebrows in a dare. Ida seems to have caught on to the fact that Katsuki had done it on purpose to prove a point. The square jaw closes with a snap, lips pressing into a thin line. Four Eyes nods sharply, showing that he understands the silent reprimand. He looks forward, his attention going back to his own textbook. A tiny, practically non-existent smile twitches at Katsuki's lips as he goes back to his own, erasing the drawing before any of the idiot squad can come and cause a scene about it. Because they will if they miraculously show up on time to see. The bus hasn't arrived either though, so it's not like he can be too annoyed with them when he's the one standing around like an idiot and nowhere to go. Buzz. His phone is definitely going to die before they ever make it to camp though. With a resigned air, he searches for an outlet and plugs it in, turning off his vibrate so that his classmates don't get weirded out or nosy about the constant texts pinging like some demonic possession instead of a phone. Normally he listens to his music on the device, that way he gets recs for new stuff, but with all that's been going on he's been forced to bring out his old iPod, listening to his older limited stuff. The battery dying all the time kind of puts a damper on how he can use his phone. It's not like he had a line of people needing to get a hold of him, or wanting to. His old man prefers face-to-face and only texts in case of extreme circumstances. His mom deserved to be ignored right now. Even if Katsuki had prioritized their phone numbers, it was still impossible to tell when a beep meant one of the squad or one of the numerous harassment messages, so he checked it maybe every 5 hours or so just to see if there was any blue. More often than not to find he'd missed out on an entire conversation between the group that had ended hours ago. Rare was the moment when his check-in coincided with the group actually being in the middle of a group chat. Kirishima and the others had all accepted that Katsuki wasn't a phone person and declared him an old man for his lack of technical savviness. It wasn't true, but he'd let them believe whatever they wanted if that meant they never learned the truth. The first time Deku had overheard the squad saying such things, his head had swiveled around like a horror movie creature to look at Katsuki as if he could find the answers to such blatant lies if he just stared creepily enough. "Morning, Kaken," a hesitant, familiar voice says to his left. Katsuki feels his eye twitch. "Speak of the devil." Deku shuffles from side to side as if he has to pee and Katsuki ignores him, knowing without looking up that the shitty nerd will hover near him until more people show up. He'd never say it out loud, but the feel of his presence is actually nice for once. It feels normal. Deku might just be an obsessed stalker who overanalyzes everything and has a comment for everything Katsuki does, but Deku's mild form of harassment isn't ever intentionally malicious in nature, and that's a nice change of pace from what's been happening lately. His constant attempts at one-upping Katsuki, stealing his moves, and the way he pokes fun at the things Katsuki does, looking down on him, is like clockwork. Most of his other actions are harmless if annoying. They're practically family, as much as he hates to make that comparison, and if anyone tries anything here at the bus station then Deku's morally upright but will be on it like a bloodhound from hell. It's not enough to make him relax while they're standing out in the open like this, but it is enough that he doesn't feel the need to keep looking up every sentence or so like a crazy paranoid poster child. Deku is the third one here. which meant that the icy hot BSRD and Ponytail would be wandering in at some point in the next few minutes. The top 5 students. The extras in the class could at least attempt to surprise him with a little less lackluster effort. If F. Pikachu was last, he utterly gives up on all of them. They trickle in. Katsuki couldn't have predicted things better if he had Nightie's quirk. Ponytail arrived in a goddamn limousine, stepping out like it was the most natural thing in the world and thanking her chauffeur in a sweet, honey-coated voice that made Katsuki roll his eyes so strong it actually hurt. The bus arrived minutes later, the top half of the class gathering just in the nick of time. He took a seat next to Birdbrain, folding his arms and leaning back to close his eyes. None of the dimwits that liked to force themselves upon Katsuki had arrived yet. They'd probably gathered in one spot so that they could bombard the bus just before it took off. None of them had a great attention span, and being trapped on a bus for several hours was more than likely being moaned and bitched about at this very moment at a convenience store where the idiots were buying last-minute junk food. Pikachu arrives with Mina, the two of them brandishing drinks as they pile in and take the seats at the front of the bus. Last in the class rankings. Last to show up. FL. He's going to drag both their miserable asses through an obstacle course until it's so ingrained in their brains that they could do it in their sleep. Teach them what it really means to have a little DSPLN in their lives. To work instead of half-assing everything. Yaoyorozu was a miracle worker to have gotten these two idiots to pass the written portion of the exams. Goddamn. He'd beat into them what it meant to be plus F ultra. Katsuki must have fallen asleep. Though he doesn't know how. His classmates are being loud as F. There's no other explanation for the fact that a few seconds ago there had been skyscrapers and now forest zooms past him. His iPod has died and he tucks it into his bag and looks around, stretching out his limbs and hearing things pop and crack as he moves out of his cramped slump. Ashido notices his movement and tilts her bag of Skittles his way. He takes a few orange ones, ignoring her amused look as he makes sure not to accidentally grab any of the other flavors. He's not much for sweets, but orange flavor Starburst or Skittles are his favorite. Obviously, it's a waste to buy the bags for himself when he doesn't like the other flavors, so he rarely ever gets them. The bus hits a rock and Ashido is thrown forward a bit, a few Skittles flying out and smacking Icy Hot in the face, who for some reason is sitting in the aisle. That cheers him up immensely even as Horns starts to apologize. "Weren't you up front before?" Katsuki asks. Ashido's attention is brought back to him and she grins, giving him a peace sign. Hagakure wanted to sit with Koda so she could ask him what to do about her sick cat, so I volunteered to sit next to this handsome man. She stuck her thumb in Shoji's direction, tentacles jerked in startlement, a tinge of red showing right above his mask. A mouth formed and moved towards them, large teeth opening up. "Thanks." Ashido beamed. "Okay, why is the Icy Hot BSRD in the aisle?" Katsuki asked. "Looking like AF moron," he added, because it was clear the guy could hear him. He could practically see the heterochromatic eye twitch. "You really don't pay any attention to anything, do you?" Ashido asked, looking bemused. Why did that sound so? Sato had accused him of the same thing at the sports festival when he couldn't recall his classmates' names. Todoroki moved over for Aoyama. But he glanced behind him to see the full row of empty back seats. "Why, sometimes the company is worth the inconvenience," Ashido answered, winking at him. Because that made sense. The bus came to a stop. Katsuki looked outside, spotting an appealing view overlooking a cliff. His classmates jumbled about to get off the bus as fast as possible. He followed more calmly, staying near the bus. A slight shove on the shoulder had him curling his lips and turning around only to see Aizawa there, tilting his head towards the other students where a group of odd-looking heroes stood in coordinating costumes. Katsuki sighed heavily but walked forward. He should have known. Aizawa was a traitorous manipulative PP-sucking BSRD. Piece of HD shoving him towards all the other dumbasses like a herd of sheep just so he could be in better range to be thrown off a goddamn cliff. He should know by now not to trust adults. Hell, every part of his body aches. What kind of training in that? How to be a shitty adult? How to destroy what little trust they have in their miserable teachers' half-assed orders? How do you have the excess energy to be angry? Shiro muttered as he crawled out of the forest beside him. Spite, Katsuki muttered. I think all my toenails are broken, Ashido hissed as she stumbled over a rock. I think that last monster had its own zip code, Kirishima complained. Shower. Fooded. Sleep, Kaminari mumbled. No more talk. Katsuki could get behind that. Buzz. Katsuki glanced at the screen as it popped up, fully intending to ignore it like he had all the others these last few weeks, freezing as he caught a glimpse of what was being sent to him. He tried to be subtle, looking around to make sure no one was paying attention to him before pressing on the most recent message sent. It was an image of him waiting for the bus today. His school uniform with no tie, as usual, his backpack slung over his shoulder. The back of Ida's head could be seen, looking towards the road. It was just the two of them though, before Deku arrived. See you soon. What the actual F? Katsuki breathed deeply through his nose as he felt a shiver go down his spine. What crazy lunatic had sent him this? Katsuki stared down at the image in trepidation. They couldn't be serious. Unless it was one of the four heroes. A camp? Or was it just something to unnerve him, put him on guard? It wasn't as if this was the first picture of himself he'd ever received. The one of him on his way to school came to mind, the words that had left him unnerved and paranoid for weeks, "We see you." Was this the same person? There was no freaking way they would come all the way out here though. No way. Besides, there were 6 pro heroes here. There were 40 heroes in training. One obsessive, pissed-off person wasn't going to get anywhere near here. They'd never done anything before now, so why would they wait until Katsuki was literally surrounded by heroes? Why not target him when he was alone? Target? What was he thinking? Overdramatizing like always. It was just a text. Sure, from one of his creepy, take pictures of him from a distance, stalkers, but these were just people upset over the sports festival. Letters and phone messages was the worst. He thinks of Haji and the ice cream thrown at him. Wait, not the worst, but no one had hit him. No one had attacked him. Unpleasant, sure, but threats and nasty insults was all it really amounted to. Should he tell someone? A pit opens up in his CC at the thought. They'd want to know everything. About the other pictures sent. The drawings. The phone calls. The texts. The letters. The harassment on the streets. Katsuki seizes up at the thought. It feels like he's having his air taken from him. He clutches at his ichino. Nothing came of the other photo of him. Who knows? Katsuki has refused to look at most of his incoming messages. Maybe there were more. The thought, far from making him feel better, just makes him feel worse. He realizes with a sinking feeling that there probably are. His phone remains silent, almost as if it's taunting him. Should he look? If this BSTRD had seen him at other places, it's not like this is the first time he's thought of the possibility. He'd spent the first week after the first photo losing his FSHT every time someone even looked at him wrong on his way home. Triple checking the doors and windows were locked, even moving the kitchen's wine cabinet over so that it stood in front of the sliding glass door. Much to his mom's irritation. He lost a lot of sleep over it, which is why he'd been avoiding looking at his phone messages. Because the sleep deprivation had been horrible. But it's not like he's going to be able to sleep after seeing this. Katsuki stands up, moving away from everyone else rolling out their sleeping bags and trudges towards the bathroom. His breath isn't coming out right. It's stuttering in his easy like there's something wet in his throat. He swallows but it does nothing. He closes one of the stall doors too strong and sits on the tank lid. He clicks on the messages and begins scrolling through them carefully. Does Best Jeanist know he took in an up-and-coming villain? Who are you trying to fool? Everyone knows what a vile child you are. Late getting home. Did you F up again and get detention? The teachers know what a screw-up you are. Katsuki pauses and looks at the date on that one. His eyes linger blankly there, frowning as he tries to recall if he'd been home late from school. He often stayed and worked in the gym after class on days when there was no hero training, sometimes even then. He notes it but goes on. I bet you don't have any friends. A nasty piece of work like you. You've got some nerve pretending you're hero material. I bet you have the biggest. Katsuki looked away, feeling sick as he moved further down. Some people had sent him large paragraphs of lectures, links, threats, insults. Some were short or even single words. Shame on you. Bully. Go shoot yourself. Villain. He wasn't finding any more pictures of himself though. Most of the stuff here were generic insults and vague descriptions of what could be found on Google. Even the threats were more "you'll pay one day for having such a shitty attitude" rather than "we're outside your house waiting for you to come out" type. You're very lonely, aren't you? Katsuki stopped, looking at the date set for yesterday. Yet another unlisted number. But this one had F. It had 42 messages down the line, all within a few hours time span. He clicked on the number, feeling a bit numb as he saw the messages. He flicks the screen downwards, going up to the first one. Saw you leaving your home. You didn't look well, sweetie. He doesn't quite believe it at first. As he scrolls down the messages though, they list details. Little things he'd done on his way to school. On his way back. The jog he'd taken in the early evening. The color of his favorite water container he'd taken to carrying with him since the Haji incident, maroon with black skulls along the bottom. His brand new white shoes. I'm your friend, Katsuki. You can call me Big Sis Magna. Enjoy your training trip. Katsuki vomited into the toilet in front of him. He should call his parents. He should warn them. He should tell them to leave the house. She was only interested in him, right? Katsuki takes deep gulps of air. There still feels like there's too little of it, like his lungs aren't quite expanding. He leans against the stall as he tries to make the world not tilt so badly. So some psycho lady is following him around and thinks she's his friend. Katsuki clutches at his iced tea, his fingers digging into soft cloth. Cotton. It's cotton. The phone in his left hand is hot from overuse, but smooth. There's a crack in the corner. The stall he's leaning against feels gross in the way only having too many people in the middle of a forest can. Like it's never had a good scrub and it's the only bathroom in a million miles. There's a smell, not bad, of the hot spring the window up top opens up to. Too much water in the air. A chemical, not chlorine, but bleachy smelling. His breathing evens out. Katsuki blinks strong and darkens the screen so the words on his phone aren't glaring up at him. Ground technique. He doesn't quite remember where he read it, but it had helped in smaller moments of panic since the sludge incident. It had never been this bad though. He needs to tell someone. He's going to tell someone. He is. He's safe here. At this training facility in the middle of nowhere surrounded by villains. Clearly this stalker doesn't give a rat's but about his parents and knows he's at the training grounds. They're clearly waiting until he gets back for whatever the F that little comment meant. If it's even the same person. No. Don't panic. Deep breaths. The room is warm. A little too warm. Cause of the hot springs. There's tile beneath his bare feet. Bare because he was getting ready to sleep. Katsuki laughs a little hysterically. He's wired now. Adrenaline like he's on the stage of the sports arena again. He's not gonna sleep AF wink tonight. With shaking fingers, he calls his dad. Well, hello there, already missing your old man? Masaru says questioningly. He knows Katsuki's not the type. He knows something's wrong. Give me just 1 minute. He hears him tell someone else. Sorry, about to get on the plane. His dad sounds genuinely apologetic. You going out of town? Katsuki croaks. Yes. Katsuki, what's wrong? This isn't like you. Do you need me to come get you? I can. I absolutely can. No. Katsuki says hurriedly. Oh, that's good. When are you getting back? A few days after you, I think. We left a note and some cash on the kitchen counter for you when you get back. Kat, what's wrong? He's about to say nothing, but he knows that's not right. At this point, it could put them in danger. He can no longer keep quiet. There's something I need to talk to you about when you get back. It's important. Yes, just one more moment, I'm sorry, but this can't wait. I understand, Dad, Katsuki croaked. It can wait. Get on the plane. There's a pause. I can miss this flight, Katsuki. You're more important to me than a business trip. Do you need me to come get you? No, it's not about what's happening at camp. When you get back, I need to tell you something. All right, his dad says uncertainly. All right. If you change your mind, you tell me, and I'll hop on a flight back. I love you. Love you, Katsuki whispers back, before hitting end, or his dad really will leave the airport. Even the tiles are lukewarm. They're a sea green. Bland. Boring. Katsuki breathes. All right. His parents aren't at the house. Katsuki's not at the house. The world isn't coming to an end. No one is in immediate danger. He needs to stop freaking the F out before someone comes in here and makes a big deal out of this. He's fine. He's safe. The person, this woman, can't get him. No one can get him here. His breathing finally evens out. The shaking stops. He feels oddly cold even though everything around him is too warm. His hands are clammy. What would happen if Katsuki told Aizawa right now he had a stalker that was turning from vague harassment to actually threatening? He'd probably say they'd deal with it when they got back to the school. Call in a police officer to talk to Katsuki. Aizawa would probably make a call to his parents tonight. Both of them would insist on coming back even though plane tickets are expensive and Katsuki won't even be home. To a house where Katsuki wouldn't be there to do anything if this stalker tried something. So, best option is to wait to the end of the trip then. That way Aizawa wouldn't be obligated to call them until they'd finished up their business stuff. Can't report what he doesn't know. This way police would be involved before anyone actually got home, but Katsuki would make it back before his parents, ensuring no one could hurt them without Katsuki there to stop them. That sounded legit. Despite his own assurances, Katsuki spends the whole night curled up and staring at the ceiling until light begins to filter through the high windows. Until his eyes burn and his muscles clench in pain from being so stiff for hours. Until his body feels more like lead than flesh and bone, his head full of cotton. He doesn't move until the others start moving. When light is beginning to pour through the high windows, they stretch and beach and and pop joints as they gather themselves into some version of wakefulness that Katsuki knows he won't be experiencing today. There's a tiny voice that says he should tell Aizawa that it's okay to be a little weak. The words, "I'm scared," sitting like an infection in the back of his throat, and "I don't know what to do about it." He doesn't like waiting around. He's always felt the need to fix a problem when he sees it, but with this, the solution seems like it will cause a domino effect of awful SHT to happen. Katsuki has been dealing with this by himself and it sucked, but no one else has been affected. As long as no one else was affected, he could pretend it wasn't a problem. Blasting it open like this though makes it feel like he's been complacent. Like he didn't try strong enough before it got so bad. Like it's his fault his parents might be in danger when they come back from their trip. Alright. Look alive, we're going to be training your quirks until you drop. Aizawa roars. Holy FSHT ball. He's screwed. His phone sits innocently on top of his bag, like it doesn't know what it did to him. Katsuki aggressively stuffs it inside his backpack so he doesn't have to look at it as he gets ready. It's utter hell. Normally he enjoys the burn of his muscles and the exertion of training, but this is utter CR. A drain you have to clean after flaming SHT has been stuffed into it with a plunger. Reeking and burning and gross. There have been black dots clawing at the edge of his consciousness for the better part of the day and a woozy feeling in his limbs and head threatening to faceplant him. He barely eats because he's too tired, falling asleep with his arms folded on the dinner table. You with us, man? Ciro's voice floats into his head, fingers digging into his shoulder and shaking him roughly. The voice sounds amused, but when he looks, his long-limbed friend looks concerned. Finding, the word comes out slurred, feels like it's spoken around syrup. The frown deepens. Maybe you should head to bed instead of doing the courage challenge, Ciro suggests quietly. Not effin' weak. Can handle it, Katsuki slurs more. Sitting up to prove a point and clenching the table strong to keep himself upright. He sends a glare the taller boy's way. Ciro holds up his hands in surrender, but his normally too big horse smile is turned downwards. But not weak. Got it. DMNST straight? Katsuki chugs a bottle of water from his maroon water bottle with the skulls. The sight of the water bottle causes his heart to skip a beat and without thinking he drops it. It hits the floor and rolls towards his white shoes. The ones he'd bought and the ones the chick had described to AT. Right down to the brand. He'd been avoiding thinking about it all day, But now the photos and the words slam into him like a hellhound rising from the bowels of the earth to clinch its jaw around his throat. He should have brought different shoes. Ugu. Kinda scary me here, buddy. Katsuki jerks away from the touch on his arm, looking up to find Shiro too close. Yeah, Shiro drawls out. I really think you should take a nap, at least. He grabs the bottle and marches away. He knows Shiro says something, but he can't hear it. He lines up with the others, standing sluggishly. Aizawa comes and wraps his whole squad of failures up to take for extra lessons, which leaves him alone with the rest of the class. Suddenly he regrets not taking Shiro up on the idea. He doesn't really want to do this alone with the more uptight assholes in the class. And Deku. Maybe he'll get lucky though and be paired with Tokoyami or Koda or Shoji. Yeah. This could be okay. This would be. Or he could be paired off with the F candy cane. Great. F fantastic. Maybe it wasn't too late. Who cared about a test of courage anyways? Not him. Could. The bell went off. Someone pushed him towards the forest. Katsuki scowled as he looked around at the innocent-looking faces of his classmates. His eyes narrow on round face specifically who's smiling a little too wide beside a nervous-looking Deku and a calm as Evertsu. Whatever. It's fine. It's all fine. He's fine. He's F-dandy. He is not F-dandy. We have discovered one of the villain's targets. It is one of the students, Kaken. It's like the sludge villain has him in his hold again. Only this time it's like Katsuki purposefully opened the bottle and dumped him out. It's like he held out his arms to embrace the effer. This time bad things aren't happening because he's in the wrong place at the wrong time. It's not because he idly kicked a stray bottle. This is his fault. Katsuki caused this. It's his fault. The forest is burning with a blue flame and gas is pouring in from all sides. Students are hurt. Maybe dead. Fish. Death to his friends. We see you. Enjoy your training trip. See you soon. Much of what happens next feels like it's happening to someone else. He knows he loses it a little bit. Knows that invasion in his head is too much, knows he yells at them for it. Stop making so much noise in my head. He knows after that moment there is nothing but dodging and fighting. It's oddly strong to concentrate. His breathing feels constricted. There's a Class 1B kid on Todoroki's back. Deku is AF mess, which, why is he F surprised? Yururika and Shoji are covered in BLD. Tokoyami has lost all control of his quirk. And it's all his fault. That thought keeps ramming itself down his throat, choking him, and it takes everything in his power not to scream and scream and scream and never stop screaming. Because he's F up in a way that cannot be undone. And all the evidence of that is sitting on his phone back at camp and underneath his bed in deceptive-looking paper folds. If anyone dies tonight, that's on him. That's on. Something wraps around him. He can't move. He can't scream. He's in the forest one moment and somewhere else the next. There's nothing but crystal around him. Under his feet. Above his head. At his fingertips and feet. He can hear battle roaring in his ears for a few long minutes, the sound of an obnoxious taunting voice, and then Deku is in front of him, facing him, where before Katsuki had been looking at the back of Todoroki's stupid candy cane head. Large green eyes so wide and so hurt set in a face that looks even more F up than it had not even a few moments ago. There's a large hand around Katsuki's throat pulling him backwards and he feels paralyzed still. Stiff. Like his body is made of stone. Had he been turned to stone? Did he get hit with some kind of Medusa quirk? And as absolutely trashed as Deku's body is, he can see the shitty nerd still moving, forcing his body to stand and work past its obvious limits. He can hear the blasted idiot screaming his name, heading directly toward him, trying to reach him even as he's being sucked into this black, gaping portal. Don't come, Deku, he warns. It's the last words he's able to croak out before darkness takes him. Chapter 5. Sitting duck. When Katsuki was 8, there was a duck with one leg and a broken wing that lived in the pond near his house. He and Deku had a silent agreement to always leave bread by a small rock on the other side where it slept because it couldn't walk around like the other ducks could. The duck couldn't get to the place where people tended to give breadcrumbs, so it would honk unhappily on the other side of the large rock dam built to stop the park from flooding. It wasn't a big deal. Just a little thing they did. Katsuki would sit in the tree branch several feet above the ground while Deku sat on the rock, and together they'd watch the poor thing climb out of the water and sort of do a hopping, rolling motion to the bread. He'd nibble on it and honk at them and nibble at it some more. One day, though, the bird wasn't there. Even at 8, they'd sort of known why. Deku cried. Like he always did whenever something sad happened. Katsuki yelled at him. Fin. Like always. Standing angrily by his tree with folded arms. Because while there was not a body, there was an awful lot of feathers around the spot the bird slept. Too many to be natural in any way. Maybe some of their classmates might not have understood, but Katsuki did and Deku did. The shitty nerd might be a little naive, but that didn't make him dumb. Deku was sharp and observant. He picked up on stuff as quick as Katsuki did. The difference between them was that Katsuki had natural instincts. He had reflexes while Deku tended to go too far with his analysis. He spent too much time thinking about stuff and not enough reacting and doing. So they both knew the duck was dead. Deku stayed and cried, and Katsuki went off to cool down, leaping into the forest near their homes and climbing into places he shouldn't have been climbing. So it was that Deku sat and thought about the poor duck that probably got eaten and imagined what might have happened, and Katsuki stumbled upon what actually happened to the poor duck that definitely got eaten. Breathing strong and heavy, he'd blasted his way up a bit of a rocky trail, feet sliding along sheer stone and going a little too close to the cliffside before he saw it. He wasn't sure what kind of bird it was. Large silver and black wings and half the size of Katsuki himself. A cliff about 30 feet above, with twigs and tsuchi, building what looked like the largest nest Katsuki had ever seen. With white familiar feathers poking out of the nest all over the place. A few white feathers speckled in BLD sat at the bottom of the cliff where Katsuki stood. The falcon or eagle or whatever it was had a bone in its mouth. He never told Deku about it. As he jerked violently back into the world, feeling his wrists bound by metal and his body held in place by elter straps, howling in anger as he wrenched and bucked against his chair like prison, Katsuki was forced to acknowledge one thing. He was the duck. When he finally tired himself out with thrashing, wrists raw and red, he rubbed by elter to the point of a rash, let's number from the inability to move, he finally looked around the room. It was bleak with no windows. Bricks and pipes lining the walls with a wooden bar and bottles sticking out of the wall. The bottles didn't have any dust on them. Perhaps a bit lingering in the corners here or there, but the bar and supplies were relatively spotless. Which meant they were used often. The bar wasn't just for looks then. This also meant that if there was supply being used, so there had to be demand. Customers. Which meant they were probably not in the middle of nowhere. No tables or chairs though outside of the bar stools. Recently cleared out, possibly. There were no marks on the floor though and little room for them. Nothing to indicate that there had been tables here. So a shady bar with 6 stools and no tables or chairs. Which meant that the customers weren't there to see each other. They were there to see the bartender. So the bartender was the deal maker then. Probably not the boss man, but likely a middleman. Katsuki leaned back in the chair only to GG. Flinching away from the elder at his back as the smell of iron hit his nose. Billy. The chair felt clean though, looked clean, which meant that whoever had been tied to this thing before him had been there a while. Or the body had, at any rate. Second-hand torture device. He shuddered as he tried not to let the panic at that thought consume him. Everything felt heavy, which means he was either drugged or it hadn't been that long since they'd tied him here and he was still suffering from sleep deprivation from yesterday. Not like there was a clock anywhere. With no windows, there was no way to tell the time either. His eyes slide over to the 2 doors. One bolted and locked and the other a bright purple curtain going into what looked like a storage room for bar supplies. Katsuki brings his legs up, the only free limbs he has at the moment, and sits awkward Indian style with his legs against the side of the chair, more to just get them in a different position. He's drowsy, bone-tired, but between the adrenaline still pumping through him screaming danger, danger, danger and the discomfort of the chair he's been forcefully pinned into, there's no way he's actually going to sleep at all. Every creak makes him startle like a crack of thunder going off in his ear. Every floorboard groaning above him sounds like a gunshot going off. He strains his less than stellar hearing, but only the restless old building's bones make noise as it slowly grinds against itself. No rustling of people. No whispers. No movement. They can't have left him alone here. But for all intents and purposes, it sure as hell feels like it. Even the old television set, looking like it popped out of the last century's anus, is off and silent. As the minutes tick by, a new problem arose. He has to PSS. God FDMN it? The altar under his arms chafes terribly, the skin there rubbed raw, coming off in parts like a rug burn. He knows it's because this chair was not designed for a kid. It still holds him down tightly, doing its job, but it's clear it was designed for a full-grown adult. The metal piece that clips over his ST is far too high, and Katsuki thinks that it's probably supposed to sit over his stomach. The straps over his thighs are pulled as tight as they can go, but Katsuki still has the ability to move them a bit. He wonders who it was who put him in this thing and if they'd noticed the same problem. If any of these F-heirs were bothered that they'd kidnapped a kid. Course, as he thinks of that, he knows that no one has ever thought of Katsuki as that. No one has referred to him as a kid in a long time. Not in the letters. Not in the texts. Not by heroes or his teachers. Not by anyone at the sports festival. Not during the sludge incident. Not by his mom. The person who put him in this chair probably hadn't noticed at all. There are 23 rows of bricks horizontal and 13 vertical. What was the white cement stuff they used in bricking? Whatever. Doesn't matter. It spreads upwards to a cherry wood roof that looks like it would be easy to blast through if he could just get his hands free. It doesn't match the flooring, and that bothers the F out of him. Not that it's too noticeable. The floor looks oak. Sturdy. It's not working. Every distraction technique he knows isn't pulling his attention away from the fact that his lower half feels like it's burning and the dread of the thought that he's probably going to PSS himself soon. Unless you F-heirs want to clean up sewage like the rat-faced mothafs you are, I'd get your asses in here, you two-bit bastards. He screamed. There's no sound of footsteps though. It's been hours. Harass him. Kidnap him. What for? Just to abandon him in this chair in a seedy bar. Maybe they went out to grab SHT and got their asses caught, and the police are interrogating them about Katsuki's location, and they'll show up just when he pisses on the floor. Pleasant. And also just the sort of SHT luck Katsuki's found he can count on. A little humiliation. A lot of trauma. A touch of indignation. Deku coming out as the hero even though all he ever accomplishes is breaking his bones or endangering his life. He hopes everyone else made it out okay. Katsuki's head tilts to the side as he tries to blink away the exhaustion he feels. Round and round his thoughts go, always spinning like a car crash into that thought. His fault. If he just told Aizawa? Shoji's missing hand. Tokoyami losing control. The unconscious 1B student. The BLD dripping from Tsu and Uraraka. See you soon. Hot tears touch the corner of his eyes and he can't reach up to wipe them away. He tilts his head back and blinks strong to force them to slide down his face, wiping his cheeks against his shoulder as best he could. It's not like anyone is here to see him, but he can't stand the idea of crying in this place. All alone like some FB-list nobody waiting to die. A crash sounds below. Katsuki jerks, cursing as he almost pisses himself from the sudden onslaught of yelling that startles him awake. The sound of what must be AF elephant slamming into every possible surface rocks the hallway outside, and Katsuki swallows strong as he tries to keep the panic at bay. Trapped between adrenaline and that space where you're so exhausted you're woozy. The door slams open with a bang. Hello there, explosion kid. Who the hell are you? Black jumpsuit. The crazy one who moves from one type of voice to another. He swings into the room like a bat out of hell and stands with hands on his hips, white slotted eyes staring down at him. Little boy, let me in. I've come to take you away. Listen here, you walking personality disorder. I need to PSS, Katsuki growls, putting as much venom into his voice as possible. Rude. He's got you pegged. The man pulls out a black cloth. It's why I came. Got to make sure you're taken care of. I voted we cut off your head. A BLNDFLD. The hands that wrap the black cloth around him is extraordinarily gentle 1 second before turning rough, pulling at his hair to force him into the position needed to tie it off, before letting go of him as if burned, petting his head as if it apology. FL. His captor was Smeagol. He was so screwed. He didn't even have a ring to distract the BSTRD with. Don't try again or I'll have to break your arm. No way. Just a little love tap. We like the kid. Right? A real firecracker. I don't like him at all. Don't put words in my mouth. The world went dark. Hands unlatched the Elticher straps. Not the cork restraint though. The metal clamps remain firmly in place as he's manhandled out of the chair and shoved through the metal door. The sudden BLD rushing into his legs causes him to stumble. He hits the door frame. A moment later those same gloved hands steady him, holding him by his neck to steer him in the right direction, but in a much softer manner than before. Gollum and Smeagol, Katsuki's shoved through another door at the end of the hall. 10 paces from the other room. Wood flooring that creaked. Had there been a breeze? Or did he just imagine that? There's a hole in the floor. Best of luck. That's gonna SCK for you, but we can't afford to bring you to the nice bathroom. A door shut. A lock clicked into place. Katsuki cursed as he felt around the tiny rough walls with his elbows. 3 feet by maybe 2. His feet snagged on a hole. He was in some sort of shower if he had to guess. His hands still very much trapped in metal. Fully clothed. The extent of his dilemma hit him like a sledgehammer. I'll kill you. Katsuki snarled at the closed door. Muffled snickering was his reply. Even blindfolded, cork restrained, hands locked in heavy metal. Katsuki tried to fight back after he'd figured his SHT out. It had gone about as well as expected, but he'd at least pulled a pissed off, an indignant howl of pain from the BSRD. He'd definitely connected his metal cuffs with something. As it turned out, both Smeagol and Gollum had the ability to be rough assholes when hurt. He'd found himself thrown in the chair with the restraints even tighter than before. Elticher straps even keeping his thighs pinned down this time. That's what you get for trying to be nice. I'm sorry. You should be. He doesn't think any of that had been talking to Katsuki. The chair is kicked lightly on the man's way out. The black spots in the corner of his eyes is even more prevalent and he closes them for just a moment, head tilting towards his shoulder. Just for a, oh sweetie, you are an absolute mess. Katsuki jolted awake, throwing himself against the back of the chair as he felt someone hovering right in front of him. His wrists twinge in pain as he inadvertently yanked them against the cuffs, holding him in place. The chair wobbled, threatening to fall sideways with his movements, and if there was one position that would be worse than the one he was currently in, it would be having his face pressed against the floor of a bar. He threw his way the other way, feeling the legs land harshly against the floor, but stabilize. There was a chuckle. The voice too deep for a female, yet distinctly feminine. They'd called him sweetie. Saw you leaving your home. You didn't look well, sweetie. The person in front of him was broad-showered, wearing clothes that wouldn't be out of place in a rundown gas station, but that didn't fit with the feminine way they held themselves and the lilt of their lips. Such a stubborn little thing. Twice says you might have split his ball, you hit so strong, they said with a chuckle. The hands swayed in a graceful way, the lilt of their voice, it was familiar. You're very lonely, aren't you? I'm your friend, Katsuki. You can call me Big Sis Magna. Katsuki clenched his eyes shut and took a deep breath, trying his damnedest to wake up while his heart stopped freaking the F out over that scare. Magna, he guessed, watching as her large lips pulled back in a smile. Clever boy. Not clever enough to not get caught. Or smart enough to say anything when it mattered. Before it was too late. All alone here, no one to watch out for you, Magna said, her voice sounding sad. But then, that's no different than usual for you, is it? Eat SHT and die, Katsuki snapped. She tooted. She hums, straightening and going over to the bar where there's a vanilla folder sitting innocently on the dark wood. She waves her hand and much to Katsuki's alarm, he starts to glow blue. With one great heave, he and the chair launch across the room to slam into the side of the bar with a giant crack that echoes. Magna casually pulls out bar stools and sets them up in front of Katsuki to make something like a table. I'm to give you food and water, but I thought we'd talk first. Spare me your rhetoric. You've already done SHT ton of talking, haven't you? Katsuki snarled, thinking of the ridiculous amount of texts he'd been getting from her number. Now it's my turn. I don't give a F about any of your bullshit, and there's not a DMN thing that any of you can do to make that less of a fact. So do me a favor and F off. My rhetoric, Magna said slowly. Honey, the only thing I've done is tell you what I've observed. I haven't told you what I believe. A vanilla folder was flipped open that he hadn't seen yet. As if she were presenting him with his own death certificate, Magna laid down the first picture. He was unsurprised to see himself in the photo. He'd known since that first shot of him, Deku standing just outside of the shot. He'd hoped that it was a one-off thing. Some PP who'd happened to catch sight of him. Clicked a quick shot. We see you. But this photo proves beyond a doubt that no picture happened because of coincidence. It was of a deserted street. Katsuki sitting on a familiar curb. One leg is drawn up to the CC, his arms slung around it like he was hugging the knee, the other leg stretched out over the curb and into the street. The angle was higher than street level. Maybe the roof of a house or from a high fence. Either way, Katsuki hadn't seen anyone the day he'd been kicked out of Haji's shop. The look on his face on that curb, no wonder Deku had stopped and asked him if he was alright. Katsuki hadn't even been aware he could make that face. You look like someone hurt you pretty bad, Magna noted. You don't know SHT. Maybe not the details, Magna said slowly. But I've had my fair share of relationships in my life to know what the end of one looks like. Hardly, Katsuki snapped. You sure, honey, 'cause not all relationships are romantic or even platonic or human. I loved working on my motorcycles. Building them from scratch. Using my magnetism to help keep both genders attached to their seats while giving driving lessons. I put my heart into those things, and then one day, Magna mimicked an explosion with her hand. Poof. There was a new manager at the shop who didn't like my kind, and suddenly all those bikes I'd built from scratch, that I'd been using to teach others, were repossessed by the shop as their property despite how I'd used scraps to make them. Soon after that, the government found out I'd been using my quirk on the sly without a business license. My landowner found out I'd lost my job and kicked me out without much time to grab my stuff. Maybe I didn't have a dramatic life, but it was mine. I lost the thing I loved most. The relationship with my clients, with my quiet corner of the shop, with my coworkers. Because of who I am and what I can do, and I had no one to turn to for help. Boo-hoo, you had a rough patch, so now you kill people for a living. Sound reasoning there, Katsuki snarled. I didn't ask for your tragic backstory, Beach. Didn't you hear me when I said I didn't want to hear bullshit? Quick as a viper, a hand was around his throat, just under his chin. The sunglasses have slid down enough for Katsuki to look into her eyes. Darling, I don't kill people because I'm angry at the world or as some form of revenge. I kill them because I like the look on their faces just before I rip their throat out. A large finger pressed strong into his throat, making it strong to breathe. I kill for my own happiness. When I'm working for the joy of others, I just rob them and leave a trail of mangled but living bodies behind to tell the tale. The thumb pressed a little harder into his throat. And if you don't want to hear bullshit so much, then you should probably speak less. Another photo was laid out on the stool. The alleyway he'd cried in. The shoes he was wearing right now clutched to his tee, because what I see here is a broken kid who no one thinks deserves to be a hero. Someone who society has deemed unworthy and too aggressive to make the world a better place. Another photo was laid down. It's him standing in front of Best Jeanist. Katsuki has upset yet another one of Best Jeanist fans. The guy looks upset, and Katsuki vaguely remembers the man had wanted to show Jeanist a jacket design. He'd taken one look though and known the proportions were wrong. The materials listed were not structurally compatible with the type of pattern he was trying to present. Katsuki had told him bluntly that he needed to research basic sewing before he tried fancy SHT. Another failure. I see someone who's powerful and passionate and fearless. It's a shot of him at the sports festival, but for once it's not the F-chains. Katsuki is facing down the son of Endeavor, Todoroki, a wall of ice heading straight for him. Unlike the other pictures, he looks calm, ready. His hands are out, but no explosions yet. He's holding on to his fire until the last moment when the ice is on him. Magna flips the picture. And there's the chains. Who no one seems to understand, no matter how much he tries to speak clearly. The picture is left in front of him where he can't move it at all. The metal muzzle looking up at him and the eyes of anger like 2 points of betrayal. So out of the two of us, who's bullshitting who? She lets go of his throat, allowing him to breathe freely. Magna stands up, giving him a long look before she goes to the large metal door and opens it. Without saying anything else, she leaves him there, with the pictures spread out in front of him, and the silence of his own thoughts as company. There's too much time by himself. He has no doubt that's planned. The attack happened because of you, his mind whispers like poison. If you check the texts earlier, spoken to Aizawa, it's intermingled with too much noise. Too many people and too many opinions that stab him in a way they never have before, that he's forcefully blocked out for his own sanity and control. This tournament isn't about you. This is a school-wide event that is hosted internationally. We are expected to present the winners up there whether you like it or not. This is not the time to throw a temper tantrum. Maybe Katsuki had been wrong. Maybe it was his fault. If he'd just gone along with it. If he hadn't fought so strong, been so stubborn. The food thrown at him at the sports festival. The cold soup served to him and the oversalted food on Island. The stares and whispers. The ice cream someone had hit him with when he went shopping for shoes. A flaming pile of garbage personality, Sparks had said. Selfish, Sato had called him. Mean, Deku liked to say a lot. Reckless, Ponytail had called him. Irresponsible, Ida had said. Deku's whole nerd group had an opinion on Katsuki that he'd never cared for outside of Ponytail, her and her accurate analysis bullshit. All these things that had just gone hand in hand with all the letters he was getting. All the SHT people were saying about him and to him on the streets and online. Katsuki had taken all of it and shoved it into little compartments. He was going to be a hero. All Might stood at the top with no one surrounding him. He was bright and smiled, but he was still alone up there. There was no one that stood by his side, and Katsuki had realized early on that to be the best meant to stand on his own. To depend on no one but his own strength and his own power. I said I'm not taking your money and your kind aren't welcome here. Get out of my store, Haji's rough voice cuts into his thoughts. He'd grown up going to that store, and while he can lie to Magna and claim he hadn't been affected, it was far from the truth of the matter. He'd been shaken by that. Haji had been a rare kind voice he'd missed when he'd wandered in. His little convenience store having a lot of really good memories tied to it. The reminder of those pictures brings back into sharp detail all the little things he'd been dealing with these last few months. To be honest, I'm not a fan of yours. Katsuki can hear Gina's voice in his ear. Perhaps you should practice smiling in a mirror. Try for something a little less aggressive. The mentor who'd only seen him as something to fix. He's a student, the photographer for the magazine had said. Hardly a case to warrant PTSD. It seems the violent nature reports on this kid have been warranted. Reports. Multiple scenarios of Katsuki's nature. Are you really trying to be a hero? Riju demanded. Best genist primary sidekick. The one who'd called Katsuki hopeless. Sidekicks. People he's known since childhood. Strangers. Classmates. Professional psychologists. Reporters. His own teachers. Villains. There was no one on his side. There was not a soul out there who believed in him. No one who thought Katsuki was hero material. Was he? He'd never questioned it. Even when the whole F-world seemed intent on making him think otherwise. Katsuki was going to be a hero. He would get that top spot. He'd beat back the villains. Fight to maintain law and order. Stand on his own, fight by himself with no one by his side, no matter the odds. Just like All Might. Except Katsuki had led the villains right to the camp. That was his fault. They told him they were coming and Katsuki had thought nothing of it. He'd known for 24 hours before the attack that someone might try to get to him. Yet he hadn't said a blasted thing to anyone. He'd kept silent. People had gotten hurt. Maybe worse. All Katsuki had cared about was his own issues. He hadn't thought about how the harassment might affect other people. His parents. His classmates. His teachers. The letters and the phone calls, the texts and the treatment out in public, none of it had ever involved anyone else. He should have anticipated it though. He should have known that this SHT could escalate like that. You can't keep climbing forever, Katsuki, eventually you're going to fall? He has to wonder what his mom will think of this fall. Of the gaping hole he'd dragged other people into. Upset someone finally started calling you out on your SHT. She'd been right about him this whole time. He'd spent so long denying her words, trying to chuck it up to how awful of a person she was being. The constant declarations of what he was doing wrong, how everything that he was nothing good. How long have I told you that you won't be able to get away with being a little but forever? She called after him. Now the whole world is getting to know you, brat. You're going to have to change, or, if there was nothing about him that was good, if you stripped everything away from him, then who would exist under all of that? Was there anything positive about Katsuki? Anything that anyone had ever liked? Don't ruin the trip for everyone else, Katsuki. Try your best not to be yourself. Deku seemed to think Katsuki's only redeeming quality was that he never gave up no matter how strong things get. But maybe he should have given in a long time ago. Maybe it was best for everyone if he became something else. His stomach growls so loud in the empty bar that someone passing by the door chuckles. It's not a familiar voice, so it can't be Magna or Twice or Hands Freak. All the terror and panic from before has faded away in the face of boredom and the pit that is his stomach. Exhaustion is a heavy contributor to his lack of emotional awareness and lack of reaction when the door is kicked open and the scarred F.er marches in, food container in hand. The smell is almost enough to make him sick, but he finds his eyes watching the styrofoam, heat rising from what looks like meat buns. This is the man who'd grabbed him by the back of his neck and pulled him through the portal. The one who'd set the forest on fire with a bunch of unconscious teens in it. You done being stubborn? Scarface asks. You done kidnapping people against their will? Katsuki shoots back. He's tired, not dim-witted. The man snorts, dropping the container down on the bar before using a chopstick to skewer it. The white bun is shoved into his face, hovering there, a faint smell of teriyaki coming from the steamed dough. It's not poisoned, you idiot, just eat. The scar freak made a fatal mistake in shoving the bun harshly against his mouth. Katsuki didn't hesitate for even a moment to open his mouth wide and bite down on one of the few places not burnt to SHT, clamping down on the back of the F.er's hand and using his larger-than-natural canines to dig in as deep as possible. The furious yell and repeated knocks to the head were well worth it to see a chunk of skin coming away and the BLD of his enemy pouring out onto the floor. Katsuki grinned, feeling BLD run down his chin and spitting at the F.er's feet. My mom hits harder than you, Katsuki told him. There was a flash in the man's eyes for a moment. The bitten hand is shoved into a pocket, the irritation rolling off of him in waves. Scarface leaves the bun on the floor, giving him a disgusted look as he stomps out of the room and slams the door behind him. That meat bun really did smell really good. It's still steaming even though. It's covered in dust and dirt, a streak of BLD against its white surface. Like his brand new white F shoes. He's not sure how long it's been, only that he's gotten tired enough to fall asleep again and woke up to hours and hours of isolation. All his muscles feel bunched up from being trapped in the same position, and there's a part of him that worries if he does manage to get out of his position, that his legs will fail him. He desperately wants to pop his back, and there's an ever-present ache in his neck that's going to take forever to work out. Two people come to shove water down his throat just when he thought he might pass out from dehydration. One to hold his head back by his hair and the second to clutch Katsuki's throat until he's forced to gasp. The lid is forced between his lips and he gags, water sliding down his chin and soaking his shirt as they hold him in place. The lizard lets go as soon as half the bottle is gone, setting it aside, while Magna tuts at him in disapproval. As admirable as this is, dear, you're really only hurting yourself. No one here wants to see you damaged in any way, Magna tells him as she wipes his face. Getting far too close for him to be comfortable, but not close enough for him to do damage like he had with Scarface's hand. Stain would not agree with this, Lizard Man muttered under his breath. His eyes never quite landed on Katsuki, his head always turned away like he couldn't bring himself to look at Katsuki. Hush, Spinner, you know very well how this kid was going to end up, Magna says, patting the purple hair in a fond manner. You guys going for a theme? Katsuki doesn't realize he spoke the thought out loud until both of the League of Bastards members are looking right at him. He leans back in the Altature straps, staring them down. Purple, maroon, black, gray. It's like someone picked you all out of an emo catalog for Villains magazine. I'm the brightest F thing in this room and that's just F sad. Spinner choked on his own spit, guffawing as Magna fought a smile. I've seen your skulls, dear. I don't think you'd entirely stand out if we got together for poster signings, Magna said, waving her hand at him. There's a lot to be said out cohesive design across the board, but you'd know all about that, wouldn't you? She grins, her large lips not quite pulling far back enough to show off her teeth, so the vicious grin doesn't come off as sinister as it should. The reminder, though, that she's been stalking him for a while, leaves a different sort of dread pooling inside of him. Why didn't you go after me before? Katsuki finds himself asking, watching her carefully. Ya got a F up statement to make, I get it, but what the F does attacking a bunch of teenagers who aren't legally allowed to fight yet accomplish outside of making yourselves look like child murderers? What's the angle here? The point is proving that we should be allowed to use our quirks outside of business purposes, Magna told him. That quirks are a part of who we are. Spinner cut in, his raised voice echoing in the otherwise empty room. Denying us the simple right to be ourselves and restricting the use of our quirks is inhumane. So you'd rather every F idiot be allowed to do whatever they please? Katsuki snapped. We've seen the results of that. The F collapse of every government on the planet. Wars on every continent. Half the goddamn population got wiped out in the first 50 years quirks existed. And that was only when 15% of the population had them. Japan itself had nearly been wiped off the face of the planet at one point. They hadn't struggled for over 200 years to build themselves back up just to have it destroyed because a few lunatics wanted the free use of their laser beam fingernails. The first few governments decided that SHT was a good idea and disappeared soon after for that F stupidity. Regulations and proof of suitable use is the only F system that works. 75 years ago Australia tried to institute free use within reason, and what the F happened to them? The entire barrier reef was destroyed, eliminated off the face of the goddamn planet within 3 F hours of legalization. It's not like people want to be so restricted, but there's too much stupidity running rampant in people for that kind of system to work. You guys are case in points. History buff, are you? Magna asked. If you don't understand the foundations and structure of the place you're going to dominate, then you'll just end up as another B-list moron who obeys for reasons beyond their understanding, Katsuki snapped. I'm gonna be the #1 hero and I'll bury you F heirs under my heel so you never get up again. Spinner shook his head in disgust. How can someone be so, he gestured with his talon, and yet so? The mystery that is Katsuki Bakugou, I suppose, Magna said. She seemed completely unbothered by his words, as if he amused her more than anything else. It really pissed him off. And one that Tamura wishes to resolve. We'll be back later. Our boss has finally deigned it time to speak with you face to face. Katsuki uses the little bit of water that hasn't dried in his mouth yet to spit at their feet. I won't ask you to behave, but do try to not get yourself killed, Magna said, looking stonier than she has this whole time. Tamura doesn't have a lot of patience and he had a tendency to be trigger-happy, so if you upset him then that might be it for you. She shrugs, grabbing the half-empty water bottle on her way out, thanking Spinner who holds the door open for her. Who says chivalry is dead. You'd think she hadn't just casually warned him he might die in the next few hours. He bucks at the restraints again, but like his dad's sad attempts at opening the mayonnaise jar, they remain firmly locked against him. Unlike his dad though, no one is going to try to loosen it for him. Or the League of Bastards are a bunch of hyped-up F imbeciles who definitely plan on loosening the restraints on him. Dabi stares him down strong, his hands are still in his pockets and he looks like untying Katsuki is the absolute last thing on this planet he wants to do. This guy's going to fight, you know. Dabi says dryly, because yeah, apparently Scar Effer is the only one who's been paying attention these last few days. It's fine. Hand Freak throws his hand back in a casual, devil-may-care gesture. We need to treat him like an equal since we're scouting him. Because that SHT was a thing. It's not as if he hadn't guessed it considering Magna's little F speech, but it's different to hear the concrete offer here, in front of the entire group of dangerous lunatics. The gate F are sitting behind the bar like it's the most natural thing in the world, cleaning a glass while listening to everyone like that had been in the job description. Magna's eyes had been trained on him since these F-airs gathered and started yapping like tiny dogs faced with a fence between them. Bartender. Villain babysitter. Has to be a good listener while multitasking cleaning dishes. Besides, you can tell if you'll win or not if you fight in this situation, right you? A student. Hand Freak asks. Katsuki's reminded of just who surrounds him here. Twice, the golem/Smeagol F, who duplicates SHT Magna, his stalker, and some shitty trick with magnetism and genders. Dobby, Scar Freak, Mr. Let's burn the whole F forest with teenagers in it, Mot half. Compress, the F-er who got him in the forest, Mr. Bad Touch. Spinner, the lizard. F, whose only skills seem to be being obnoxiously loud. Gate Beach with his neck brace weakness. Toga, the BLD-sucking CNT who hadn't been allowed in the bar alone with him, which yeah, F alarms going off there if the known murderer with a throat FTSH was a better choice. And Hand Freak who decays whatever he touches with all 5 fingers. The lunatic who thought taking on All Might in his free time was a lovely way to spend the afternoon and who lost his SHT when he didn't get his way. That's 8 different ways he's F over, but is that going to stop him? Dobby knows the answer. Katsuki desperately wants to know if the bite mark is going to scar. Consequences of no healer because your butt's club. Twice you do it? What me? No way. Still feeling the spit in his ball. No doubt. He fights to keep the vicious, spiteful grin off his face. Do it, Dobby deadpants. The Scar F-er is keeping his distance, back to the wall, watching Katsuki warily. He never came back to the room after that first and last attempt at feeding him. Man, twice mutters in displeasure. I do apologize for using such forceful methods. The compress freak calls out from across the room. But please understand we are not just a mob trying to commit crimes. We didn't kidnap you by accident. He can barely hear the babbling over the sound of chains clinking as Twice actually starts to unlock the quirk suppressant. A part of him thinks it's a joke. They can't be serious. But then Hand Freak stands up, sounding oddly calm, even dare Katsuki think it, cheerful. The quirk restraint released. His wrists came free and Katsuki grasped at them. Pain flares as he moves the joints of his fingers, messaging the rubbed raw wrists and trying to make the numb feeling go away. Twice is working on the Eltich are strapping his thighs down, fingers rough as they tug and pull. He bends his knees to get the BLD flowing again. Even though our situations differ, everyone here has been restricted and suffered because of people, rules, and heroes. He rears back with his leg. I'm sure you also dash, and slams his foot straight into Twice's face. The sound of bone cracking fills the air even as he launches himself forward, palm igniting and slams his fist straight into Hand Freak's face. The gray-skinned corpse-like hand falls to the ground with a thud. Shigaraki. Twice yells out, still clutching his face on the ground. Katsuki steps back, keeping his hands smoking as he faces the 8 villains before him. Spinner's startled face, large eyes contrasting with Magna's narrowed slits and ready stance. I listened quietly to your endless talking, Katsuki hissed as he steadied himself. Idiots can't get to the point so they're always talking for a long time. Basically, you mean we want to harass people, so please join us, right? Katsuki lifted his head, staring straight at Hand Freak's face. Don't bother. Even if he wasn't what the world wanted. Even if he wasn't what people thought a hero should be. He was still Katsuki Bakugou. I want to win like All Might. No matter what anyone says, that will never change. If there was one good thing in this world about him, it was that he never gave up. Right, Hand Freak turned, his red eyes blazing. Katsuki paused as he tried to figure out what would be his next move. Shigaraki. Gate F-er called out warningly. Wait. Hand Freak put his hand out, never breaking eye contact with Katsuki. The eye was considering. Sizing him up. Looking pleased by what he found. That was not good. Nobody touches him. He's an important piece to me. Strong pass. Those red eyes look like they are trying to hook into his soul. Kurojiri, compress. Make him go to sleep again. Oh, F that SHT, there's no way Mr. Bad Touch and Gate F are getting their hands on him again. Compress shrugged and sighed as he stepped forward. Katsuki braced his weak legs, feeling them wobble underneath him from being trapped in the chair for so long. I can't believe he's such a bad listener. I'm almost impressed. Katsuki sidestepped towards the door, watching out of the corner of his eyes as Gate F moved one step forward as well to intercept him. If you want me to listen to you, then get on your knees and die. He snarled, his eyes going towards the door. He wanted to blow them all up at max firepower, but the warp BSRD was in the way. If he shot out his blast and the FR sent it out to a random street, then it would not only waste Katsuki's only chance, but people might get hurt. He needed to make an opening to get to the metal door. The FRs had left it open. Confident in Katsuki's containment, he'd listened for the sound of the lock when they'd entered, but none of them has bothered with it. Compress continued forward, hand reaching out for him. What? Katsuki turned to the door, blinking in confusion. Hello. This is Pizzala, Kamino store. Katsuki only has enough time to wonder, how the hell did the guy get into the building when the brick wall at his side explodes inwards? Chunks of stone hit him and Katsuki throws his arms up to cover his face, looking out into the open sky of a cityscape, a familiar man standing at the gaping hole. Blue eyes set against pitch black staring right at him in relief. All Might. All Might had actually come for him. Chapter 6. Symbol of destruction. His parents' flight had landed 18 hours after Katsuki had been dragged through the portal by his neck. His mother had stormed into the precinct with righteous motherly fury, still dressed in the old man's latest design. A description that left him coughing strong into his hands to hide the deep-chested laugh of disbelief. The police officer who'd sat beside him after he'd been brought in giving him the side eye as he described this to him secondhand. That had been very early yesterday morning. His parents had been told to stand by, which he guessed hadn't been well received after rushing back from their trip like they had. He feared for the pedestrians on the road right now, no doubt the police officers trying to warn his parents off from entering the city. There was probably a long line of police officers who now had Katsuki Bakugou's parents ingrained in their minds for life. They'll be here soon, the man reassured him. Katsuki hummed. A medical quirk user had looked him over, and outside of dehydration, hunger, and exhaustion, there was nothing physically wrong with him. A few bumps and bruises, easily taken care of. The League of Villains hadn't exactly been a 5-star hotel, but even Katsuki realized that things could have been a lot worse. He had his back to the window, where in the distance the sheer destruction of Kamino Ward was set for all to see. Sirens had been blaring for hours, the sun was well in the sky. Buildings had caved in from the attack. Bodies were still being counted. Fires were still being put out. And here he was. Fine. Not a scratch on him. There wasn't even a tear in his clothes. He'd made it out completely unscathed while being in the goddamn epicenter of events. Right there where All Might and All for One had duked it out, and there wasn't even a tear in his clothes to show for it. Just a layer of dust covering him from his no longer white shoes to the tips of his hair. He felt his jaw tremble for a moment, but he tapped down on that SHT real quick. He wasn't about to throw himself AF pity party. Katsuki Bakugou? He looked up to see another police officer. The man knelt down in front of him, which Katsuki appreciated, even though he'd never say it out loud. It had been 3 full days since he'd slept, the few jarring moments he'd managed to snatch here and there in that goddamn chair when he wasn't being woken by creepy stalkers. The man held out his hand. I'm Detective Tsukachi. I know it's been a harrowing few days for you, but if you're up for it, I'd like to ask you a few questions. Katsuki stared at the hand for far too long, eyeing the black circles under the detective's eyes. He shrugged, disregarding the offered hand to stand wobbly to his feet. The hand dropped, not looking offended in the least. For some stupid reason that loosened a bit of the tension sitting between his shoulders. He was led to a lounge room and Katsuki quirked an eyebrow. Having expected some kind of interrogation room, the detective noticed and shrugged. Figured the last thing I'd want after what you went through is another room designed to make you feel unsettled. Valid. Katsuki slunk into one of the couches. A police officer who'd walked in took one look at him and the detective and pulled a 180 so sharply that he was honestly impressed. The door closed with a click, and as the warmth of the room and the softness of the seat settled on him, Katsuki found his eyes drooping. Tsukachi made a sympathetic noise in the back of his throat that had him straightening immediately, blinking so strong that it actually hurt. "I'll try to keep this short," Tsukachi told him. He was true to his word. He asked what happened directly after he was pulled into the portal. Katsuki told him how the compress FR's quirk caused paralysis to its victims for about 30 seconds after your body returns to you. How by the time he could twitch his fingers they already had him strapped into the quirk restraints. How he was wrestled into the chair. He told the man about how they left him there for a while. Twice visit. Dabi's visit. At Magna's though he hesitated. The BSRD was good at his job though because he seemed to notice this immediately. Pausing in writing to look up at Katsuki. "You said she talked to you?" He prompted, eyes watching him carefully. Katsuki shrugged. Gave a spiel about how she became a villain. "The world is unfair, blah blah blah," Katsuki said, rubbing the back of his neck. The detective tapped his pen on his paper, still watching him. "But that's not all she said, was it?" he asked gently. Katsuki shrugged. The pictures sat at the forefront of his mind. "Oh sweetie, you are an absolute mess. Saw you leaving your home. You didn't look well. Clever boy. You're very lonely, aren't you? You look like someone hurt you pretty badly. We see you. Did she hurt you?" Tsukachi asked sharply, his eyes going up and down his form. Katsuki looked away, shaking his head slowly. He startled at the light tap that touched his arm. "Bakugou, sometimes the way people hurt you isn't physical. Did she hurt you?" The man asked, sharp eyes watching him. "Make you feel uncomfortable? Touch you inappropriately?" Each question was followed by a pause before another followed quickly in its stead. "Did she say something that hurt? What did she say to you?" Flustered wasn't a word he'd normally associate with himself, but at the rapid-fire question that was exactly what he felt. Was it of a SXL nature? What? Did she threaten you in some way? What did she threaten you with? Physically? Emotionally? Emotionally, insults. Blackmail? Not quite. Something personal. Stop. Katsuki pushed away, stumbling backward. Detective Tsukachi blinked, and for the first time, Katsuki saw his eyes were unnaturally dilated. "Sorry. I normally have better control over my quirk than that." The detective rubbed at the black shadows under his eyes. "I meant for this to be a casual conversation, but when you started withholding, I slipped." Katsuki kept his back to the wall, feeling his heart pumping too fast, his hands shaking. The detective looked apologetic as he held his hands up. "My quirk is... I can read the truth in your body language. The way you react to questions tells me the answer. Like, right now, I can see that you're unnerved and on edge. You feel betrayed. Like I lulled you into a false sense of security before taking advantage of you. You're exhausted but high-strung from events." Katsuki watched, the man himself tilting to the side. "To be honest with you, I haven't slept since the night you were taken. That's no excuse, of course, but I should have known not to carry this out right now. I just didn't. I didn't want you to have to deal with this later." The man stood, smiling grimly at him. "Why don't we pick this up on another day?" The man offered. "F that SHT," was his immediate response, but he found himself nodding. He could barely stand. The detective's pocket buzzed. He watched as the man answered, running his fingers through his hair roughly as a high-pitched voice came through. The words were indistinct, much to his displeasure. "Your parents are here." The words didn't bring the release he'd been expecting. Even the thought of being able to sleep in his own bed didn't quite match up to the thought of dealing with his mom for the next few hours. He froze, glancing at the detective, watching as the man's eyes dilated again as they scrutinized him. With stiff, determined steps, Katsuki walked out of the room and toward the center of the police station where his parents were waiting. The hag had stationed herself in front of King Orca. The pro-hero had his arms folded and looked decided too wary to deal with his mom's bullshit. Katsuki didn't blame him. The old man, his dad looked like he'd aged 10 years overnight. He hardly recognized the haggard, poorly dressed, figure in front of him. Katsuki blinked. His dad's socks didn't match. One bright orange and the other a deep forest green. Katsuki's colors. He stumbled forward and the noise he caused made his dad turn. The old man's look of shock and alarm, mixed equal with relief, would have, on any other day, been freaking hilarious. Today, though, that face was the last thing Katsuki saw before he slipped away in a dead faint. The sound of his father's shout and something large and warm grabbing him under his arms the last thing he felt. The closest he can describe what happens next is a fevered dream. Though at no point is he too hot, his body feels like lead, and there's an odd sensation of being maneuvered. There are a few moments when his eyes slide open too, once when something warm slides down his face, drying quickly. Crusting. Always knew this was going to come to a head, didn't we? Her voice is sharp. Grating. It hurts to hear. Do you even hear yourself anymore? His voice is gruff. Strained. Rasping. Frayed at the edges. I'm not saying I'm happy about it. I'm not saying this is right or just. I'm just saying that we should have tried harder. To what? Mitsuki, he's a child. He's going to make mistakes. You're so hung up on where he's stumbled that you can't see the path he's taken at all. Katsuki fades out like a badly scripted movie, sinking into the darkness. The second time is when he feels arms move under his knees and his back. Wake him up. For F's sake, Masaru, he can walk. The medic said they didn't lay a scratch on him. The only thing you're proving here is the fastest way to earn yourself a hernia. Katsuki fainted. His dad's voice sounds tired, like he's been arguing for an age and a half. You're right. Katsuki is strong. Stubborn and obstinate and has enough passion to fuel the sun itself. For some reason, you're dead set on seeing that as wrong, but the least you could do is acknowledge that if Katsuki faints, then it's not some half-cocked cry for attention. His dad grunts. And even if he just wants someone he loves to hold him, what the F is wrong with that, Mitsuki? So get the goddamn indoor so I can carry my son inside. You're missing my entire point, she says in a hiss. The slits he's managed to break open seal shut. A door swings open and there's a feeling of weightlessness. And then warmth. He woke alone. It's obvious night has long since fallen. On instinct, he tugs at the restraints only to find his arms come free. They fling into the air in front of him and Katsuki sits up, wiping drool from his face as he realizes he'd been lying down. He stares blankly at his house. He doesn't remember getting here from the police station. Vague images flash in his head that don't really make sense. Quiet, angry voices and the feeling of being heavy and floating at the same time. He rubs strong at his forehead as he looks around. His teacup is on the table. A cheesy All Might-themed teacup brimming with long cold tea that's been set up next to a small tray of biscuits wrapped carefully in tinfoil. He knows there's cheddar cheese and jalapenos baked into the bread without looking. His dad's special spicy curry sauce laid out in a small little dipping cup normally reserved for dipping oils. It's strong to get himself to move. A part of him wants to curl up in a ball and go back to sleep, but there's a nasty, gnawing sensation in his stomach that reminds him just how long it's been since he's eaten. He knows if he doesn't get up now, then he won't be able to later. Katsuki warms up the bread and tea. He shoves the first biscuit into his mouth with too much gusto, choking a bit, but washing it down with the now too hot tea. It burns his tongue. Of course, a few minutes later, he feels like a real jackass as his tongue burns in an entirely different way as he spews chunks across the sink. Eftamas. He ate it too fast. He pulls apart the second one, forcing himself to eat only half an A with increments in between. It's strong because the moment the first small bite hits his stomach, it's like the acid comes alive, trying to devour him from the inside out. He breathes through his nose as he sips more carefully at the tea, bites more cautiously at the biscuit. The walls are familiar. Even being alone slides into place like a well-practiced muscle movement in one of his more complicated maneuvers. Katsuki knows this is how it's supposed to be. Nothing is out of place. But he feels out of place. Every shadow looms and every creak is a footstep. The clock on the wall ticks towards 2 a.m. A whole day lost. He's wide awake now, free to move, but he doesn't. He stays on the couch, staring at his empty teacup until light pours out of the window well past dawn. The light is so unlike the little windowless bar room he'd been locked in that his body finally begins to relax the slightest bit. Unclenching in the same manner he normally associates with coming in from a snowstorm. Joints frozen and strong, cold along the spine, legs numb. His heart, fluttering like a hummingbird in his ear, settles down to a more sedate vulture in its beats. A hulking mass in his ST that feels far too big there. As if it were swollen with leftover fear now that adrenaline was running thin. Footsteps sound. Katsuki tilts his head towards the stairs to see his mom coming down, her red eyes, so similar to his staring at him oddly. "Nice to see you're finally up," his mom says quietly. Katsuki stares back in morbid fascination. He feels like an alien getting a glimpse of something he's seen 1,000 times before but now doesn't quite fit. Only he doesn't know if it's him or if it's her. He missed his own reunion. The thought is oddly funny. He'd missed his own reunion with his family. And as much as he dreaded meeting his mother there, now he feels like he missed something essential. Like a chance slipped out between his fingers before he'd even realized it might be there in the first place. Yeah, Katsuki lets the word fall out blankly. What I'd miss. And that sounds funny, doesn't it? 'Cause he saw the earth-shattering moment when All Might won. He'd stood there and watched it happen. The man who Katsuki saw as power itself, crumble away into dust coming after Katsuki. Putting himself bodily in front of All for One to stop those ugly vicious black and red threads from sinking into him. Taking him. Katsuki was the reason for the end of All Might. The reason for the attack on the camp. Deku and the others getting hurt. For his own capture by villains. The hag snorts, but it's softer than normal. Is she in one of her fond moments? It doesn't seem like it. She's all edges and strong eyes, crossed arms. She hasn't said anything yet though. She's treading carefully. Moving slowly. Katsuki's not sure what to do with this in-between fond and hateful thing that's going on. She sits on the couch, close enough that their knees touch. "What am I supposed to do with you, brat?" she asks. Katsuki shrugs. "Your father threw out his back carrying you last night. The fool, serves him right for coddling you." He tensed, but for once there's no aggressiveness in her voice. She keeps talking. "I have to take him to the hospital. There's a hero hanging about the neighborhood watching after you. You're on house arrest, police orders, no one wants any more trouble from you for the rest of the summer." Katsuki nodded. "That means no jogging either. No need to get yourself kidnapped a second time." He flinched a little at that one. She frowns at him, one hand on her hip. "You get it now, don't you?" Mitsuki demands, her voice still that oddly quiet tone to it. She reaches forward and ruffles Katsuki's hair in that fond manner of hers. "Enough people have been indirectly hurt by your actions these last few days, brat. People have died. The attention-seeking, the fear-mongering, bullying, it needs to stop. Here no." "That's not me," Katsuki whispered. The hand on his head stilled. The fingers tightening before loosening. Mitsuki bent down and sat on the coffee table so that she was facing Katsuki directly. Her lips were thin as they pressed into a frown. "What? Speak up. You know I hate that." "That's not me," Katsuki repeated louder. "Katsuki," his mother's voice sounded so tired. "I'm not the person you think I am," Katsuki bit out. He'd F up so badly, but it wasn't because he bullied anyone or was seeking attention or trying to make people afraid of him. He'd put his whole heart into becoming a hero. He'd fought everyone with all of his skills and his passion, giving it his all. He's always tried to be as honest as possible, straightforward about his opinions. He'd helped Kirishima study for the exams. He'd tried his best to do what Genist wanted of him. He studied non-stop and created a workout routine. He avoided conflict, not going out unless he needed to. Katsuki did everything asked of him from his teachers and his parents while still staying true to himself. He hadn't stepped forward about the messages though. He hadn't been strong enough to keep away from the villains. "Then why did they want you?" His mom's voice cut into his thoughts. "I know you want to be a hero and I know you're capable of it, but Katsuki, why would villains want you if they didn't see what I see in you sometimes? I'm not saying you're a villain, baby, I'm not, But this constant fighting you do, the belligerence, the attitude, the bullying, that was just deku, Katsuki snapped. You act like I went and bullied half the F school? And what has he ever done to you, Katsuki? What has that poor boy ever done to be hit and pushed around? Insulted and belittled? If he would leave me alone, then I'd be happy to never look at his face again. Katsuki snapped in exasperation. But it's been over a year since I last pushed him anyways. If you didn't count the exercise where they were pitted against one another, and together. Right after he saved your life, his mom said with a scoff. Am I supposed to be impressed? I'm not trying to F. Why can't you? Why can't I what? For once, can we not talk about deku? Katsuki pleaded. Maybe if you actually used his name. His mom shot back. He's never once in his whole goddamn life used mine. Why does it matter? Just listen. I have been listening and it sounds like you're still doing the exact same thing you've always done. Blaming everyone else but yourself. Who's blaming who on what? I've admitted to pushing the shitty nerd around. He stalks me, I push him. It's just how it is. If he left me alone, then there wouldn't be any issues. We both know you've done some malicious things to him, Katsuki, don't you dare lie about it. Katsuki breathed through his nose, clenching and unclenching his hands. How did we even get onto this topic? Every F time. Like a broken record. She was so hung up on this. Never letting it go. He and Deku were always SW&G like a pendulum from good terms to neutral to awful and back again. You don't know SHT. Katsuki hissed. You don't know SHT and you never have. You always just assume every time I walk out the door that I'm up to no good. Mitsuki's voice was no longer quiet. The sports festival proved exactly how out of control you are in front of everyone. At every point, you were a F monster. Katsuki flinched back from the words. It was a competition, Katsuki gritted out. All I did was try my best like everyone else out there. Your best? No one would have had to chain Izuku up like that. No one would have had to chain any of your classmates up. I said no. Katsuki snarled. That's all I did. All I did was that I told them no. When will you learn that what you want doesn't matter? Katsuki's mouth snapped shut as he glared at the ground. Being a hero is about being selfless, Katsuki. It's about sacrifice and about caring about others. It's about rescuing people. Grow the F up already. Stop acting like a child. Have you even stopped to consider how this has affected your father and I? We were worried sick. We almost lost you because your behavior and your actions drew their attention. Villains scouted you. Villains, Katsuki, and you can't delude yourself into thinking it had anything to do with your godforsaken talent or strength. It's your fault. Katsuki pulled the blanket closer to himself as his mom stormed away. She started gathering her purse and shoes. His dad struggled down the stairs, giving Katsuki a watery smile, hunched over at an awkward angle. He helped his dad down the stairs and into the car. The whole time the man whispered about how happy he was that Katsuki was all right. How he'd make Katsuki's favorite tonight when they got back. How much he loved Katsuki. The old man was still wearing the mismatched socks. He can't leave the house. There's a police officer on guard duty down the street, though Katsuki doesn't really see how the man is supposed to be of any use if the League of Bastards decides to say howdy-do on his front step. Don't leave the house, like these four walls are going to stop a quirk that rots everything it touches, fire and compression, BLD and knives, duplication and mutations and magnetism. It's laughable. If the League was subtle enough to try to pick him up while on a jog or going to the grocery store, then they would have done that the first F time. They wanted to make a statement. Look at us. We can grab this child even under heavily protected circumstances where there are 6 pro heroes and 40 heroes in training. We can do that with just 7 people. Yeah, 1 police officer and 4 walls ain't going to do SHT. He doesn't go outside though. He doesn't argue. He goes along with the bullshit because the adults are all looking at him, waiting for something to happen. For him to lose his SHT and start screaming at them, for him to break down and start sobbing, for him to try to go after the League himself. He doesn't know what they're waiting for, but he doesn't want to give it to them. Whatever that might be. He doesn't want to prove them more right than they already are about what they think he is or who they think he'll become. Katsuki hides in his room and he does so many sit-ups, pull-ups, and push-ups that he feels like he's gonna vomit. He paces until he sees dots and then collapses and reads news articles and watches videos like a goddamn idiot. There's nothing that surprises him. Nothing he hasn't already seen or read before all of this happened. Except one thing. There's a lot of videos on the symbol of peace, all might, that makes his insides freeze, but there is an underlying theme when Katsuki is mentioned. It seems that Katsuki has become his own symbol. One has to wonder if it was all worth it, Senji Fu says, looking right into the video's camera. It's the reporter on the streets. The one who grabbed him. The one who worked for the well-known magazine. What do you mean? The other reporter in this discussion is a woman. Her voice is sharp and there's a narrow way she's eyeing the man, like she can't quite believe what he's saying, but she's entirely fascinated by it. Yes, All Might managed to take down the head of the League of Villains, but this was done sloppily. Civilian lives were lost in this operation. The evacuation was half-assed in this, and the scope of this devastating attack was of a much larger scale than the police or heroes anticipated. That seems a rather harsh judgment, the woman says carefully. Police lost their lives in this attack too. A large number of heroes were harmed, some fatally. It's not as if they planned for things to turn out the way it did. Exactly. And for what? The retirement of our symbol of peace, all might, debilitating injuries to some of our best, including number 4 hero, Best Jeanist. Police and civilians killed, all for the rescue attempt of one child who very suspiciously didn't have a single scratch on him. Katsuki paused the video, tossing his phone aside. He'd listened to the full interview 3 times already. Each time feeling sicker and sicker. The fall of the symbol of peace. A death toll that kept rising. One of Best Jeanist's lungs completely destroyed. The entire Kamino ward on lockdown with collapsing buildings still happening the day after what was being called the Kamino incident. All his fault. If Katsuki hadn't been involved, as Senji pointed out, more bases could have been covered. The heroes had been on a time crunch though. Everyone knew that the first 48 hours of a kidnapping were the most important. That it was vital to not have the person transported to a second location. The second location was usually death. In the end, hadn't that been what Shigaraki was about to do? They were about to go to a second location. They hadn't accepted his firm no for. In answer, they had tried to drag him away with them again. They'd attacked him with knives and quirks alike, unafraid to hurt him this time if it meant getting him to go and do what they wanted. If he'd been taken that second time, darling, I don't kill people because I'm angry at the world or as some form of revenge. I kill them because I like the look on their faces just before I rip their throat out. A large finger pressed strong into his throat, making it strong to breathe. I kill for my own happiness. When I'm working for the joy of others, I just rob them and leave a trail of mangled but living bodies behind to tell the tale. Who knew what they would have done to him, only that it sure as hell wouldn't have been good. What had they needed him for though? That was what had been sitting on the tip of his tongue. He hadn't allowed himself to ask because that implied interest in the garbage they were spewing. But, now knowing sort of bothered him. The video had gone on to theorize more about the disaster. If the heroes had time to plan, to form evacuations properly, to involve more heroes, then such a devastating attack would have been unlikely. But because Katsuki had been weak, because he'd been captured by villains, the plans had become put to a time clock. It wasn't just Senji Fu though. Forums. Reddit. Zero. Yes. Bloggers. YouTubers. Twitter. Instagram. Every big media outlet, with a few exceptions here and there, had come to the same consensus. Katsuki Bakugou was not worth the damage that had been done. The letters had increased. Like some sort of sick game, Katsuki couldn't stop opening them. He knew he should. He should just use them all as kindling. But that same voice from the beginning of all this still whispered in his ear, "Don't be a coward. Face it. Face what you've done." So he did. He opened one after another. Some of them were condolences. Painting him as a victim and hoping he gets better. These were odd ones. Sprinkled here and there, and he wasn't sure what to do with these mild-mannered, soft-spoken letters from people he didn't know. They always spoke in terms that were formal and well-wishing. The other kind of letters rarely spoke in formal tones. Reading the words and the threats and the condemnations and roastings. Some of it made sense to Katsuki. How can you live with yourself knowing what you've done? If all might is the symbol of peace, then you are the symbol of destruction. You need to resign from UA. It's the right thing to do. You don't deserve to be a hero and everyone knows it. The entire attack on the camp was your fault. The League of Villains only attacked to get a hold of you. All those students who suffered injuries and inhaling poison gas were hurt because of you. The sports festival proved what a monster you are. It's no surprise the villains wanted you. Why couldn't you have just stayed with them? Pretending you're a hero is just a sick joke at this point. You don't deserve to breathe the same air as All Might. These letters hurt, but he got them. He understood why they were being said and what the point was. A lot of other letters didn't make any sense though. They seemed to throw out random insults just to try to hurt him. Things that had nothing to do with him or the things that had happened. Attacks on his looks, on his family, odd threats, SXL advances that really weirded him out. You look like a starving, crazy animal trying to bite anyone that comes near. Your family should have drowned you as a toddler. I bet you smell real nice with your face shoved in my. Where once he could ignore these letters, the texts, the voicemails, the encounters on the streets, treat them as harsh words by people who didn't know Katsuki. Strangers. Now it felt more personal. It felt like his armor was cracked and all the things he said to himself before all of this, that they were wrong about him, that they didn't know him, that being passionate about fighting didn't mean he was a monster. All the many, many things Katsuki had gotten into the habit of repeating like a desperate mantra fell to the wayside. Because now some of the things they said were true. It was his fault All Might was gone. It was his fault he'd been kidnapped. All the damage at Kamino, the lives lost, the people who'd gotten hurt, all because he hadn't been able to fight off the bastards, a paralyzing compression quirk used against his limbs, a hand around his neck. People had died because of Katsuki. Because he was weak. It had been strong to ignore the constant harassment before, but he could do it. Primarily because the majority of it was all bullshit. Katsuki would prove them wrong. Now though, well, hadn't some of those letters predicted something like this? That Katsuki would cause other heroes to fall. That people would get hurt because of Katsuki. That Katsuki was toxic to be around. Now Katsuki felt as if all of his armor had been stripped away and he was left bare and exposed for every jibe and shove and taunt that came his way like a rusted, jagged knife someone has heated because Katsuki had been wrong in the absolute worst way possible and he didn't know how to react or what to do about it. He was like whiplash. Rather than dismissing them, he found himself considering each one. Wondering if they were true. And it was strong. It was like ripping his legs and arms out of already hardened cement to pull his mind away from the claims and taunts and to tell himself no. That it was ridiculous. They didn't apply to him. It wasn't him. That wasn't him. What they said was the person he was and he wouldn't do those things. He was lost. Putting one foot in front of the other in order to keep moving forward. But with each day he felt more and more outside of his body. Like a puppet was pulling his strings and he was observing from an outside view. An unpleasant cotton-like feeling in his head that had taken over in the days after he's been brought home. The police officer comes by. Not Tsukachi. He asks Katsuki a bunch of questions and Katsuki is dutiful about answering them to the best of his ability. He doesn't bring the texts up though. It seems irrelevant now. He doesn't bring up the pictures. He doesn't want to admit he knew. He doesn't want to admit how culpable he was in the face of his own kidnapping. They already know, the letters whispered, we already know how guilty you are. Everyone knows what you've done even if they don't know what you haven't done. Didn't come forward. Didn't fight strong enough. Wasn't strong enough. Wasn't smart enough. Your fault. All Might arrived in his home on a sunny day with Aizawa dressed the same way he had when he'd been broadcasted on the television. Looking like a skeleton, a husk of a man, face downturned and serious as he and Aizawa talk about protections and safeguards in dorms. His mom, as per usual, doesn't miss an opportunity to insult him. To blame him. If you hadn't been so damn weak then you never would have been caught and caused all that trouble. His fault. No one denied the claim. Not his father. Not Aizawa. Not All Might. Everyone knew that what had happened in Kamino was Katsuki's fault. That if he had fought harder, been stronger, better, then none of this would have happened. The dorms actually were grateful. Katsuki's fearless and good at everything he tries, especially since he's got that stupid awesome quirk. As if Katsuki had never put in a day of work in his life. As if everything he'd accomplished was handed to him. People were always fawning over him whether he deserved it or not. His mom shoots him a strong look. It's probably why he ended up like this. Like he was a diseased animal or something. He's a hot-tempered brat and we know he's a pain. Please train him strong and make him a good hero. She reaches forward and pushes him down into a bow, fingers tight in his hair, and Katsuki stares down at the wooden floor. We know. We're grateful. Katsuki had fought strong not to look at his dad. To accept that both his parents were happy to get rid of him. There was a numbness to it all. The dissociation got worse from that point on. What was he supposed to do? How was he supposed to make anything better? He'd already been trying his hardest to be a hero. He'd been putting his whole heart into his schoolwork and hero training and into that image he'd held in his head of all might. Of always moving forward, facing the odds no matter how bad it looked, fighting until every bad guy had been taken down. And he'd failed. Time after time after time. The first exercise against Deku. The sports festival where Icy Hot hadn't even bothered to try against him, had looked at Katsuki like he was nothing. A hollow win that mocked him. A farce of an internship where Katsuki never seemed to be doing the right thing. Deku stealing his moves. An exam where he passed out and wasn't even awake for the win. Breaking himself fighting against All Might and being less than nothing to the man, to his hero. Targeted by villains. Kidnapped. All Might's final battle. Katsuki curls into himself as he watches Aizawa and All Might enter the car. The lie All Might had told him, about Deku being just one of his precious students, sits between them like salt on a wound. Of course. Who did Katsuki think he was? Why would the man tell him of all people anything? He was nothing. Katsuki stumbles into the house, blinking slowly as he walks past his parents and up to his room. It's strong to breathe and he forces air past the giant rock that feels lodged into his lungs. He leans against his door shakily and folds into himself until his knees are nudged beneath his chin. From here, he can see the container of letters under his bed. It makes hot tears come to his eyes and Katsuki buries his face in his knees. He hears the soft buzz, buzz, buzz of his phone going off again. Somewhere in that mess, Kirishima might have sent him something, but he doesn't want to check, doesn't want to look at all. He's so tired. Yue has been one failure after another. And Deku, of all people, was flourishing. The kid who'd nerded out for the entirety of their childhood but who had never done anything about it. Had never gone to the gym or jogged or bothered to learn fighting techniques outside of watching Katsuki. The guy who talked about heroes, but who'd never proved on any level that he was committed to becoming one. The meek son of a beach who, up until the day he tried to save Katsuki from the sludge villain, had always backed down and shied away and freaked out over conflict of any kind. All Might had chosen Deku. The man had known, obviously, right from the start which one of them had what it took. He'd been able to see the failure Katsuki seemed destined to be, the monster lurking beneath the surface. He'd admired All Might more than anything. Had strived to be that person. Never losing. Moving forward. Never backing down no matter the odds. Yet everything he was had been wrong. All Might had taken in Deku's meekness, a tiny shrimp who went on and on about All Might's smile and his resus and who chose to run then fight in their final exam. Had Katsuki gotten everything wrong? Had he completely missed what All Might stood for? If so, then what did that mean for Katsuki? All these years, striving and working and clawing his way to the top to be a hero. And no one wanted him to be one. No one. It was the path he'd chosen and worked for. Even Aizawa-sensei had admitted that no one was working harder to be a hero than Katsuki. But did his teacher think he deserved to be one? If his strong work and passion and single-minded focus were wrong, then what was the right answer? All these people who insisted Katsuki was made of the wrong stuff, that he was too angry and aggressive and loud, they never bothered to say what was the right stuff. Deku was, apparently. Should Katsuki even be a hero then? The idea of being anything else left a void inside of him. If he couldn't be a hero then that was it. The concept felt lopsided, as if he was trying to push a triangle into a square hole. It was impossible. It was all or nothing. Only Katsuki had never considered what nothing might be. A life of shame and humiliation, for one. He couldn't face anyone if he failed. Not after all of this. With a frighteningly empty realization, like a strike of lightning, Katsuki recognized that if he failed to be a hero, then he didn't want to live. If he continued to fail at UA, and if he didn't make it as a hero, then there was nothing left. His mom seemed hell-bent on reminding him how much he was wrong. His dad loved him, but in the end, Katsuki wasn't the top priority. If something happened and he failed, would they even take him back? The world itself seemed to despise him on a fundamental level, and the idea of venturing out to be something other than a hero left a panicked, achy feeling in a pressure on his heart. Even before the kidnapping, Katsuki had avoided going out. He'd avoided interacting with anyone who didn't go to UA. But Katsuki clenched the spot over his heart as he tried to beat it into Espin, to make the sharp pain go away through sheer force of will. At this point, he felt like the most hated person in Japan. One box had turned into 4 beneath the space of his bed. His phone had daily messages coming through, hourly on a bad day, and online was a hellhole he didn't want to think about. Would it stop if he gave up? Would the letters stop coming? The text messages? Would people stop writing articles about him if he just disappeared? Got some low-key job in some no-name company where the employees didn't recognize him? Would people stop harassing him, bumping into him, taunting him on the streets if he waved a white flag in surrender? There's no good answer. And no one he can ask about any of it. He's alone in this. When he finally has his breath under control, he surveys the room and realizes that he has to start packing. He's going to be living with his classmates. The people who Katsuki hurt in his efforts to keep things quiet. He starts with the books. "Kat, you've got mail." His dad's voice comes up from the stairs. He's down on the first floor even as his father is turning back towards the kitchen, startling the man who nearly jumps out of his skin. The old man blinks rapidly at him, taking in his son before gesturing to the table. Katsuki recognizes the meticulous handwritten letter immediately, sitting innocently on the table. He stares at it blankly for a very long moment, unwilling to actually believe that the therapist would send him something even after all of this. His disbelief does not, in fact, change the status of the letter's existence, and he notices with a certain chagrin that it's heftier than the last 5 or so. Heavy letters, as he learned the strong way, were never good. The last heavy letter had a thong in it that had been oddly scented. The one before that had photos of dead cats. He wasn't sure which one disturbed him more, but he'd developed a very healthy wariness of anything that weighed more than a postcard. The letter's existence also brings another issue to his attention though. His dad gestures for him to sit down, and it's only now that he notices that there are 2 teacups sitting on the table. Jasmine wafts up, and it looks like a touch of honey has already been added. There's a line of stickiness down the side of the container that Katsuki picks up and wipes off before it can dry and catch him off guard next time he grabs it. And then it strikes him that there won't be a next time. He's out of time. The truck from UA is coming this afternoon for his stuff. Masaru, who's been watching him the whole time, hands over a platter of red bean cakes, draped in honey. "You hate a mess," his dad says fondly, a chuckle in his voice as he adds. "Your classmates are going to drive you insane. 19 teenagers who probably don't know what side of a hamper to put their dirty laundry into." Katsuki shrugs. He hasn't really thought about his classmates much at all. He's been avoiding it these last few weeks, only sending out enough texts to assure the squad doesn't smash the door, done frantically looking for his corpse. He cuts a piece from the cake and savors the smooth taste, wondering when he'll be able to have this again. Just him and his dad together enjoying the piece. He looks at the letter and shoves it into his back pocket. It doesn't fold, instead, his fingers feel something round inside. Strong as rock. It brings him back to the issue at hand though. "Listen, you're probably going to be getting my mail for a bit before the address change kicks in," Katsuki said slowly. "I'll make sure you get it," his dad is quick to say. Katsuki grimaces. Yeah, that's not what he's worried about. It's if this was strong. I've been. His dad, ever patient, ever quiet, watches him with wide, expectant eyes behind those thick-rimmed glasses. How the F is he supposed to tell his dad that sometimes little envelopes arrive with underwear in it? That sometimes there's pictures of Katsuki in the streets or walking to school with threats written on the back? That there's sometimes drawings of Katsuki that are not of good things? His hands clench around the teacup. Katsuki, so caring. Rude. I need you to throw them away without looking at them. Brings up about 10 red flags. He worries his bottom lip as he tries to navigate this SHT show with a modicum of grace he doesn't possess. I've been getting a lot of letters from people. He starts out. His father beams at him. Pats him on the back. I understand. You're turning out to be a great hero, Katsuki. I'm not surprised. His throat goes drier than a desert. I can't do it. His mom would have understood immediately. Had seen one of them herself. She would have, rightly, assumed they weren't good. And doesn't that sting in a really awful way? His dad doesn't consider him bad. His dad has never doubted that he'll be a hero. His dad supports him, and in that moment the idea of him knowing the truth feels like ripping his heart from his tea and grinding it under his heel. He hurriedly wipes the beginning of wetness from his eyes as he refuses to look at his dad. Masaru chuckles, seeming to take his actions as embarrassment rather than shame. A hand touches his shoulder and squeezes reassuringly. No worries, Katsuki, I'll make sure they're sent to the right address. I won't peek. His dad winks. Though I do want you to find your first fan mail in that pile of yours so I can laminate it and put it on the wall. Thanks, he croaks, because he's drowning in equal measures of humiliation of the truth and the love his dad is trying to exude. This is why he could never really be honest with the man. The idea of disappointing him would utterly crush him. His dad might be a coward, but he was also the only person who had never looked at him like he was the bad guy. I love you, his dad says, voice quiet. I know. I love you too. He feels the man wrap his arms around him, pull him close, embrace his forehead, hold him there for a long second. Then he lets go. I have a card for you, Masaru stutters. He pulls out what looks like a credit card. It's black with a little skull in the corner. He grabs Katsuki's hand and forces him to take it. It's not connected to our accounts. It's a startup for you. The money I had saved up for the apartment, I put it all on there. A little more than 10,000. It will help pay for a down payment on your first apartment after you graduate and any little things you want or need until then. His dad has tears in his eyes. Dinner. During the winter holidays, I want to take you out. I know you won't want to come home, but let me do that. Please. Of course, old man, we can go out every night if you want. Masaru tears up more, lips pressed together. It's not the end, you know. I'll be around for whatever you need. We're still a family. You can call me anytime. Katsuki grimaces. His phone sits in his pocket and he figures this is as good a time as any. Actually, He pulls out his phone and puts it on the table. I think it would be better if I left this here. I don't want it. A hand reaches forward and grabs his own. Large and cold, soft. So unlike Katsuki's calloused, well-worn fingers. Designer hands. Used to holding pencils and pens and standing before large grafting paper for hours on end. Doing paperwork and sewing, the worst he worries about is stabbing his finger with the needle when he wants to do it by hand. They hear Mitsuki's car pull up. I'll talk to her, make sure she doesn't do anything to drag you out of school or back home, Masaru says warily. Thank you. For a moment they're silent, as they listen to her move about in her office. When do you think she'll realize? The old man shrugs. Probably not until she's preparing the house for you to come home for the holidays. You're not going to talk to her about it then at all? He's not surprised. His dad has never been good at confronting Mitsuki about anything. It's not like you have either, Masaru muttered under his breath. Touché. I don't know when I'll get a phone plan, Katsuki warns him. We'll figure it out, his dad says the words so firmly. He doesn't question or argue with him, leaving the phone behind. He doesn't judge Katsuki or say he's wrong for what he's doing. He doesn't try to convince Katsuki that this is his home or strong-arm Katsuki into trying to do what he wants. The same soft personality that was willing to speak up for Katsuki over the years, but who was never able to actually stand up for him is what helps Katsuki close up this part of his life in such a neat little box. He takes his tea and the cake upstairs just as the door downstairs opens. The letter comes out and hits his desk as he decides if it's a good idea to open it. Maybe he should wait until he's at school. At least if it's bad he can go for a jog on campus. Instead of trapped in the house like he is. Just face it. He rips it open. A metal open ring falls onto the desk. But smooth. It's heavy. Feels like it's made of stone. There are small sliver slits along its length on the inside. A tiny, almost impossible to see crease near the opening of the ring. He picks up the letter. Dear Katsuki Bakugou, I've contacted the Hero Public Safety Commission with my recommendations. They too were concerned about your aggressive behavior and fear further attempts of villains targeting you again due to your lack of demonstrative improvement. Included in this letter is a directive from HPSC. Officer Yukumir Mara highly recommending my services to you to improve your overall behavior and DSPLN. As of right now, this is not mandatory, however. The Hero Public Safety Commission is hosting the next Hero License exam in 1 month's time, and it is our understand that UA intends to submit all applicable students for eligibility, including yourself. You have 1 month in improve yourself and pass the exam, but in the case that you fail, you will be required to undergo my suggested treatment and sessions with me twice a week. Included in this letter is a therapeutic device for your benefit. It is up to you whether you wish to use it to your advantage, but know that if you are required to start sessions with me, it will be a mandatory part of your treatment plan. It can be worn either around your wrist or ankle. It is quirk created on Island, using both the latest in scientific discovery and applicable quirk evolution. Simply put it on and it will put out a steady white pulse to show it is on. Taking into consideration your specific issues, we have designed the ring to emit a small shock anytime your voice raises to unreasonable levels or there is a worrying amount of aggressive chemicals in your brain activity. Brain structures involved in making moral judgments are often damaged in violent individuals. Neurobiology targeting inappropriate aggressive behavior has been carefully installed so that if an individual's adrenaline, stress endorphins, and noradrenaline are all exhibiting high levels, indicating high aggression, you will receive a harsher shock to your system as a means of reminding you to calm down. We all only wish the best for you. Dr. Himari Kobayashi. Katsuki laughed. He covered his mouth and bent over as the wheezing sound escaped in an ugly manner, cracking his voice as it wound its way up his throat. He banged his fist against the wooden desk and his forehead touched down right next to the ring. That was so holy SHT man, was there a nope button big enough for his life? He laughed harder, clutching his stomach as he tried to regain his breath and failed. The ugly wheezing turning into snorts. He dumped the ring and letter unceremoniously on top of the pile of letters before shutting the box, sealing it with tape and writing Katsuki Bakugou obnoxiously across the top with a skull for good measures. When the truck arrived not long after, it found Katsuki standing in front of his house with 3 suitcases and a box. Are you sure that's all you want to bring with you? The man asked. If it is. It's all I need. Chapter 7. Black letters and missed texts. It's been 11 days since everyone moved into the dorms and he's fallen into a nice routine. The dorms are quiet in the middle of the night. The common room abandoned except for maybe the odd visit from Tokoyami or Shoji. Natural night owls. The first couple of times they see him working on schoolwork at 1 in the morning they do a double take because everyone knows he goes to bed at a little past 8. His classmates have made fun of him for it, calling him an old man and hackling him about ruining his bad boy reputation. As if Katsuki has ever tried to be the bad boy. He's only been himself. There's never been a reputation he's wanted to protect. Despite what most people might think. So yeah, he goes to sleep early, but he never stays asleep. He wakes up alert and crouching by his bed from the tiniest of noises, looking around like a deranged lunatic with a racing heart and the feel of things inside his around his neck, metal encircling his face, his hands, straps holding him down, something invading his mouth, seeping into him and filling him up. Spilling out. He learned a long time ago that to keep your body at top peak, sometimes you have to do odd things to cater to it. His mind is with him and won't let him sleep. Go to bed early. Get up. Shake it off. Do some work. Don't let it get to you. Never let it get to you. A cup of warm milk with a little bit of cinnamon mixed in, maybe a few digestible, distract the mind with mathematics or English or heroics. Just enough that when he lays down at 4 or 5 he can sleep an additional 3 hours before having to get up. It works. He gets anywhere from 6 to 8 hours of sleep, and yeah, the squad makes fun of him for going to bed so early and rising so late, but he's fine with that. Dandy, in fact, because it means the night owls haven't said anything. He doesn't thank them in words. Not his style. But he does make a little extra food every once in a while and place it in front of them without a word. They don't make a big deal of it, and neither does he. A nice little thing they have going. There's a large track around the whole of the campus. About 5 miles from the school to the USJ, another 3 miles around training grounds Alpha, Beta, Gamma, and finally, 2 miles stretching around all of the dorms for all the years and classes. A 10-mile run he does every day after getting back from classes that clears his head. Just him and his music. The pleasant burn of his muscles and lungs as he lets everything just exist. And mailboxes. They line one wall and have a small designation for each person with a key. The key Katsuki wears when he goes jogging every day so that he can grab it on his way back. He slides it in with a grimace, turning the key, and already, he feels the weight of letters pushing the little door open. He's quick to grab them. His nose wrinkling in anger and a thin line stretching his lips. They'd been there only for 4 days when letters started appearing in his box. UA was efficient in this, apparently. He's glad. Because it means his dad won't have to deal with his stuff coming in. He's also aggravated and a little wary because eventually he's going to be doing long-term internships and he doesn't trust anyone at the dorms to grab his mail and not get nosy. Oh. What the hell, Bakugou bro, fanbase much? How do you already have that many letters? You don't get bills yet? Kaminari walked up to him, grin on his face. Case in point. He doesn't know what to say, so he chooses not to acknowledge the question at all, instead, stuffing the letters in the large hoodie pouch he's wearing. Don't be like that. I want to read one, Kaminari whined, forgoing his own mail to bother Katsuki. Are they gym memberships begging for you to renew? Kirishima's local gym manager was devastated when he canceled. Ashido has all these magazines, hip-hop, dance, girly stuff, hero stuff. It's kind of ridiculous. You're kind of ridiculous, Katsuki snapped. Go get your mail instead of shoving your nose into mine. You know, an attitude like that just makes me think you're hiding something, Kaminari said in a sing-song voice, waggling his eyebrows. I'd think it was an angry ex-lover if you weren't so, well, unlovable. Katsuki stumbles. He rights himself quickly. Kaminari had said it in a teasing tone and a dismissive shrug, but the last word still rings like a cannon going off directly next to his ear. Offers by agencies? Katsuki blinks back into focus, looking at Kaminari, who was looking at him expectantly as if waiting for an answer. There's an easy grin on the other's face. No maliciousness at all. He knows the idiot isn't thinking when he talks, but hell, even Katsuki isn't that free with those kinds of insults. What? Katsuki's voice comes out higher than normal and he mentally curses, but Kaminari doesn't seem to have noticed at all. I asked if it's intern stuff. Heroes asking you to work with. Kaminari's voice is exasperated, but the grin still persists and he has his hands behind his back in a casual manner. Relaxed. It's none of your business stuff, Katsuki mumbles. And quit asking. Your voice is too annoying for you to be impersonating a broken record, dunce face. How do you manage to fit 3 insults into such a simple sentence? Kaminari whined. If you're going to be a mean JRK, the least you could do is be a dumb mean JRK. You already absorbed all of the idiocy in the room. There's none left for me. Katsuki opens the door, holding it wide for Sparks, who strolls by him with an eye roll. Okay, I walked into that one, but seriously dude, chill out. Come have fun with us. Unclench those butt cheeks. Loosen those tight muscles of yours. You're going to have a lot of medical problems in the future if you don't relax, at least a teeny, tiny little bit. Relaxing is why you're last place in class, Katsuki muttered. I like to think it's because I have ridiculously smart classmates, Kaminari quipped. My grades aren't terrible, I just have SHT luck. I bet if I was in 1B then I'd be in the middle of the pack. He wasn't wrong. Despite the fact that the school claimed the people who passed the entrance exam for the Heroes course had been split up evenly in scores, there was a distinct line between them. They had gotten both students recommended to UA and both of them were in the top 5. The finals of the sports festival had only been made up of Class 1A members. The two 1B members making it to the pre-finals had been below average. The green chick only making it past Kaminari because of possibly the worst matchup in history for an electric user. Idiot shouldn't have pulled out his best move without even knowing what the opponent's quirk was, and he deserved to lose for that. Academic-wise, they had pulled way ahead too, so Kaminari probably really would have been in the middle of the pack if he'd been placed in 1B instead of 1A. Don't compare yourself to losers and think you're great, Katsuki snapped. You need to ace something other than English, dumb, but just because you don't like a subject doesn't mean you should be neglecting it. Why are you such a nag? Kaminari muttered. Seriously, you're supposed to be the bad boy of 1, not the closeted nerd mother-henning us to death. I'll kill you. Only after I get my grades up and do all my chores, apparently. Katsuki shot off a mini-explosion that Kaminari dodged, cackling and running away. No quirk use inside, please. Four Eyes' voice sounded from further down the hall. Katsuki snorted, shoving his hands into his pockets as he trudged into the elevator to his own dorm room. He pulled out the letters. One letter had a return address that simply read Concerned Road, definitely fake, which meant that one was going to be really nasty. A few official letters. He knew to be wary of those, but he'd have to open them up just in case it was actually important. There was one letter that was written in a child's crayon. He opened that one, staring at the flame-breathing blonde-haired monster devouring what looked like people, read below to represent what was probably supposed to be BLD Creative. There had been a company who had discreetly tried to recruit him as a mercenary of sorts when he graduates. They'd called it bodyguard duty, but the rest of the letter had screamed shoddiness, and Katsuki made note of the company and names involved to investigate when he finally gets his hero license. A few villains had made offers as well, with ways to contact them. He'd considered giving these to Aizawa, but that also meant that 1, he'd have to admit other bad guys other than the Lav were trying to recruit him, and 2, he'd have to show him the other ones because he wasn't going to outright lie to Aizawa when he asked. There was a black envelope with pink lettering that he'd bet good money had something very SXL in it that would make him sick, so he was definitely avoiding opening that one up. The last black envelope he'd opened had been someone with a pedophilia KNK who'd wanted to take pictures with him. He'd scrubbed everything until his whole body had been raw after reading the first few sentences. A few hero agencies that were criticizing him for being involved with the Lav and weren't not fooled like UA was. Some that were blaming him, again, for All Might's retirement. Some that were genuine letters of condolences for being the reason for All Might's retirement. Some that were outright threats for All Might's retirement. Katsuki made it to his room and kicked one of the boxes under his bed out, haphazardly throwing the letters into the box and kicking it with too much force back underneath the bed. He pulled out his textbook, opening it up to the latest chapter to revise in the places he'd highlighted. Time moved forward, as it always did. Not sluggish and slow, as some people complained about, but barreling forward, too fast, as it always did for him. Disappearing between his fingers as if he was standing still. He's working but not strong enough, not fast enough, it feels, to keep up with his classmates. He's studying and yet it still feels as if he's not using his time wisely. It makes the headache at the back of his head, always present now, feel more alive, like it's trying to consume him. When the knock sounds, it shocks him. His highlighter slides right, making an unpleasant arc over the next page that's surely going to drive him crazy later. He feels himself twitch as he looks over at the door, noting the darkness outside. 7 p.m. reads across the clock above his bed and he realizes he should take a shower and get ready for sleep. The knock comes again. He stands, feeling irritation pull through him, but also curiosity. It's too polite and quiet for anyone from his squad, and Deku's knock is always fast, as if he's garnering the courage to actually do it, and overcompensates. Ida's is always accompanied by a booming announcement with his random door-to-door reminders. Todoroki, on the rare occasion he thinks he needs to tell someone, knocks, tells Katsuki what it is he's there for, and then leaves. Like an in-person text message. Katsuki opens the door to the downturned, cranky face of Aizawa. He opens the door wider immediately, letting his teacher slump into the room, eyes looking over the sparely decorated area. His brows furrow before looking at the bed, eyeing the textbook and notes before finally landing on Katsuki's face. You missed a dorm meeting. I sent a voicemail out to everyone hours ago. If you want to ignore your classmates, fine, but I expect you to at least check your phone to make sure it isn't an emergency. The dorms could have been on fire or a dorm mate might have needed your help. If you want to be a hero, you should always be up to date and ready to move. There could very well have been evacuation work needed nearby and you would have missed out. Katsuki takes the reprimand for what it is, a small warning to be more responsible, and nods in acceptance. My phone's destroyed. I need to get a new one and haven't had the time yet. The eyebrows raise higher, but Aizawa doesn't question him on how that might have happened. What did I miss? New rules. Katsuki is handed a piece of paper, raising his brows at restrictions on using the blender at midnight and other odd things. I know you all are not used to living without your parents and living with a large group of people, so no one is in trouble and I'm not angry, Aizawa. Starts off like he practiced this speech. I'm learning things as we go too, and I'm sure I'll be adding new rules to this list as we continue. If there is anything I can do for you, whether it be for your specific quirk or just concerns you have, feel free to come and talk to me and we'll figure things out. Katsuki nods. He's not worried about it. He's been cooking and cleaning for himself for years. All the little things about taking care of himself, he's already figured out or asked his dad how to do. The man would fuss over him and worry, always cooking extra meals before he and the hag would leave on one trip or another. As their design business took off and really started booming, they'd needed to take more and more trips across and out of the country. He's already done all the dumb things. Like adding too much soap to the washer. Burning a pan because he forgot to turn off the heat on the oven. Forgetting to turn off the lights at night and being yelled at for the electricity bill. Letting the trash sit too long until there was a smell he couldn't get rid of even when he took it out and scrubbed the kitchen floors. He's seeing his classmates struggling with those things and wears a smug smile on his face as he does it perfectly in front of them. Because they'll never know he's already done this phase. The look on Yayarose's face when he folded his clothes perfectly in a matter of minutes as she tried with frazzled hair and rumpled clothes to do the same still puts a smile on his face. The wrinkled uniform the next day in class had him coughing into his hand to hide his laugh. He's a petty beach and winning at life tastes just as good as winning in the classroom or on the field. He's had his quirk under control for years now too. He knows how to wash his clothes to make sure the nitroglycerin doesn't turn into a bomb. The products to wash his body to make sure nothing is leaking into the pipes. The sheets to use to keep the chemicals from sinking into the mattress over time. The crack to leave in his window and the fan to position so when he sparks off the smoke will leave in a safe manner instead of leaving ashes on the ceiling. Katsuki, unlike his classmates, has his SHT handled. I think I'm good, Katsuki tells Aizawa. The man's deadpan eyes dig into him for a long moment, looking him up and down for too long. I know you have the practical stuff down, Aizawa tells him, but my door is open for the people stuff too. If you're having a strong time adjusting to living with 20 other individuals, Katsuki waves his hand in a dismissive gesture. My dorm room is more than big enough for me. I deal with them as much as I did when I lived at my house. That is apparently not what Aizawa was looking for because the man's face twitches, and his eyes narrow in that you done F up way of his. Avoiding your classmates isn't actually a form of coping. Katsuki shrugs. I'm not actively avoiding them, he points out. I just keep myself busy. I have a routine and the extras aren't part of that routine. Aizawa's eyes look over at his bed with the textbook on it again. Bakugou, the man said slowly, voice even, but eyes piercing. Outside of training and hero work, what else do you do? He feels the trick question in the air. He knows Aizawa is looking for something, but Katsuki can't see what that something is. He shrugs, gesturing to his shelves of books. Aizawa looks at the spines, humming to himself. Assholes, a theory. His teacher reads off, raising an eyebrow at him. Katsuki shrugs. A GG gift, but it's pretty funny. 100 deadly skills. Aizawa reads off. World War Z feed. Warm bodies. Not really a fan of horror, but I love zombie books, Katsuki says, unapologetically. Aizawa grunts, but there's an amused upturn to his lips. Alright, as long as you aren't purposefully isolating yourself, it's fine. Purposefully, what the F? Aizawa pats his shoulder. You're strong to read, kid. I don't know if you're an introvert who's happy with the way things are or an extrovert who's just really bad at socializing. I'm perfectly fine at socializing. Aha, just do me a favor and try to put some time aside to just be a kid, okay? Go play some video games with your classmates or teach them how to cook or something. Just get out of this room for the purpose of interacting with other human beings. Even Todoroki is in the common room from time to time. With his piece, said the man left, closing the door in the same quiet manner as when he first arrived. Katsuki sits on his bed, looking down at the list of rules and smiles a little bit. He pulls his laptop towards him and pulls out the card his dad had given him. He hasn't really had a reason to get a new phone or sign up for a plan. All his classmates are right there and he'd already warned his dad it might be a while before he has a new one. But there's something about disappointing Aizawa, probably the only adult who gets him and respects his wants, that leaves him feeling a little panicky. So he orders a basic Android with a pay-as-you-go plan. Emergency use. None of that extravagant SHT. He changes his phone number on the dumb but board they have up in the living room that lists allergies and relevant SHT they might need to know about each other. Just to be in, but he puts stupidity and chocolate next to his name on the allergy list. After a second he adds plus deku. He wished he had a camera for the moment the nosy stalker read this. He can practically see round cheeks reading it over Deku's shoulder, patting the shitty nerd consolingly while Four Eyes reads it in disapproval. His squad will think it's hilarious though. He goes back up to his room to finish chapter 11 on the basic medical checkup before moving a rescue. It's his weakness. Rescues. So he wants to make sure he has every fact memorized. Maybe the shits won't like him, but they'll be safe in his hands. It's not just the hero courses that have had to move into the dorms. The general studies and business studies and support tech specialists have all had dorms set up all around campus. Katsuki tries to avoid these people as much as possible. He can feel their eyes watching him whenever he goes to the cafeteria. He hears their whispers in the halls. Shiro heard them once. His little squad has a tendency to talk his ear off when they walk with him, and that has the great benefit of overwhelming the whispers that follow Katsuki around. On this one occasion though it had just been Shiro with him. I can't believe they allowed that monster back into the school, someone whispered. Just loud enough for the two of them to overhear. Shiro had stopped, brows furrowed in confusion as he glanced at the business students. Katsuki hadn't paused though, hooking Shiro by the elbow and forcing him to continue walking. We wouldn't have to live on campus if it wasn't for him, the other whispered loudly in response, a pointed look at Bakugou this time. Shiro tried to stop. A look of fury overtaking his features, but Katsuki's grip tightened. What the foo? Katsuki yanked. Shiro stumbled as he turned to Katsuki, looking shaken and angry. Drop it, Katsuki hissed. He still hadn't paused. They were almost to the classroom now and Shiro was finally walking with him rather than being dragged along like a particularly stretched out rag doll. Bakugou, what was that? Shiro hissed in his ear. When did that start? Katsuki shrugs. Doesn't matter. They're just a bunch of no-name extras. They don't mean anything. That's not an answer, Shiro hissed back, looking even more upset. That's so up. They can't just go around calling you. You were almost late, Aizawa's deadpan voice called out, watching them as Katsuki physically dragged Shiro into the classroom. Get to your seats. Shiro's mouth clamped shut. The provisional hero licensing exam is announced. Just like the crazy therapist woman said. It is a few weeks out. They start prepping their ace moves and Katsuki wants to roll his eyes. Katsuki already has these types of moves. He's already prepared. Using his explosions to create blinding light. His howitzer. He's been sketching out ideas for his quirk for years though, and with full reign to experiment as much as he likes and to try dangerous SHT out, there's a world of opportunity here. His routine has been a bit crazy. He cranked it up again. Katsuki trains until there's black spots in front of his eye. He takes his books with him everywhere, popping them open when his arms are too weak to keep blowing SHT up and his legs are wobbly from practicing landings. He studies, eats, and drinks water until he feels good enough to do more. Katsuki is strong working. He never gives up. Those two things sit warm in his ST and he needs to prove that they're true. Katsuki is hardworking and he never gives up. It's his core. It's the only thing that no one can say SHT about. They're the only things in years that people still say about him that are good. Katsuki is strong working. He never gives up. The squad has tried nearly every night to get him to hang out with them, but he's declined each time. They might want to slack off, but he won't. He can't. He has to prove all those F-airs wrong. Katsuki is going to be a hero. If that means studying while he eats and going through law regulations while he flips around a stone peak as he flies, then that's what he's going to do. Social CRP is for those with the time to do so. He ignores the increasingly worried looks he's getting. They don't know what's at stake. They don't know. None of his classmates have anything to prove. Everyone thinks his classmates are hero material. And here Katsuki falters a bit as he's grabbing a quick dinner while the others sit down to watch a movie. He scans them uncertainly. Could they have gotten the types of letters Katsuki had? The thought is a lot like falling through ice on a P&D when you didn't know the pond was there because it was covered in snow. He knows Siro had been told by people on his way to school to don't worry about it after the sports festival. He knows Deku hadn't received any offers despite his strong showing because he'd gone and broken half his bones in the tournament. Had Ida received any backlash for wearing his opponent's merch? Had Ojiro gotten any grief for withdrawing from the tournament? Or the girls for falling for that stupid prank? It bothers him that he doesn't know. It bothers him more that he wants to know. It's none of his business. He should respect their privacy and not be a goddamn hypocrite. There is a small part of him that worries though. His classmates are more sensitive, they get upset by stupid SHT. He doesn't think they'd handle it well. This stray thought is oddly reassuring though. He hasn't heard Jack SHT about anybody else dealing with this type of CRP, so chances are pretty high that they aren't. It was the first thing his classmates had done, wasn't it? Sitting in the classroom and discussing the repercussions of it. Siro had outright stated what had happened to him without a moment's hesitation. The icy hot BE had barely known Deku when he went and poured his bleeding heart out to the shitty nerd about his violin-worthy backstory. The class was pretty open about any issues they came to. Everyone knew about Tokoyami's wariness of the night because of his lack of control over Dark Shadow. Aoyama's stomach issues. Katsuki packs up the rest of what he's made and puts it in a container for later, doing the dishes with a touch more lightheartedness than before. They were fine. No one had done to them what they were doing to Katsuki. He was sure. That didn't stop him from glancing at his classmates' mailboxes the very next day to make sure there weren't large piles waiting for them behind the little see-through glass doors or watching their faces carefully as they glanced at their phones for the next few days. Just to be sure. Katsuki hit the ground. He rolls with it, coming to a stop against a rock wall behind him, getting his elbows and knees under him in less than a second. A tiny explosion helping him to his feet and facing ectoplasm once more, but the man is holding up his hand. "I think we're done for the day," the man announced. Katsuki plants his feet and grits his teeth. "You tired already?" Katsuki demands. Which is a little ridiculous. He knows the man has been using his duplication quirk to train with all of his classmates, not just himself. But there's still a disappointment that he's losing his opponent. "Fine. I can get Siro to throw boulders at me then." "I don't think so." Katsuki blinks as his teacher strides forward on the pointy prosthetics. He takes a step back, but his back immediately hits the wall. The teacher pauses at his actions and Katsuki immediately takes a step forward, away from the wall to make up for it. "You've twisted your ankle?" "So?" Katsuki blinks up at the man. "I can still fight. Just because you can, doesn't mean you should. Taking care of yourself is also a priority." "I'll get the ankle taken care of by recovery girl," Katsuki grunts, wiping sweat from his face as he moves towards the edge. "I'll be quick." "Bakugou," ectoplasm barks out. "The rest of your classmates have worked in sessions. A few hours here and there. You haven't stopped all day outside of getting lunch. You've worked with Aizawa, Mike, and myself. I think it's best if you call it a day. Why should I care what the rest of my class is doing? Katsuki demands. I'm not them. He feels achy, but it's not to the point where he's staggering. He's worked strong to build up his stamina, and he doesn't see how it matters that his classmates haven't worked on that department nearly as much. His breathing is heavy, but not labored. Our motto is to go beyond our limits, ectoplasm concedes, but going beyond does not mean exceeding our body's needs. Rest and recuperation are also a necessary part of training. It gives our muscles time to heal and our mind time to process. There are no black spots yet. No dehydration. No swaying. He feels frustrated at the demand to stop. His body is still buzzing even if he is tired. He knows there is no point in arguing though. He nods, conceding to the demand, and bends down to hook his water bottle in his gloved hand. Taking a swig, ectoplasm relaxes, though his eyes are still wary, watching him. Expecting him to what? What did the man fear? What did he think? The blank, almost mechanical-looking face reveals less than even Aizawa's deceptive droopy-eyed expression. Katsuki goes to recovery girl who's been watching from the sides, then does a short cool-down exercise. Showers. Takes a short nap. Studies for a few hours on proper fire evacuation procedures and task forces. Then he does his 10 miles around the campus. Ectoplasm spots him as the man is leaving the central training center. The teacher stops and stares and waves for him to stop as Katsuki passes by. He pulls out his earbuds, the music still loud, so he pauses it. What are you doing? Ectoplasm asks. And yeah, he hears the disapproval. The yellow eyes feel heavy as they almost glare at him. Katsuki looks down at himself, confused and wary because it's very obvious what he's doing and he doesn't understand what the issue is, but also, as a rule of thumb, Katsuki hates stupid questions. Painting my nails, obviously, he watches as the teacher tilts his head examining Katsuki, those yellow eyes narrowing. I thought we agreed you were done for today, Ectoplasm said reproachfully. Four eyes zoomed past them, whipping the air in a breeze that unsettled his clothes and Ectoplasm's cloak. With special moves training, yeah, Katsuki agreed, still confused. Everyone was training extra strong. Hell, Deku was doing his weird hands exercise thing at the dinner table, getting his gross but sweat all over his dishware and possibly in his food. If Katsuki wanted to have easy movements in the air, he had to focus more on dexterity, flexibility, and endurance training than buffing up like the shitty nerd and Kirishima. He wanted to be more than just a powerhouse. You were supposed to be taking a break, Ectoplasm put forward. Not finding other ways to strain yourself. I ate and took a shower and studied. I took a long break. I'm not overworking my body. I know how to maximize results without damaging myself. Ectoplasm eyed him warily. A mental break can be just as important to your health as a physical one, Ectoplasm said carefully. Which is why I'm jogging, Katsuki told him. Listening to my music is my mental break. I just like to do something useful while I'm relaxing. Listening to his music while he jogs equates to Kaminari playing his video games. Katsuki taking the time to cook, to play around with ingredients, and come up with something new. That was the same as Ashido spending time copying dance moves on her YouTube subscriptions. Katsuki just tried to find ways to make what he loved useful. Jogging for endurance. Cooking but with the intention of finding the healthiest dinners that fit his palate for a balanced diet. Ectoplasm eyed him. If the man had lips, he'd probably be frowning. At that moment All Might walked out of the building. Katsuki backed away in a hurry, waving to Ectoplasm even as the teacher sputtered and tried to gesture for him to come back. Katsuki was already moving again though, earbuds filling his head with music to drown out the sound of All Might calling out his name. Katsuki had almost killed All Might. The training exercise where he'd broken off the chunk of rock. Knowing he wouldn't be fast enough. Screaming out All Might's name with the last of his exhausted breath and seeing it toppling over. Falling. Crashing. Killing. The green lightning spreading across his body as he uses Katsuki's own moves to swing out into the open air. Legs smashing against the rock. Small pieces raining down harmlessly across the area. And All Might's proud, gaunt face. The image of it kept repeating in his head. Over and over and over again. He really was the symbol of destruction, wasn't he? He'd been careless. Excited. Practicing his moves with no consideration of the people around him. He'd been too slow. He'd frozen instead of reacting. Why had he frozen? Katsuki had never frozen before. Never. Not once. But seeing All Might below him, Katsuki tugged on his bracers. The only part of his costume he was wearing today. The exams were in a few days and Katsuki couldn't rest. He couldn't take the chance that he would up like that. Bakugou. Kirishima was waving from the living room, hand on hip, grinning at him. Hey man, we've got some board games set up. You want to join us? We're trying to relax a little before the exam. Get into the right mindset, you know. No. The redhead's eyes looked him up and down. Come on man, you've been working nonstop. That can't be good for you. You can't go into the exam all on edge. I'm not on edge, Katsuki rebuffed. Ashido's head popped up from the couch. You're wound tighter than coil pressed between two slabs of cement, Blasty, Horns told him, point blank. Everyone knows that you're going to do fine on the exam. There's no need to be so uptight. Katsuki breathed through his nose. Everyone knows. Did they though? Katsuki was prepared for the exam. Sure. Could he pass it though? Could he get his provisional license? Did he fail? Did he fail? Did he fail? The thought twisted around his throat and made it strong to breathe. His classmates knew he'd be fine. But did they? Did they even think Katsuki deserved it? They had to be thinking it, didn't they? What everyone else in the world was thinking. That it was his fault All Might had been forced to retire. That it was his fault those people had died in Kamino. That it was his fault things had gone to hell at the camp. That they'd gotten hurt. They knew better than anyone how much he'd up. These were the people who'd fought him at the sports festival. These were the people who had been attacked at the camp because of him. These were the people who were forced to change their whole lives for him, being forced to live in the dorms now because Katsuki hadn't come forward about being stalked by villains. They were the people who had to take this exam now because they were supposed to get these at the camp. They were supposed to be certified semi-pros by the Wild Pussycats team. They had been their proctors, even though he and his classmates hadn't known it at the time. Katsuki had caused so much damage by being weak. An avalanche of one bad thing after another because he hadn't made the right calls, because he hadn't fought strong enough, hadn't been smart enough to get away. Everyone knows. There was a lot of things that everyone knew about Katsuki, but passing the exam sure as hell didn't feel like it was one of them. They'd been watching, he knows, when they think he can't see them. When they think he doesn't notice. Pity and judgment. Avoiding him and talking to him in a different way than before. More cautious. Not one of them has said a word about the kidnapping. One way or the other. They've all avoided speaking about what happened. No one in his class has blamed him for moving into the dorms or the attack or Kamino. No one has said it wasn't his fault either. It's like a giant elephant in the room. A dividing wall between himself and them. He's getting pictures now. In the letters. Of people who died in Kamino. Aunts and fathers and children and old people who'd been left alone to die because no one knew they were in the buildings in the first place. Sometimes the letters are angry at him, and sometimes they are filled with words of devastation. All of them have said in one way or another that they wished the heroes hadn't gone to save Katsuki. That it was his fault these people were dead. Some of them begged Katsuki not to become a hero. Some of them threatened him. Some of them were just bitter statements, lashing out at Katsuki. Katsuki's not sure what to do with the ugly black hole that's been opening in his ST. His heart hurts in a way that he doesn't know how to explain, and no amount of running or exercise or strong work makes it go away. Katsuki can't sit at that table with his classmates. He can't relax. He can't play whatever the F they're playing. Because as long as he's working, being productive, then he can keep it all at bay. He can keep the black thing in his ST from consuming him. But if he relaxes, if he lets himself stop working, then it starts to take hold in a horrible way. And Katsuki can't. He can't do that. He has to prove himself first. He has to prove that he can be a hero. Once he passes the exam, then he'll relax. If he can just pass the exam, prove that he can be a hero, that he has what it takes, that he's not all bad and that he can do good, then it will be easier to bear. He can deal with it then. And maybe this headache will go away. Maybe the gnawing pit inside of him will lessen to something that he can handle better. He needs to prove to himself that he's doing the right thing. Bakugou. He blinks. Kirishima comes into focus, blurry outlines coming into sharp contrast. You spaced out on us, Kirishima said, worry in his voice. Mina asked if want the race car. I'm not playing, Katsuki denies. I'm going out to work on my autocannon. I don't think that's such a good idea, Shiro called out. Now all eyes were on Katsuki and he felt himself hunching. Dude, it's been like a month since we moved into the dorms, man. You don't come out of your room. You don't hang out with any of us. Hell, I don't even think Kirishima has seen what your dorm looks like, and he's right next door. Like, there's being an introvert and then there's isolation, and that's what you're doing, man. You cook and you train and you study and, like, look, men, we all know you're hardcore and maybe you do relax in that room of yours, but, I mean, even Tokoyami and Shoji and Todoroki come out and hang sometimes, Kaminari pipped up. Koda's been more vocal than you. You're practically a ghost. It's none of your business what I do with my free time, Katsuki snapped, turning away from them. Is this what you've always done then? Kirishima called, stopping him. You seemed pretty relaxed and more than willing to hang out at Island. I got you to come to the pool to hang out with us. This sure doesn't feel like you've always done this, man. I'm your friend, on it. We're all your friends. Maybe next week, Katsuki relented. Next week when the exam is over, Kirishima said knowingly. Bakugou, you can't. This isn't right, man. This isn't good. I don't know what's going through your head right now, but working yourself into the ground. Does it look like I'm in the ground? Katsuki snapped. I'm bringing my A game to this exam and I won't accept anything less. That's super manly, Kirishima said, but his normal passion wasn't behind the words. Plus ultra and all that, but there's a point where it starts to not be helpful anymore and you're kind of there, man. How about just an hour? Horns pushed, golden eyes set in black staring at him. We can compromise. How about you just hang out for 1 hour and then you can go do your stuff? Katsuki glanced outside, at dim lighting. It's probably going to rain soon. I want to get out there before that, Katsuki said, dismissively. Maybe later. He didn't miss the looks on their faces. Wariness. Concern. Resignation. He knew them though. They'd start playing their game and soon enough all thoughts of Katsuki would be long gone. They were the type to be fully in the present. They didn't overanalyze and brood like a certain group of shitty nerds tended to. That was why he liked them so much. They cared but they didn't obsess. Katsuki turned the air was humid and charged. Muggy, almost, a fog encroaching on the campus in spurts despite the end of summer sun trying to dispel it. It left the campus looking ominous. Alive. Which meant most of the extras would be indoors. Definitely the general ed students and business students. There might be a tech student, that Hatsumi whatever the F or her name is chick was a dedicated piece of SHT Katsuki had come to respect, so the chances of running into her out here was all a matter of crossing paths. Katsuki felt the droplets of water leave dew on his skin as he found his normal training spots. Familiar burnt stumps left behind from his last session. He grinned as he got to work, pulling his gloves on. The boom, boom, boom of his shots going off was satisfying, but they were still too far apart. His aim was off, leaving random ball of nitro to spin too wide. The AP shot needed to hit the target 100% of the time. Any variation could leave targets outside of his scope to incur damage. Here that meant planks of wood and random trees getting holes in them, but out in the field that meant random civilians, his allies, even villains that were already downed. The recoil from his explosions was harsh, but there was a reason the primary exercises he did were focused on his back muscles rather than too much on his biceps. That way he wasn't knocked on his but with a dislocated shoulder every time he used his quirk. Rain starts to fall. His skin becomes chilled at first, but as he continues to work, it warms up again, becoming almost overheated. He can see the steam rolling off his palms and fingers as he lights nitroglycerin up over and over again. Nothing stops his palms from igniting, but the explosions do become smaller and smaller, and as the ground becomes muddy, he starts to slide with the blasts, feet losing their grip as the earth softens. And then the rain becomes a downpour. It's not long before his clothes are absolutely soaked through. He doesn't stop though. Not until he slips and hits the ground so strong the breath is knocked out of him. Mud covering half his body as he struggles to his feet. Katsuki moves towards the closest gym, an out-of-the-way one that's not normally used, opening the doors and slipping inside. He freezes at the sound of voices. Your arms are going all over the place when you go for a kick. You need to be conscious of all your limbs when you make a move, All Might's voice calls out. Katsuki stills. Right? Deku says hastily. He can hear quick, heavy movements. Feet landing too strong. The soft thud of a body landing on the ground. Katsuki peeks around the corner to see the two of them alone in the gym. Private lessons for All Might's not-so-secret, favorite student. That's a little too much. You don't want to hold your arms in that far when you're doing that high kick. Elbows in, but don't have them touching your sides, All Might instructed. Katsuki couldn't help himself. He slid down the wall, watching quietly as the two of them talked and worked together. The fondness was obvious. He couldn't help the small jealous ball that sat in the pit of his stomach. All Might's voice was so much softer here than it ever was when the man was teaching them. It had a soothing quality to it. Kind rather than just cheerful. The skeletal features stood out. Thin arms and bony face. There were still bandages wrapped around the man's arm from Kamino. His fault. Katsuki shivered. He shouldn't be here. All Might was, he shouldn't be here. Intruding where he didn't belong. Where he would never belong. Even if he proved he could be a hero at the exam, there was nothing that could ever make up for taking All Might from everyone. How was that? Deku asked. Much better, All Might called out. Almost perfect, I'd say. There was pride in that voice. Never in his life had Katsuki felt more unwelcome and alone than sitting just out of reach of his hero and Deku. Listening in to a conversation he knew he'd never have himself. The friendly, familiar banter full of such warmth. Katsuki stood, hunched against the wall, and took a step back. And then another. And another. Until he, as quietly as possible, opened the door and slipped back out into the pouring rain. Katsuki was uncomfortable. With the crowd. They were boxed in on all sides by students from other schools. Katsuki felt his shoulders hunch as he looked around and found eyes looking back. It had been a long time since he'd been surrounded by so many people that weren't his classmates. It unnerved him in a way that made him feel sick. He was better than this. Stronger than this. Some extras weren't going to F this up for him. Those thoughts didn't stop Katsuki from stepping closer to Kirishima and Kaminari as students started to approach them. Holy viti. He hadn't seen this many people since the sports festival. He had to stop himself from invading Kirishima's personal space as the hundreds around them screamed and yelled in excitement. I'm getting nervous, Jairu said, clutching at her backpack. I wonder what we'll have to do, I wonder if I can get my provisional license, Mineta muttered, tilting from side to side anxiously. As much as he despised the idea of agreeing with the grape stain, there was a small voice in the back of his head that was just as stressed out. A headache had formed 2 days ago at the back of his head and had slowly moved its way upwards until everything throbbed. He'd popped a few pain meds as they'd gotten off of the bus and it had yet to kick in. The steady throb, doing a dim good job of distracting him from his slowly mounting panic, and he hadn't realized until now how bad his claustrophobia had gone from mild annoyance at a tie to I'm about 10 seconds away from leaping onto the bus just to get 10 feet between me and everything else. Aizawa lurched into view, bending down so that he was more at the grape stain's level. Mineta, it's not about whether or not you can go and get it, Aizawa said firmly. Of C-course. Katsuki's shoulders loosened. If you can pass this test and get your provisional license, then you novice eggs will become chicks. What the F kind of speech was that? You'll hatch into semi-pros. Do your best. Katsuki breathed in. Semi-pros. The Public Safety Commission promised that if he passed this, then they'd leave him be. No more letters from the crazy lady. No ring. Katsuki would start doing internships and really get out the door. He could do this. He trained for this. No F-ups. Exams were what Katsuki did best. Know the rules. Meet the criteria. Exams didn't have to deal with people. You had an objective and you attained it with skill and strong work and knowledge. Katsuki had that in spades. He could do this. Strong work and never giving up. Those were his two best qualities, right? He could do this. Alright, I'll become a chick, Kaminari whispered to Kirishima. Seriously, what the F was wrong with his classmates? Let's all call out the usual. Kirishima yelled out with far too enthusiasm. Katsuki eyed the behemoth walking up behind his classmates, taking a step back to distance himself from the stranger. The guy's eyes hadn't so much as glanced at him, and that had made relief bubble in him a bit. He'd never liked the idea of being invisible, but here and now it felt comforting. Ready, set, plus ultra. Plus ultra. His two idiots leaped in fright as the guy screamed along with them. Katsuki smirked, even as his eyes landed on the other student in confusion. You shouldn't drop in on other people's huddles, Inesa, one of the guy's classmates reprimanded, sounding like a shorter, more unpleasant version of Four Eyes. Katsuki recognized the hats they were wearing. The giant slanted S on top giving away the district easily enough. Anyone with brain cells who'd entered UA should know them. The guy, Inesa, apologized. As obnoxious and loud as any of his classmates on their worst days. Even Kaminari was unnerved by the guy's sheer loudness, which was as impressive as it was horrifying. Wait, that uniform, Jer muttered. It's from that famous school in western Japan, Ojiro said. UA in the east, Shiketsu in the west, Katsuki said, staring at the group, remaining just out of their space. He turned away, not paying attention from that point on as Deku started nerding out as another pro-hero approached. Students started to crowd in on them even more and Katsuki found himself moving closer to Kaminari, making a line of his classmates between himself and the strangers. Why were they just standing around? The sooner they got inside the better prepared they'd be for the next, and the further away Katsuki could get from this toxic crowding of teenage stupidity. A student popped up in front of Kaminari, startling him. Even so, you all are aiming to be heroes like us. The brown-haired teen said with enthusiasm. He turned to Katsuki and the blonde didn't like what he saw. A practiced smile. A look about him as if he were in a play rather than talking to people. The guy grabbed Jairu's hands next, causing her to look in shock. That's so wonderful. A heart of fortitude is what I believe all heroes should have from now on. Staged was the word that came to mind as Katsuki took a step back, watching cautiously. He didn't like this guy. Not one bit. From among you, there's Bakugou, who experienced being at the center of the Kamino incident. Katsuki felt himself bristle. God damn it. Despite the medicine, he felt his head throb worse rather than less. To bring it up so casually, like it meant nothing. You have an especially strong heart. Bullshit. His eyes narrowed in on the guy. Today I'll do my best while learning from you. The guy held out his hand to Katsuki who stood his ground despite every nerve screaming at him to leap back. To put distance between them. Instead, Katsuki slapped the hand out of his space. Stop pretending, he growled. What you're saying doesn't match the look in your eyes. Katsuki turned away from him as he watched the guy's eyes narrow. He could practically see the calculation there. Watching him. Hey, stop being so rude. Kirishima told him, looking horrified before turning to the stranger. Sorry about that. The taller teen gave them that practiced smile again. It's fine. It just proves how strong his heart is. The side-eye Katsuki got from the guy, the watchful look. This guy was definitely one to watch out for. A manipulator for sure. It reminded him of Magna almost. Using kind words to try to get him on her side. He wouldn't be fooled by the likes of this BSRD. He was relieved to hear Aizawa's demand to get moving. It was about time. For the love of all might, what the F was this? It was the BSTRD who'd signed off on the crazy therapist lady. Katsuki stared in shock as Mara Yakumaru spoke to them in the orientation for the provisional license exam. The Heroes Public Safety Commission official whose confirmation letter sat under his bed. This was the guy who would be watching their exams, determining whether they would pass or fail. Too many people were trapped in the tiny room and Katsuki had a strong time hearing what was being said over the pounding of his heart. He had to get out of here. F everyone and everything. Why would they design this room to be so goddamn tiny? He felt people crowding in on him from all sides, and he didn't even have the comfort of familiarity with his classmates because they'd spread out among the room when they'd first entered. This was a nightmare. Yakumaru at the front, both the least intimidating guy Katsuki had ever seen, and the coordinator of the threat looming over his head. The crowd pushing and nudging up against him as the clock seemed to pause time. Just to demonstrate how much of a beach time could be. And it only got worse the longer the BSTRD talked. 100/1504. Less than 10% of the people here were allowed to pass. He felt a manic laugh bubble up. If he didn't pass, he'd have to wear the ring. He'd have to go to that lunatic. He clamped his hand over his mouth as a bit of nervous laughter fell through. Beside him, Mineta took a step away from him, a look on his face clearly stating he thought Katsuki had lost his mind. At least he was coming off as scary rather than terrified. Which he wasn't. It was like Aizawa said. They just had to do it. Katsuki had to pass. He had to. He also had to prove a point. He had to prove that he was hero material. He wasn't what they said he was. Katsuki sticks the little light triggers on him with admittedly shaky hands. It seemed like he'd bumped into every blasted person in this nightmare box. Every nerve lit, and wow, he should have brought more pain meds with him because what he'd taken was doing not a goddamn thing for him. The test hadn't even started and Katsuki already felt drained. The walls around them fell away. Katsuki looked out at the expanse of the exam. A tiny, frantic ball inside of him loosening the smallest bit. Already their fellow examinees were rushing off into the sectors, probably choosing the areas where their own quirks worked best. Katsuki eyed his options. Open space was too obvious, and it would leave him open to attacks from people with similar skill sets. He needed an area where it would put the bastards at a disadvantage to fight him. High up. Open for movement, but not so open that those with wide-range quirks could have a free-for-all. A place where Katsuki's skills at close and long range could be used. He spotted some tall buildings in the distance. Not the skyscrapers, but maybe still in the city area. Those highway-looking roads maybe. It would offer mobility and attack range while limiting most people's options. He'd have to be careful though, because anyone in that area would most likely have chosen it because their quirks were strongest in those types of areas too. Beside him, Deku started to make some speech about working together. Working together. There were 20 of them. All that would do would widen how much of a target they all had on their backs. Didn't they get it? They'd been in the spotlight for months. Everyone would be watching them. Waiting. Yeah right, this isn't a field trip. Katsuki hissed out, turning away from his class and heading towards the highways. The thrill of not having bodies around him was immense, enough to lighten the staggering weight that felt like it was pushing down on him. Idiot, wait up. Kirishima called after him. Katsuki kept moving, watching as their classmates started to head towards the open area of the rock formations. Geez. Had they even bothered to consider their options? Katsuki picked up the pace, running as he took in the other groups. There were a few schools heading under the roadways. So he'd go above. Get a vantage point. Behind him, Kirishima was muttering expletives as he tried to keep up. Katsuki slowed down the smallest bit for the redhead, letting his own explosions die down as he touched down on the ground. There's hundreds of them. You can't face all of that by yourself. Kirishima hissed as he caught up. I don't know what's going through your head lately, but you've got to. A loud boom went off in the distance. Katsuki turned to glance back at where their class was, and yup. One giant target. Just like he thought. Holy V. Kaminari whispered. Katsuki glanced at the other blonde in surprise. Not just that he'd followed behind them, but that he hadn't noticed. We were all broadcast at the sports festival. We've been in the spotlight from day one. Of course we're going to be targeted before anyone else, Katsuki drawled. And you didn't think to warn anyone? Kirishima yelled at him. It's obvious. I shouldn't need to warn anyone. Kaminari sighed in exasperation. Another explosion sounded. And I've got one of the biggest targets on my back, Katsuki added in warning. So stop following me. Both Kirishima and Kaminari paused at that, exchanging looks. Is that why you went off by yourself? Kirishima asked, eyeing him in disapproval. You know we're here for you, bro, whatever. He hadn't understood Kirishima's longing to stick with him at the USJ or work with him at the festival. He'd concluded that his best friend was missing a vital self-preservation genetic code from the get-go, so he really shouldn't be surprised. Katsuki hooked his foot in the ladder, hauling himself up towards the highway. "I don't need you," Katsuki hissed. "I can handle this exam on my own." He eyed the surrounding area as they climbed, wondering if the cameras and video feed would be like the ones at UA. If they only observed with no audio, or if everything that was being said was being watched by that droopy-eyed piece of SHT. He needed to pass by his own power and no one else's, or the Hero Public Safety Commission might find some excuse to fail him. Katsuki tried to make them leave, earning more reprimands from Kirishima and yelling from Kaminari, but they both stayed. A tiny, weak part of him appreciated that. His hand clutched the last rung and Katsuki hauled himself up. Now or never. He'd passed the first part. Katsuki felt shaky relief bordering on manic elation thrum through him. A simple game of extreme tag. That was it. Katsuki let out an unsteady breath as Kaminari and Kirishima celebrated far too loudly. He'd overthought all of this. He was going to be okay. If the second part was as straightforward as the first part, then he'd be fine. He'd more than studied for this SHT. The first part had focused on combat skills. The losers on the bridge had been concerningly easy to beat. There had been a couple quirks with potential, but the people who possessed those quirks had been unprepared was the best word for it. As if they hadn't had a single day of structured training before. At least the flesh freak had known how to take advantage of his surroundings and knew some form of strategy. Even when he'd lit up his third ball and the message had been delivered, Katsuki had been waiting for the other shoe to drop. The axe to fall. The trick to be delivered to tell him that there was something more to this test. None came. It had really been that straightforward. A body sat next to him. He glanced up to see the chick from Shiketsu sitting next to him. Hadn't he already told them off? She was far too close and Katsuki moved over, pointedly. F these people and their refusal to observe personal space. Did he have a face that said approach me? Because he'd been cultivating the opposite since he was born, and that would be disappointing as F. He looked away as Kirishima and Kaminari walked over to Siro and Horns, talking animatedly about their own experiences in the exam. Obnoxious hand gestures and waving about. Things seem like they've been pretty rough for you since Kamino. Katsuki stiffened. FL. Now what? F off, Katsuki muttered under his breath. Katsuki was just about as blunt as one could get, but even he knew not to bring up horrible SHT that's happened to people right to their goddamn face. These people needed to learn some manners, and if Katsuki of all people was saying that, the advice was legit. So, he didn't want to make a scene. Not here. Not at his provisional license exam. The girl smiled at him and there was something creepily familiar about it, though he was sure he'd never met her before in his life. It seems to me that there's a lot of people out there who have a lot to say about what happened. Does it bother you? Katsuki flipped her off, standing to walk away. We see you. Every muscle in his body froze. His feet stumbled and panic welled inside of him. Move. Katsuki shouted at himself, stiffly turning to stare at her and nearly tripping over his own feet. What? The girl smiled, her mouth hooked up to show her teeth, and that looked wrong. That smile was familiar, but not. He'd never met her before, but everything about her was screaming alarms in his head. The way she leaned forward with her arms crossed. We see you, she said lightly, tilting her head in a playful manner. We always have. Unlike all of these people here. We care. You're from the league, Katsuki whispered, looking around them. There were a lot of students here. Not again. Of course not, silly. The girl smiled at him again. Yeah. Where had he seen that smile before? Where the F had he seen it? I'm just a student from Shiketsu. I'm just saying that not everyone here wants to judge you for causing All Might to fall. Katsuki swallowed, watching her closely, his hands sparked off, little explosions going off at the tip of his fingers. He looked around the room, trying to find the proctors, but there were no adults in sight. Only his fellow testers. Fuckity FF, Katsuki turned back and she was gone. Katsuki shivered and walked backward, looking for her in the crowd, but it was as if she'd just disappeared. Holy SHT Katsuki tried to find an adult. He needed to tell them a league member was here. There was no way she knew about those F text messages unless she was involved. There was no F way. Before Katsuki could do anything, Mara Yakumura's voice sounded on the loudspeakers and the walls of the building were collapsing around them again. The second part of the exam begins now. He listened in rapt attention as the man explained things. The entire stadium of districts collapsing dramatically around them. Katsuki felt feverish and sick. Rescue. He'd said something about rescue. But the league was here. They were here somewhere and they were planning something. Was he overthinking this? But that smile and what she said? Katsuki swallowed. Was something going to happen here? Were they going to be attacked? Or was Katsuki just losing his mind? So paranoid that he was making mountains out of molehills. The girl had been a student. What if she was just a beach? Nothing but someone who'd wanted to throw him off for this test. It could have just been a coincidence that she'd said, "We see you." It wasn't like the league had a commercial claim to those words. Still, he launched himself away from his classmates. He couldn't do this to them again. He couldn't do this again. The sound of footsteps following him made him turn to see Kirishima and Kaminari. "Why the are you following me again?" Katsuki shrieked. "'Cause we wanna," they both grinned at him. He felt shaken as he looked around. Focus. Focus. What were the perimeters? Find people. Rescue them, right? Okay. His heart felt like it was trying to claw its way out of his The buildings here are all destroyed. There's no epicenter though. There's no obvious trail from a villain. It's more like the aftermath of an earthquake. Texts run through his head. He can practically see the highlighted safety procedures in front of him. Arriving first. Leaving last. Large-scale catastrophes were all about finding priority victims. Any individuals suffering from minor injuries but capable of moving on their own were to be directed in the right direction but otherwise considered legally in charge of their own safety and evacuation. To spend time on every victim was to potentially lose more lives. Confined space rescues were, technically the rarest, but in earthquake scenarios the most common and most dangerous. It was important not to substitute emotions for intelligence. There may be a sense of urgency to move in as quickly as possible without evaluating the best route of rescue. Time is the enemy here, but do not take shortcuts in appropriate procedures for the sake of shaving off a few seconds or minutes. Most of the time these shortcuts do not end up saving time anyways, as the person will eventually have to evaluate a situation from within the confined space once they have made it to the victim. Taking the time to plan the removal of the victim from their confined space will improve efficiency and likelihood for success. Katsuki knew all the rules. All the best ways to be the most efficient. Kirishima and Kaminari might be compromised by their emotions, trying to baby every single person they were rescuing, but Katsuki knew what the most important SHT here was. Get to the top priority victims first. Don't bother with minor injury victims. Don't rush plan. Katsuki guided Kirishima and Kaminari on the right procedures. Made sure they got to the people who really needed it even when the two of them were being dumb, trying to be overly nice to every person they went past. That wasn't the priority in situations like this. Priority. Accuracy. Safety. So far they'd saved nearly 60 people. Katsuki felt giddy. Maybe he'd never develop best genist standards of smiling and waving and being fake with people, but Katsuki was getting SHT done. He was saving lives. Priority. Accuracy. Safety. 61. 62. 63. Come on, man, Kirishima hissed. You have to stop yelling at people. And you have to recognize that those three only have a few cuts, Katsuki hissed. So what if they are crying? There's people who are dying. You can't waste time on people's feelings in catastrophes. They'll get the over it. Do you know who won't get over it? The people who are dying. If they die, that's it. They won't be able to smile or cry. Kaminari rubbed the back of his neck as they dropped into a hole. I get that, but we're supposed to be heroes. Yelling at people isn't going to make this any easier. They always want to argue with you, Katsuki snapped. If you don't yell, then they don't listen. You have to show them authority, dumb but. I don't think that's how that works, Kirishima muttered. Katsuki blasted off into the air, using his explosions to slow his momentum and landing lightly on top of a twisted set of metal pipes. He looked down into the dark abyss, setting off an explosion for light. People looked up at him from the depths. "Tell me your injuries." On cue, actors, one of them burst into tears. "One of us is disorientated, so I'm pretty sure he has a concussion." A male voice boomed up at him. "I have a broken leg and broken ribs. My friend is unconscious. Boo seems fine though." "We got a priority rescue," Katsuki called out. He lit up the area again, examining the walls. "Kirishima, you see those metal rods over there? I want you to use your quirk to stabilize these walls with those rods. There's a point about midway down this that looks like it might collapse if we just bring them up." "Sparks. There was a long metal sheet a couple 100 feet back where we came. Go grab that for me for our ribs guy." On it, they worked well together. Katsuki let them do their whole reassuring and happy-go-lucky SHT while he focused on instructing them on the best ways to get these extras out of the goddamn hole. 64. 65. 66. 67. He was going to pass. It was going to be okay. For the first time in forever, he shared a vicious, satisfied smile with Kirishima. He let Kaminari give him a side hug. His shoulders began to relax. All that studying, all that training was paying off. When King Orca attacked, Katsuki decided to stay rather than to fight. He was here to prove a point after all. He was here to rescue people. To show that he could do this SHT. He'd show all those mothafs who's boss. He'd bet anything there were a few blowhards who were rushing to take down the bad guys, and Katsuki would show that he knew what the game was. He knew what these heirs would want to see from him. When the buzzard rang loud and clear, everyone began cheering around him. Sweat-soaked and feeling just about ready to faint from the stress leaving him, Katsuki made his way with everyone else to the room. Much less crowded now. Instead of the 1,000 or so people in the room, there was only 100. Even the actors had headed off to their own area to clean up and write the reports. He and his classmates had their scratches and bruises attended to and took quick showers before folding their costumes up and getting into their school uniforms. As he tugged his shoes on, it finally hit him. The test had been to become semi-pros. He would be an official hero now. Katsuki's lips twitched at the thought. He'd been so focused and stressed about the consequences of failing that he hadn't even thought about the real reason for why he was here today. He'd been so busy trying to prove that he wasn't a villain that he forgot that this whole thing was to become a hero. When had he forgotten that? The time limit had been tight, but they'd saved a lot of people. Katsuki followed Kirishima and Kaminari out of the locker room and stood behind him as the other students gathered. Mara Yakumaru's voice sounded through the speaker again. The flat, tired voice made him feel uneasy. It was strong to picture the two formal words of the letter insisting upon his compliance being spoken with that voice. The board blinked. The scores went up. Katsuki's eyes scanned the board. Kirishima's name was up there. Once. Dekus? He paused for a long moment as he went through the names once, twice, if third time. There was no Katsuki Bakugou up there. His name wasn't on the board. Katsuki doesn't remember the trip back. That should bother him. He doesn't remember getting on the bus or the ride or getting off. One moment he's staring at the board, feeling everything slip, fall, faster and faster. Someone nudged him and he remembers following his classmates. After that though, Katsuki remembers following them and then he's in his dorm room. Standing in front of his bed. Then he's on it. Staring at the wall. He blinks and the light pouring in from the window is gone and it's dark out. He knows he falls asleep at some point. He wakes up on his side and curls into a ball and there's light shining through his room from his window. He gets up only long enough to close the blinds, throwing the room in darkness. Katsuki doesn't bother to practice the grounding techniques he usually tries when he starts to slip. Instead, he lets himself fall deeper into it. He doesn't move and he doesn't think. If he thinks, he might start screaming. He falls asleep again. It's dark outside. It's light. Katsuki doesn't move. "Hey man, come on, you have to come out at some point," Kirishima's voice sounded from the other side of the door. "It's been 2 days. At least eat the food I'm bringing you." 2 days. Katsuki blinks in surprise, aware, vaguely, of how dry his throat is. He moves a little bit and is alarmed that his limbs feel heavy. Pins and needles attack his legs and his right arm feels numb and boneless in the shoulder where he's been leaning heavily against the wall. There was a sigh. Aizawa says if you don't listen to me then he's going to come in and I think we both know you don't want to deal with a pissed-off sensei, right? Katsuki finds that he honestly doesn't care. Which is odd. It's something he normally would care about a lot. But in the face of everything, it seems like such a tiny, insignificant and stupid thing to worry about. A fist banged on the door. At least say something so I know you're alive. Bakugou, if you don't speak up I'm gonna break your door. Another bang sounded. Soon enough the sound of metal being crushed and Kirishima came in, eyes frantically scanning the dark room before Katsuki felt the eyes land on him. Bakugou, Kirishima wavered. Katsuki didn't move. Hadn't moved from his spot leaning against the wall and staring at the ceiling in a while. He felt the bed dip as the redhead sat heavily, nudging him strong. It caused the tingling in his legs to worsen into a sharp, hot sensation as it unintentional jostled him. Katsuki didn't react. This isn't the end of the world. They said you can do remedial courses. You're still going to get your license. He was nudged again, harder this time, a rough shoulder shake that sent the hot pins and needles through his entire left side. He sat up a bit with some difficulty, finding his body not quite able to keep up with that order, his wrist feeling like it was bending at an odd angle as he sat up more. You're scaring me. Say something please. Kirishima begged him. Katsuki couldn't bring himself to even look at him. It was strong to focus and harder even to move, but he was sitting up more at least. I know you worked really strong and it sucks that you didn't make it but, Kirishima faltered. Bakugou. You don't have to talk but I've got some soup. I left it outside the door. Do you think you can eat it for me? Kirishima disappeared for a moment, coming back with the bowl and setting it down on the bedside table. He shifted from foot to foot, looking unsure before padding over and turning on the light. Katsuki flinched. Kirishima's wide-eyed stare watched him. Why are you still wearing your uniform? It's Sunday. Bakugou, the exam was on Friday. Have you not even changed since we got back? Strong hands grabbed both of his shoulders and Katsuki curled inwards, pressing himself against the wall as he looked anywhere but at Kirishima who determinedly planted himself too close. Invading his space. Making it strong to breathe. Katsuki forced his knees between them, sitting up and moving more than he had in what felt like forever. The pins and needles was giving way to aches and pain as his joints protested the sudden movement. A spark went off and an explosion sounded. Was that him? Of course it was. Who the F else would it be? Katsuki blinked as Kirishima stared back at him, now a few feet away from the bed having been blown back, lines stretching across his body telling Katsuki that he'd hardened. Part of his shirt missing. His palms smoked, the smoke rising into the air, and he winced as he realized there would be ash on the ceiling. But at least Kirishima was away from him. He could breathe again. The redhead held up his hands in a placating mode, but they were still hardened. Sorry, Kirishima said, soft, frazzled. I panicked. Talk to me. Tell me what you're thinking, man, I won't judge. Whatever is on your mind, Kirishima choked up. He sounded like he was crying. I don't know what to do, Kirishima whispered. Tell me how to help you. I'll do it. Kirishima? That wasn't his voice. Aizawa stepped into the room, taking in the scene with worried eyes. That was odd. Katsuki didn't know Aizawa could look. For others, sure, but it felt alien directed at him. Unnatural. Kirishima wiped at his face, breathing weird, voice hitching. Sensei, Kirishima's voice was relieved. He won't talk. He won't eat. I don't think he's even moved since we got back. I'll handle this. It was a dismissal. Though knowing the redhead, he'd pop over to his bedroom and stick his ear to the wall. The heavy steps told him that Kirishima's hardening hadn't dropped yet. It wasn't like him to lose control of his quirk enough to not immediately loosen. I'm sorry I didn't check on you sooner, Aizawa said softly, sitting on the corner of the bed. Not too close. Katsuki appreciated that. His teacher's hands were raised in full view. Katsuki still eyed him warily though. Can you tell me what day it is? Aizawa asked softly. Katsuki didn't know. Though he's pretty sure Kirishima just mentioned it. The day slipped from his head though. He couldn't remember. He shook his head. Aizawa gazed worriedly at him. Can you eat the soup for me? Aizawa asked him, nodding towards the bowl. Katsuki blinked strong, shaking his arm to try to get the feeling back. His teacher watched him carefully. He clenched his hand over and over again. There was a medical term for it. When the nerves of a body part were cut off from the brain due to pressure. A temporary paralysis. Paralysis. It sort of sounded like that. But paresthesia. He's read the term recently. In one of the rescue manuals. Victims who are trapped for long periods of time might not be able to move well due to paresthesia setting in. They might become alarmed by this. Oftentimes this is due to nerve compression rather than blood flow being cut off. When he feels more secure in his body's ability to hold the bowl, he wraps his hands around it. It's too hot. His fingers are unnatural cold. He moves the bowl to his lap, against the pants of his school uniform, and takes a bite. It relieves the feeling of dryness in his throat but makes him more aware of how thirsty he is. Water. Katsuki croaks. Aizawa looks at him strong. Katsuki vaguely points to a hoard of water bottles he has in his corner. The man nods and grabs one for him, thrusting it into his open hand. Is that the first time you've had water since the exam? Aizawa asked. The man tries for casual, but his words are too sharp, too angry and tight and disapproving. Katsuki shrugs. His hands are shaking though as he uncaps the lid, and by the way his teacher stares at them, he thinks that it's answer enough. Aizawa curses under his breath and runs his hand through his hair as he sits down on the bed. It dips under the man's weight enough that Katsuki has to lift the bowl or be burned by the hot soup. This isn't like you, Aizawa murmurs. Katsuki's pretty sure the man isn't talking to him when he says this, so he doesn't respond. He eats more of the soup, feeling more like himself with each spoonful. More aware too. It makes him feel a little queasy, but he knows that's just because the smell of the soup, vegetable, is too strong on a stomach that hasn't eaten in 2 days. 3. Whatever. He focuses on the smoothness of the bowl. White bowl. Red and brown soup. His grounding technique pulls him further out of his own head. The burning sensation on his stiff fingers helps bring them to life. He knows not to eat too much of it too fast. After a few more bites, he puts it on the nightstand by his bed, takes a few more sips of his water. He feels better. More substantial than he had before. More aware. He feels kinda gross. His hair is stiff and there's a hefty layer of dried sweat on him, which is dangerous, and he knows better. His clothes feel damp and stiff at the same time. He needs a shower. Needs to get out of these clothes. Now that he's moving around a bit, he realizes he needs to PSS too. He rolls his shoulder and feels about a dozen things pop along his back and spine. Feels bones move back into place and the aches subside a bit. He flinches when a hand touches his forehead, looking through his bangs at Aizawa as the man checks his temperature and frowns more. Bakugou, this is about failing the exam, isn't it? The man asks him. It sounds more like he's looking for confirmation rather than anything else. His teacher has already made up his mind on what the issue is, and Katsuki sort of wants to crack up at that. But he is the first adult who's shown concern for him in a long while or has bothered to ask Katsuki rather than simply make declarations. Even if he's pretty sure Aizawa has already assumed as much. Which, of course it's about the exam, but is it? Because there's a bracelet under his bed that the Hero Public Safety Commission wants him to wear now, or he'll be barred from being a hero for life. There's a crazy F-woman he's going to have to go see now. There's letters and threats and things under his bed that he doesn't know what to do with. There's lies he's carrying even though it's technically just omissions. He hasn't told Aizawa that he knew about the threat to the camp. He hasn't told Aizawa about the League stalking him before they ever got to the training area. There's All Might. Kamino. There's the threat of what is going to happen when his mom finally figures out what he and his dad have done. What they are going to do. The question of how she'll react. What she'll try to do. He'd felt so sure, despite everything, that an exam, at least, he could pass. He knew the procedures backwards and forwards. He knew the laws. He had the power and the abilities and the knowledge. Katsuki had failed solely because of who he was as a person, and there was no way, at this point, that he could deny that. He'd proven them all right. The phone calls, the text messages, the letters, the league, the people online and on the streets, his own mother. He doesn't know how to move forward. Something has to change, and with a sinking feeling that makes his heart throb, he knows what that something is. He has to admit to himself that his reasons for admiring All Might were wrong. The idea that no matter how bad the outcome looked, that you had to keep going. The idea that strong work and not giving up, the things Katsuki strove for above everything else, weren't good enough and were obviously not the things All Might valued above all else. What Katsuki was at his core wasn't what made a hero. Katsuki wasn't a hero. Bakugou. Katsuki turned to see Aizawa had moved and was sitting, hunched in front of him. It looks like you're thinking pretty strong about something. You want to clue me in? Aizawa asked. What do you consider to be a hero? Katsuki asked. The man was gruff, unsociable on his best days. Aizawa had never shown himself to smile for the media or placate people. Yet he was undoubtedly a hero, one of the best. The way he'd fought against all those villains at the USJ, how he went above and beyond, plus ultra, to win against the odds. But that wasn't enough. Obviously. Katsuki had done that too. Fighting first 8 against 1 and then 6 against 1 in Kamino. He'd fought against the odds. But what had he accomplished? Because of the rescue attempt to save Katsuki, so many people had died in the buildings that had collapsed. In One for All's initial attack, All Might had been forced to retire. Best Jeanist had been heavily injured. Katsuki hadn't even been able to help. He'd been in the way. An inconvenience at best. A fatal reckoning at worst. A hero, Aizawa said slowly. I take it this is about the results you got from the exam. Katsuki shrugged. Do you understand why you failed? While I prioritized rescues and had peak efficiency, I lacked compassion, manners, and care for the victims. Katsuki recited dutifully. I wasn't personable and I didn't make people feel safe. I was too aggressive and too dismissive of the people around me. You can recite what the exam results said, Aizawa acknowledged, but do you understand what that means? That I shouldn't be myself? I understand what it means. I just don't know how to do it, Katsuki said tiredly. You don't have to become best friends with every person you rescue, but a little self-control goes a long way, Aizawa told him. Rescuing people is the most important job one has as a hero. Sometimes that means physically, sometimes mentally, but most of the time, it's a combination of both. So what am I supposed to do? Katsuki pressed. What does that F mean? At this point, you've experienced first-hand attacks by villains, even before you entered into UA. Think about what was said to you during the crisis and right afterwards. Katsuki stared blankly at the man. That didn't help at all. The sludge incident when he was 14, there'd just been some pros offering him spots at their agency. No one had really talked to him but more at him. All Might hadn't stuck around. Katsuki had walked home alone after that. The USJ, it had been standard. Police had questioned him about his encounter. Yada yada, blah blah, nothing special. He can't recall a single thing outside of that. Island was the same. Even after his own kidnapping, no pro-heroes had spoken with him. The questioning had been left up to the police. He'd been escorted home in a squad car in complete silence. There wasn't anything Katsuki had been doing in the exam that he hadn't witnessed firsthand by the professionals. But that wasn't absolutely true. At the bar, All Might made a big entrance when they came for me, told me I was brave for enduring for so long, Katsuki said slowly, an ugly thought coming to the forefront. Was that just a line then? A habit to say something nice to the victims? That's what it was. A platitude that meant nothing. He picked the bowl back up, fiddling with the glass as his shoulders hunched more, staring at the soup, stirring the spoon slowly as that thought sunk in. He felt a strong nudge and looked up to see Aizawa staring strong at him, analyzing him. Missions where you know the person you're rescuing are rare and usually not allowed. It could compromise a hero's objectivity and thinking. The time you were gone was one where none of us slept. Whatever All Might said that night, he meant. There was a long pause in the man's speech. You didn't fail this exam because you're a bad hero, Bakugou, Aizawa told him quietly. You rescued more people than most. You directed Kirishima and Kaminari perfectly. You failed because of your single-minded approach. You were looking at the people like numbers, not human beings. Coddling people isn't my job. They should be smart enough to know that time means people's lives, Katsuki snapped. I agree to an extent, Aizawa said carefully. The man was speaking slower than his already unrushed dialogue. But your behavior was more than just efficient and quick-paced, it was aggressive and combative, both with your teammates and the victims you rescued. No one is saying you have to be a ray of sunshine, but you should at least strive to keep negative emotions in check. Katsuki wasn't sure how to say interacting with people stressed him out. Pulled him tight. It seemed like stating how unfit he was to be a hero to admit that out loud. That he felt on edge whenever there was more than a small group around him. Always expecting the next attack. The flash of a camera. An unfriendly word. The threat. Eyes watching him from every nook. How could he be a hero if he couldn't deal with being around people? How could he be so goddamn weak that he'd started to panic right off the bat when they'd gotten off the bus and been surrounded by, not hostiles, just other students. Not even civilians. They had been fellow heroes in training and still Katsuki had faltered and felt cornered the whole time he was there. And then she'd come. Katsuki sat up straight as he remembered the girl with the familiar smile. We see you. Was she a part of the league or had she just gotten insanely lucky when it came to F with him? It wasn't like the League of Villains were the only people harassing him. The girl wasn't the only student either. Resentment sat heavy in the hallways of his school. He heard the murmuring and whispers. The glares. The side eyes. The way people stepped away from him when he walked in the hallways. Bakugou, Katsuki looked up to see Aizawa staring at him again. It's been a full month since everyone has moved into the dorms. You haven't been interacting with your classmates at all. Everyone else gathers a few times a week to have a class dinner. There's Friday movie night in the common area. Group training sessions. Game nights. Yet no one has seen you at any of these. Not even your own group you tend to stick with during classes. There's better ways to spend my time, Katsuki said dismissively. Aizawa's eyes narrowed at that. Like sit in your room in the dark starving yourself for 2.5 days? Aizawa asked. Katsuki flinched. Kirishima says you haven't touched anything he's brought up? Katsuki shrugged. Aizawa sighed. Look, I hate to do this, but this can't happen again. What you've done here is dangerous and I will be checking up on you every other day and with others to make sure you're properly eating and taking care of yourself. Beyond that, I'm making it mandatory that you have to spend half an hour out in the common area each day from 6 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. except on those days when you go to your remedial classes. You don't have to talk to anyone, but you need to be around people more. Self-isolating to the extent you have been is not healthy. Katsuki grimaced. You're not in trouble. This isn't a punishment. Think of it as part of learning socialization if you want. There's a reason why they gave you the opportunity to still get your license, you know. You have the talent, the work ethic, and the abilities of a hero, you just need to learn people's skills. Have you considered going to Hound Dog? Katsuki blinked. The school's counselor. Did Aizawa think there was something wrong with him too? Wasn't it enough that the Public Safety Commission was going to force him to go to one? Katsuki scowled, glaring at the floor. No one has to know, Aizawa told him, but it's nothing to be ashamed of to need or want to talk to someone, especially when you've been through so much. Getting stuff off your CHST and talking things out is a great benefit. I go from time to time too. Most heroes do to some extent. Some of us get together with hero groups for the purpose of venting and talking things out, discussion and debate. It helps. Katsuki paused at that. What exactly happens when you go? Katsuki hated to say it, but his voice sounded weak. Uncertain even to his own ears. Mostly it's just talking about whatever you want. Whatever makes you feel comfortable. They'll usually set up goals with you. What you have to remember is that it's geared towards you and what you need. It's about helping you, above all else, to work through those things that most trouble you, Aizawa said carefully. So, you think I should go along with it then? Katsuki asked slowly. Therapy. Think it would help with the stuff it said I failed in. I'm the last person to lecture others on a lack of social etiquettes, Aizawa said with a shrug. But yeah, I think talking to someone would be good for you, and even if you're not comfortable with going to someone like Hound Dog, I'm here for you as well. My door is open whenever you're ready to talk. Katsuki fidgeted. His bowl of soup had gone lukewarm while they'd spoken, but he couldn't see himself going downstairs to warm it up again. He took a bite of the cold soup. The salt more stark against his tongue than when it had been hot. Bakugou, I have to ask, have you done things like this in the past? Things like what? Aizawa gestured at Katsuki. Self-isolating. Not eating. Not showering or bothering to change your clothes. Have you done things like this in the past when faced with negative events happening? Katsuki blinked in surprise. He'd never thought about it and had never heard anyone phrase it quite like that. Had he? There had definitely been more times he'd lost track of time, sure. Instances where there were long stretches where he stayed in his room to avoid his mother. Plenty of weekends where his dad coming in with food and to check up on him were the only times he spoke with people. But Aizawa talked about it in a weird tone. Like Katsuki had been caught cutting himself or something. I mean, Katsuki said slowly, I guess. It's not like I'm avoiding people and I just haven't been hungry. Katsuki shrugged. And it's only been 2 days? He'd spent way longer alone than that without seeing a single soul. His parents went on plenty of business trips after all. And Katsuki ate when he was hungry. He wasn't starving himself, he just hadn't noticed. I haven't been active, so it's not like I need a lot. I eat plenty before and after training. Despite sitting right next to him, Katsuki couldn't distinguish the noises coming out of Aizawa's mouth as words. He raised his eyebrows at his teacher as the man put his head in his hands. I don't know where to start with that, Aizawa muttered. I'll be the one escorting you and Todoroki to your remedial courses starting this Wednesday. You got the information packet at the exams, right? Katsuki had no idea, but he nodded anyway. He could always copy Todoroki's SHT down. Okay, great. I can't believe I have to tell you this, but I don't care if the only thing you do over the course of a day is break wind, you eat. Understand me? He snorted. Sure. I'm serious, Bakugou. I'll be watching you to make sure you're taking care of yourself, and if you're not, I'll sick all might on you to be your personal cheerleader for the foreseeable future. Don't test me. He sobered at that. He absolutely would. Katsuki stiffened as a hand landed on his head. It's not like the random smacks his mom hits him with, it's a soft touch. He looks up through his bangs to see Aizawa standing now, gazing at him with a look that was... Katsuki's not sure what to call it. He doesn't think anyone's ever looked at him like that. The villains were absolute idiots for thinking you'd be anything but a shining example of a hero. Katsuki feels tears prick at the corner of his eyes. He grits his teeth and bows his head to hide them, wiping fiercely at his face as the hand ruffles his hair. Don't let this stop you, use it as a tool to launch yourself forward, show everyone what you can do. Yeah, okay. His voice is thick and he has to swallow to stop any other sounds from coming out. And I fully expect you to take a shower before stepping into my classroom tomorrow. Aizawa smirked, looking far more like himself than the weird expressions he's been making for the last hour or so, but then it slides off his face like rain on glass and his face twists once more into that unreadable weird thing. You're a good kid, Bakugou, I don't want to see you doing this to yourself again. Is that understood? It shouldn't have been a shock, but it was. Katsuki blinked as he stared at his teacher uncomprehendingly. Aizawa thought he was a good kid. Slowly, he nodded, though Katsuki was never aware when these sorts of things happened, so it was an empty sort of nonverbal promise he was making here. Katsuki rarely noticed he was slipping, and if it happened too fast, his grounding techniques were pretty useless. Or sometimes it happened so gradually it was impossible to tell anything was even wrong. The door clicked shut and Katsuki was left with too much dried sweat on his skin, an empty water bottle, and a half-filled bowl of long cold soup in his hands. Kirishima was probably pacing somewhere. Horns and soy sauce and Pikachu calming his anxiety-ridden but down to a manageable level. Aizawa is right, of course. He can't hide away from the world forever. He has to tackle things head-on. The man's words had made Katsuki suspicious though. Did Yue not know about what the Hero Public Safety Commission was doing? Then again, did that matter? UA was a school. The HPSC was the government mandate for all heroes. It was why they handled the examination in the first place. An unbiased third party meant to oversee heroes and make sure heroes were following the laws and regulations of the nation and government. It was a council designed to bring structure to a body of people who were otherwise overpowered. Created to ensure there was no abuse in the system. Still, his fingers shook as he brought out the letter to read again. Dear Katsuki Bakugou, I've contacted the Hero Public Safety Commission with my recommendations. They too were concerned about your aggressive behavior and fear further attempts of villains targeting you again due to your lack of demonstrative improvement. Included in this letter is a directive from HPSC Officer Yukumir Mera highly recommending my services to you to improve your overall behavior and DSPLN. As of right now, this is not mandatory. However, the Hero Public Safety Commission is hosting the next Hero License exam in 1 month's time, and it is our understanding that UA intends to submit all applicable students for eligibility, including yourself. You have 1 month to improve yourself and pass the exam. But in the case that you fail, you will be required to undergo my suggested treatment and sessions with me twice a week. Included in this letter is a therapeutic device for your benefit. It is up to you whether you wish to use this to your advantage, but know that if you are required to start sessions with me, it will be a mandatory part of your treatment plan. It can be worn either around your wrist or ankle. It is quirk created on Island, using both the latest in scientific discovery and applicable quirk evolution. Simply put it on and it will put out a steady white pulse to show it is on. Taking into consideration your specific issues, we have designed the ring to emit a small shock anytime your voice raises to unreasonable levels or there is a worrying amount of aggressive chemicals in your brain activity. Brain structures involved in making moral judgments are often damaged in violent individuals. Neurobiology targeting inappropriate aggressive behavior has been carefully installed so that if an individual's adrenaline, stress endorphins, and noradrenaline are all exhibiting high levels, indicating high aggression, you will receive a harsher shock to your system as a means of reminding you to calm down. We all only wish the best for you. Dr. Himari Kobayashi. There were 2 choices in front of him. Let the Hero Public Safety Commission bar him from ever getting a license. Walk away from being a hero. Choose to never use his quirk again or get a business license for it in some capacity. Live a life where he looks the other way when robberies happen. When villains were about. Be a bystander as his friends and classmates moved on to be heroes. Do something else with his life. His mind is blank at the thought. What did he even do outside of training? Cooking. He could work to become a chef. Hiking. Reading. What did he like outside of that? He was smart. So there were plenty of things he could research to get involved in. He could leave the country. That thought was a lot more appealing than Katsuki liked to think about. Travel. Do work traveling the world. Get away from everyone here. Katsuki pulled the ring out of the box, staring at the black surface with an empty feeling. Working strong and never giving up. Those were the only 2 things that most people agreed were good about him. Even Deku, who seemed to find fault with everything Katsuki did. Who was he without those things? He wants to be a hero. He's never found anything that makes him calm and focused, happy, like being in the middle of a battle. The adrenaline that constantly thrums through his body at all times due to his nitro finally has an outlet outside of just training. Strategizing against a tricky opponent, finding the best solution to overcoming the obstacle in front of him. Using his body to the fullest extent without fearing the building chemicals in his body is too much. There was no talking where Katsuki was sure to F it up. There was no social expectation. It was just you and your opponent. Katsuki felt alive in the middle of a battle. That cloying panic he felt while talking to people disappeared. All the expectations of doing his absolute best at everything went away. There was no measurement in battle. Everything you had and everything you were went up against everything they were and everything they had. Katsuki loved it. Even scraped and bruised up, he always felt better at the end of a battle. The family doctor had said it was because it was all the chemicals evening out. That the constant want to work out or fight was self-medicating or whatever. His nitroglycerin caused his BLD pressure levels to drop to dangerous levels and his body compensated with a ridiculous amount of adrenaline. Since a very young age, he and his dad had worked out a routine to make sure the adrenaline didn't overwhelm him. Even now, with staying locked in his room for so long, the familiar ache in his body could be felt. The sweat causing his clothes to stick to his skin was too much, seeping through all of his clothes and into his sheets, which was definitely going to be a pain in the butt to deal with. His body hurt from not exercising, though. When he slipped into these types of moods, it made it strong to register until he was coming out of it. At this point, his eyes were probably dilated from the excess adrenaline. If he chose not to become a hero, then this would more than likely be the norm for him. Unless he got a job that would require constant use of his quirk, unlikely as that was unless he chose to become a villain or a mercenary. Katsuki grimaced. Bad thought. Horrible thought. Then there was the obvious choice. The second choice. The right one. Wear the ring. Sk it up and deal with whatever the commission had to throw at him for a little while. It wouldn't be forever. Do the remedial course. Go see the crazy lady. It would be like an extreme version of Best Jeanist Agency. Pretend. Practice your smile. Be social. He touched the blankets around him. So, warm from him being on his bed for way too long. A little damp. It isn't like Katsuki could avoid people for the rest of his life. This was just sooner than he thought. Best Jeanist hadn't been wrong. He does need to learn how to be better with the public. This was inevitable no matter how he looked at it, as long as he was choosing to become a hero. He'd never had a choice in the matter. He just thought he could ease himself into it. He doubts the commission or the remedial course will give him time, though. Like everything else in his life, he'll just going to have to figure this SHT out on his own, or pretend until he gets it. The idea of pretending to get along with people sends a wave of panic through him that he viciously hammers down under his metaphorical heel. Sk it up and deal with it. Katsuki examined the small ring. There was no way in hell he was wearing it on his wrist for the whole F-world to notice. He frowned down at it. It was open slightly. Inspecting it more thoroughly, he noticed that there wasn't an obvious way to take it off once it closed shut. The F-heirs certainly hadn't bothered with an instruction manual. Katsuki bit his thumb as he brought it closer. No keyhole, though there was probably some kind of scanner on the thing. A digital lock. This was Island tech, after all, so it made sense that it was using the most advanced technology available for it. He breathed deeply through his nose, trying to calm himself. If it was a digital lock, then that meant either the Hero Public Safety Commission had the digital key or the lunatic lady did. Either way, it meant that when he put it on, he wouldn't be able to take it off again. It didn't worry him too much. He could always blast the F piece of SHT off if he needed to with a very careful AP shot, but it still left a bad taste in his mouth and a nasty feeling in his gut. He was an AF animal. Was this part of the fix? A form of humiliation. He was long accustomed to that kind of punishment. His mom always lamented in front of both strangers and friends how bad of a kid he was. How strong it was to deal with him, to tolerate him, how long-suffering and good his mother was to have to take care of him. How others like Kirishima and Deku were saints to put up with him. Katsuki knew this dance. He'd been forced to. Katsuki flipped it over in his hand. It felt like polished stone. Not metal. So at least it wouldn't irritate his skin as much. He just needed to get the F over it and actually do it. Katsuki slipped it around his ankle and with a simple click it closed. As uneventful and undramatic as slipping on a bracelet. Portions of the polished stone began to glow a steady white, and in the pitch black it probably looked pretty badass, so Katsuki could get away with pretending it was for the sake of fashion statement rather than the government-mandated Pavlov SHT it actual was. He tried to click it open again, but just as he suspected, the stone-like ring remained fixed in place. He breathed through his nose to keep the panic at bay, kept one hand clenched on the soft material beneath his hand. This was fine. This was extreme. It was wrong. But who's to say it wouldn't actually work? It would target his aggressive behavior, right? It was some F-up Pavlov, yeah, but on a psychological scale it was known to work. He wasn't a little beach like his classmates, so he could deal with this. A little shock to remind him he was being too aggressive. Not the end of the world. Katsuki stood up for the first time in 3 days, eyes watching the soft white glow of the ring as he walked about his room. Its smooth, polished, stone-like surface slid across his skin and looked no more ominous than one of his parents' models featuring ankle bracelets for the fall selection. It looked more like onyx and moonstone than technology with a chemical monitoring system. No one had to know he was basically on probation. One step away from being kicked out of the hero program altogether. On the edge of never becoming a hero. It was bad enough they knew he was taking remedial courses. That he was known more for being the beast of 1A, the bad boy of UA High School, than as a rising hero. Known more for his failures and weakness than his talents and skills. Maybe they were right. Maybe this was the only way to fix things. To fix him. Part 2, Post-Traumatic Life Disorder Chapter 9. Project Katsuki Bakugou. The night they recovered Katsuki Bakugou, or it would be better to say, the early hours of the morning, there had been no relief in the kid's body language when the kid had been brought in. Just a bone-deep wariness. And when his parents had shown up, that has been a ballpark of lines along his body, few of them good. Detective Tsukachi's quirk had still been activating without his consent. The consequences of hours of overuse against various villains and eyewitnesses to find out where the teenager had been taken after being kidnapped. His quirk was a much more complicated affair than most assumed. Detective Tsukachi was known for having a quirk that revealed the truth to him, but in all honesty, it had taken him a great many years to understand just what and how his quirk worked. The truth was revealed through lines. Lines of different thickness, different colors, different transparencies that wrapped around a person's body, visible to only him, and that was constantly changing as the person's body moved. One aspect was body language. A truth reading that had served him well over the years but was a pain in the butt to explain to others. How the thinness of a line meant a feeling wasn't particularly strong, or how if there was more than one, it meant that feeling had become a bit of a personality trait. Like a tendency towards nervousness or apathy. How the more transparent the line was, the less truth was in it. Truth was hardly so straightforward as to be black or white. There were layers to it. Subtleness. Bias. Self-delusions. Trauma. So much that affected validity. And body language was just one aspect of it. There was also what a person spoke. The words hit his ears on a whole other level. A level he had yet to be able to fully explain to another person. How a word could feel like it burned him, or so cold that Tsukachi might literally feel like his spine had been iced over. He felt the emotions and inclinations, the intentions and half-thoughts in the words spoken. These things made Tsukachi a powerful detective on the force. He was able to get to the heart of the matter faster than most. He'd closed many cases, but with a quirk that few understood and a job that demanded simple answers. Yes or no. Black or white. Guilty or not guilty? Criminal or innocent? Bad or good? Well, it meant that many were not found of him. He made things too difficult. Complicated everything he touched. Made every case a tangled web of truths instead of answers. It had taken him a long time and a lot of enemies to get where he was today. And a lot of backing from All Might that still made him feel guilty to think about. Katsuki Bakugou's emotions had been a mess. His words had been true, but he'd been withdrawn, refusing to give the whole truth on any answer. Tainted with uncertainty and hurt and shame and guilt. The guilt was an odd one. An emotion in his truth that Tsukachi had wanted to press in on. Figure out where and why it was there. And he'd been withholding information. A lot of it as far as he could see. Some of it insignificant to the case, but a lot of it significant to the boy. Tsukachi had seen in his mind's eye the reluctance and shame, and it had alarmed him. The League of Villains had obviously used mental mind games on the kid. That much he could tell. And there was an odd longevity to the lines. Things had been happening in concerns to the emotions connected for much longer than the kidnapping. Whether the villains had been playing off of those emotions though, or it was simply a coincidence, he didn't know. He hadn't had enough time, and with the way he'd reacted to his questioning, well, Tsukachi had not wanted to make the obvious trauma worse. It didn't change the facts though. The lines of the boy's body hadn't been consistent with the circumstances. Shame. Exhaustion. Anger. Apprehension. Hesitance. Guilt, an overwhelming array he'd read on the boy while he'd been asking him questions, still resided along his body language after rescue and only worsened at the sight of his own parents. These were not consistent with a victim that had been removed from the situation. The rigid lines of tension had remained when the boy's mother and father came into the police station. The second language only Tsukachi could see reading resignation for a longer fight. The stiff way he was holding himself was uncomfortable. The folded arms in front of his body read defensive. There was an expectation in those lines, a watchfulness for what the woman would do next. Not the man. Bakugou's eyes never even glanced at the man. They were laser-focused on the woman in a way that left a bad taste in his mouth. And then Katsuki Bakugou's eyes had rolled into the back of his head. The kid had fallen like a puppet with its strings cut. The father crying out in horror, running forward, but not quite fast enough. A nearby officer had thankfully grabbed the kid before he hit his head. A medic looked the boy over and had declared exhaustion to be the cause. There was something about that limp body though that set him on edge more than any of the other signs. Bakugou hadn't seemed that bad off when they talked. He would never have asked the kid to answer questions if he'd known. The kid had held himself together well. Even Tsukachi's quirk, while it had picked up on the tired way the boy held himself, had not picked up on the imminent collapse. That spoke of a long-term experience in dealing with fatigue that was unhealthy. His pupils shrunk back down and as his eyes watered from overuse, the analysis quirk fell away. The lines visible to Tsukachi disappeared. He made a move to follow the family, to speak to them more when Officer Tenhiko stepped up to him. The firefighters in District 3 have been overwhelmed. You have the contact to District 6, right? He turned his attention away to more urgent matters. Kamino had kept him swamped, buried in paperwork and villain attacks following the retirement of his longtime friend. That didn't mean he'd forgotten. Detective Tsukachi wasn't convinced that things were as straightforward as they appeared on paper. Things didn't add up for him. For one, why had the League of Villains been so convinced that Katsuki Bakugou would join them? A student from the hero course, first in the exams, one of the top students. No negative records outside of some minor roughhousing in middle school. Toshinori had told him how dedicated the boy was to becoming a hero. His best friend had explained to him how every time there was an obstacle in front of Bakugou, the boy smiled, quite savagely as he tore it down, facing it head-on. Toshinori had told him how Katsuki Bakugou thrived in the face of challenges, and the more difficult a task appeared to be, the more excited and passionate the kid became. While Tsukachi could see how the general public, so often blinded by first impressions and false information, could look upon these traits as villainous, it was Tsukachi's experience that it more pointed to someone whose will was not easily tarnished. A thirst for intellectual and physical challenges was neither good nor bad. It all depended on how it was focused, and it seemed pretty damn clear what direction the kid was going. Of course, Tsukachi had the benefit of his quirk, seeing how a person felt not just what they said or what they did. Which meant when Bakugou had made his speech garnering the dislike of the nation on national television, he'd had the benefit of seeing the determination to prove himself in the way the kid stood. The longing that screamed out at him to be seen. There was someone out there Bakugou was trying to prove his worth to, and it hadn't been himself or the people in the crowd. There was a confidence there too. The lines circling the boy had spoken of strong work and dedication, an in-depth knowledge of his quirk. The detective could have gotten a better reading in person, but it had been enough that he'd secretly put down a decent amount among his officer buddies that the kid would make it to the final 3. They never learned not to bet against him. Once upon a time he'd felt bad about it, but really, at this point Tsukachi was doing the good deed of investing their money into good things instead of having it wasted by them losing it somewhere else. Gullibility was a trait rarely worked through. As the head detective in the case regarding the League of Villains, he was certain that there had been a specific reason they'd targeting Katsuki Bakugou, not just because they believed he'd be willing to join them, but because they had a task in mind that the student would be able to provide an advantage towards. Finding out what that reason was would be important in their takedown of the LOV, he was sure, but there was also something else bothering him. That family reunion. Dysfunctional families weren't exactly abnormal. Katsuki Bakugou wasn't even living in the Bakugou household anymore. He'd been moved into the UA dorms, so really, it wasn't a priority as the kid was as safe as he could be, but it didn't sit well with him. Despite working on high-profile criminal organizations, he'd set aside a file specifically for the kid. When questioned about it, he'd used the excuse of suspected further ties, and this had the added bonus of offering unlimited resources for the side investigation. The more he researched, though, the more he found that it was justified and not in a good way. His investigation into Katsuki Bakugou had led him into some startling developments. The media outlets, for one, had developed into a rather dangerous picture. He would have to contact Principal Nizu at UA. This had gone beyond a simple bad reputation. There were clear threats here that he would have to dispatch officers to investigate. Another concerning problem, he was being halted at odd places. Katsuki Bakugou's phone had been shut off, for one. The Bakugous were not allowing the police to see their son's phone records. He wasn't sure what to make of that. He hadn't expected to find anything of importance there, but now he was positive this would be a vital show of information in one way or another. His suspicions that something had been wrong the night they'd come to pick up their kid from the police station felt validated now. He'd thought maybe it had been his own exhaustion at that time. An overworked quirk and a frazzled mind. Detective Tsukachi knocked on the Bakugou's front door. The couple were involved in design, and this was the first time he'd been able to confirm they were actually in the country, which was one of the reasons this smaller investigation outside of his LOV case had come up against so many walls. There was a timeline on his desk with a suspicious amount of trips made out of the country and no one that appeared to have been watching their son at those times. Which meant that for the past 3 years, it looked as if Katsuki Bakugou had been primarily on his own. Which wasn't illegal per se. Katsuki Bakugou would have been 13 at the time, and according to the laws of this district, a preteen could be left on their own for up to 3 days. At 14, that time frame went up to 5 days, and at 15, they were considered a young adult and could be left at home, given appropriate basic necessities were met, for up to 2 weeks. These laws were in place with the expectation that it would be used sparingly. What the Bakugous were doing, while within the realm of the law, was well into neglect, and if Katsuki Bakugou were still living at home, he would have already filed for a caseworker to come by. As it stands, with the involvement of the LOV, he had to be more cautious if he wanted as much information as possible, and Katsuki had already been taken from the household. He wasn't sure how receptive the kid would be to him either. Since the last time he'd spoken with Katsuki, he'd lost control of his quirk a few times, startling and scaring the already wary teenager who'd just escaped a kidnapping. Not the best of first impressions. The door opened. Standing there in the entranceway was Masaru Bakugou. Eijiro saw Bakugou walk through the 1A dorm's entrance, taking his earbuds out and breathing heavily from a run. His third one today, if Eijiro isn't mistaken. He shares a worried glance with Ishido and Shiro. Before breakfast. During lunch. And now, even after they'd done hero training, even after a day full of classes, he was going out again. Bakugou. Eijiro stood up and waved, making sure to telegraph his movements. He waited until the glazed, far-off look in his best friend's eyes disappeared, and the red irises began to focus on him. Bakugou looked calm, relaxed, and Eijiro held out his hands up so that Bakugou could track his arms with his eyes. To be honest, Eijiro figured this all out by trial and error. There's an inkling in the back of his mind, little alarms that tells him there's only bad reasons why this is the way his best friend is, but Eijiro doesn't want to pry. He's not sure Bakugou could tell him if he asked a direct question anyways. It seems like one of those things that you slowly learn the answer to by the words that slip out here and there rather than a cause and effect answer. What he knows is that Bakugou is perfectly okay with touch if certain steps are taken, if he's aware, if he can see you, if he can track you, if you make your movements obvious. Eijiro grins despite these thoughts. As the blonde is turning towards him, eyes watchful, Eijiro rushes forward, bending down, and grabs the guy by his legs, throwing him over his shoulder. Bakugou snarls at him. He hardens. The instinctive, expected nitroglycerin-fueled blast hits him in his face, leaving nothing but ash behind on his cheeks. What the F? The snarl is right next to his ear as he throws Bakugou over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Come eat with us. Eijiro invites him as he walks towards the kitchen table. Shiro made waffles. Bakugou, like the nimble pissed-off cat he is, gets his legs around Eijiro's neck and swings his body down towards the ground to use momentum against Eijiro's hardening. They both hit the floor with a boom, and they're a tangle of limbs as Eijiro laughs, wrestling Bakugou closer and closer towards the kitchen. Piece of SHT. He hears Bakugou muttering under his breath as he shoots off mini explosions, but he doesn't say, "Let me go," so Eijiro knows it's okay. He pins Bakugou to the floor, using just enough strength to let his friend know that if he taps out, then Eijiro will let go in an instant. Blonde instead brings his legs together, folding them like an origami paper in the narrow space between them and slams them into Eijiro's stomach. He grunts, his hold on Bakugou's wrists loosening just enough that he's able to wrench them free. They wrestle, grunting and laughing as Eijiro throws Bakugou around like he weighs nothing and Bakugou using his explosions and flexibility to toss him about the place like he doesn't weigh a literal ton in his hardened form. They're nothing but a pile of rolling arms and legs that, much to Eijiro's delight, land right on the kitchen floor. At Ishido's feet. "We've got blueberries and strawberries for your waffles," Ishido sing-songs as she leans over them, winking at Bakugou. Bakugou, simply on principle of being a little beach, sends one more blast into Eijiro's face and then using said face as a balancing tool to stand up and dust himself off. "Raspberry syrup?" Bakugou asks, sitting down at the table. Destroying the very foundation of what waffles stand for, Kaminari mutters as he joins them, stepping over Eijiro like his body hasn't been laid out in the middle of the kitchen as a casualty. No offer of help standing up. What a load of bull. These people are supposed to be heroes. Ishido, bless her acidic heart, offers him a hand up. He takes it. Her grin infectious as she hands him a plate Ciro made for him. Waffles with strawberries and WHP cream. Bakugou looks disgusted at his plate. "This is supposed to be dinner, not a dessert," he gruffs. Kaminari sighs dramatically, sitting down with his own waffles, chocolate chips bursting from inside. "There is no way you can make waffles healthy," Kaminari points out quite fairly. "No matter how you dress up a waffle, it's still a waffle. Bad for you. Might as well do it right if you're gonna eat it." Bakugou pauses, his gaze considering before he shrugs and nods. Which is as close to conceding a point as anyone ever gets from him, so Kaminari grins and fist bumps Ciro. "Hand me the pretending to be healthier version of sugar syrup," Kirishima calls happily. The raspberry is handed to him easily enough and he pours it on liberally, painting WHP cream and crispy brown a bright pink color. Bakugou looks pained at his plate before sighing and shoving waffles into his mouth. "Hope you shits enjoy this. We're eating healthy for the rest of the week," Bakugou mutters under his breath. "I feel like that's a threat," Kaminari stage whispered, leaning heavily against Mina as she joined them at the table. "We're gonna get Brussels sprouts, aren't we?" "Cut that SHT out," Bakugou snapped. "You don't have to treat healthy food like it's AF disease. You can make anything taste good if you cook it right. And everything," Bakugou gestured to the plate of waffles, "is healthy if you have it in the right quantity. Sugar is good for you as long as you aren't eating it every goddamn day. Salt is good for you when done sparingly. Carbs are great for people like us. It's about balance. That's why diets fail people, because they treat it like AF fix-it deal that's meant to last only a small amount of time. Lifestyle choices and habits are what make being healthy stick." Kaminari's face was smushed up as he stared at Katsuki with his hands supporting his face, elbows on the table. "Wow. You're like our own grumpy guru, aren't you? If we shake you like a magic 8-ball, do you think you can spout out dating advice next? Or is that too far into the getting along with people's category for you to be able to cover?" He absolutely deserved the strawberry-shaped bruise forming on the side of his face. "So," Ciro spoke up, his familiar wide smile faltering a bit as he speared his blueberries into the herd of his waffle. "You're starting your other classes tomorrow, right? What have they told you about it?" The table went silent. Even Kaminari looked to have taken a deep interest in salt and pepper shakers, a white and black cat set that they'd come to the conclusion had definitely come from Aizawa-sensei's home, even if the man had coolly denied the accusation. Eijiro glanced at Bakugou, whose eyes were narrowed into slits as he stared down at his own plate. It wasn't good to ignore the elephant in the room, but they hadn't seen what Eijiro had seen. That had scared him. What's there to tell? Bakugou sneered, stabbing his waffles with too much force. The glass clinked loudly in the quiet space between them. It's 3 days a week for ever. Have they told you what you'll be doing? Ashido asked, her voice soft, quiet. A few pops went off in Bakugou's hands, turning the silver metal red for a second and then black. Aijiro watched worriedly as Bakugou's grip didn't loosen at all, even when it looked like his fingers were burning. And then he flinched, jerking in place, and his breath hitched. Bakugou! Aijiro stood, staring worriedly as Bakugou dropped the fork, staring down at it like it had personally offended him. Dude, Kaminari said, standing and grabbing a wash towel, rinsing it in cold water before carrying it over. That's not cool. Don't do that. Bakugou glared, grabbing the towel and gingerly putting it to his fingers. It doesn't matter, Bakugou muttered under his breath. It will just be the same Iki as always. It will probably be rescue stuff, Siro said, rummaging around in the cabinets for the neosporin and bandages they started keeping in there the third time Midoriya burned himself trying to cook. You know, since that's the part of the exam you guys failed at. Bakugou flinched again, jerking strong enough that the table moved. Siro, dude, Kaminari whispered. It's not good for you to ignore it like you have, man, Siro said resolutely. You haven't talked to anyone about it. I don't want us to pretend like you didn't lock yourself in your room for almost 3 days because of this. I don't want us to walk around eggshells with you and pretend like everything is hunky-dory when it's not. You scared us. Siro's right, Aijiro said reluctantly. I know you're not big on the whole sharing your feelings thing, but that was bad. Like, that was really bad, bro. Bakugou pressed the cloth harder into his fingers. How would you feel if one of us pulled a stunt like that? Ashido asked. Don't blow things out of proportion. Bakugou dropped the cloth, fingers red and irritated, but no blisters, probably because of his quirk. Built-up resistance to heat, no doubt. He cut his waffles up aggressively as they watched him, the scraping of metal against glass unpleasant. Don't think of it as a setback, Aijiro told him, trying to bring an upbeat note to the conversation. Think of it as learning things that we won't have an opportunity to. Bakugou snorted. You all already know how to be fake assholes. A tense air filled the room. Excuse me, Ashido hissed. Bakugou threw his utensils down on the table, breathing heavily before glaring up at all of them. You are all experts in killing people, Bakugou hissed. You sit there wasting time, placating people, making them feel better, while victims are bleeding out because you didn't get to them in time. Smiling and waving and acting like their best friend to make them feel better about their situation. You spare people's feelings in exchange for people's lives, and that's what everyone wants. They want you to protect their precious feelings because they think that's more valuable than other people's lives. Geez, once again, you've missed the entire point, Kaminari said angrily. About common courtesy. You don't have to stop and make sure every person is happy, but you do have to try to make the experience not as traumatizing as it could be. And with you, it's not about making the situation better, it's about not making it worse. Screaming at people and telling them to SCK it up is completely unnecessary. You scare people who are already scared. That's why you failed. Aijiro felt his inside squirm as Bakugou and Kaminari glared at each other. In wide-scale catastrophes, there's a thing called priority. Babying people and trying to convince them to follow your orders and listen takes time. Showing that you have the authority in the room makes them do what they're supposed to do faster so that you can move on to the next group, Bakugou hissed. Bakugou jerked again. His hands clenching on the table. And there's a thing called humanity, Kaminari snarled. I think you're missing it. The room went deadly silent. And then a whistling sound broke the silence that turned into a wheezing snicker. Kaminari's angry scowl faltered. Aijiro took an uncertain step forward as Bakugou's head bent forward, and he put a hand to high head, dragging his fingers down his face as the not laugh continued to fall out of his mouth like the last hanging shards of glass in a broken window clattering onto the floor. Yeah, Bakugou said, a stretched out thing breaking across his face. You're probably right. I didn't mean, Kaminari stuttered, looking pale. He was just frustrated. Ashido tried to explain, to interfere. His mouth moves faster than his brain. You know that blasty, he didn't mean it. Bakugou stepped back from the table, moving around it to head away from them. Aijiro stepped forward, reaching out to grab his shoulder, to pull him back. Smack. His hand was slapped away, red slits glaring at him from under blonde bangs. Don't touch me. Aijiro stared as Bakugou stomped over to the elevator, hitting the buttons too strong and folding his arms tightly over his tea as he stared pointedly away from them. The elevator doors closed smoothly, not making a sound outside of a small click. DMN it, he muttered. DMNIT. I know, Kaminari said quietly. I know. I'm sorry. He's the one that started it, Ishido said tiredly. He can't lash out at us like that just because he can't handle a conversation. We knew he didn't want to talk about it, Aijiro pointed out in Bakugou's defense. Just because he doesn't want to talk about it, doesn't mean that it shouldn't be talked about, Shiro said. Besides, as much as that was shitty, we have a way better idea of what the hell is going through his head than we did before, right? It's not a total mess up. Maybe he's completely incapable of having a conversation about his emotions, but he ain't gonna get better at it if we let him sit in all that. Shiro gestured to the elevator. All of that? Kaminari groaned. It would be nice if he could be a little less emotionally constipated. It's not good for my heart, man. His reasoning is so F up. I mean, Aijiro shrugged. It's not like he's wrong exactly. He's too emotionally distant from the victims. Like, there's being logical and then there's just completely shutting off all empathy, Shiro pointed out. What is there for him to empathize with? Ishido sighed in exasperation. He came back from being kidnapped like it was nothing. I feel like it was more traumatizing for us than it was for him. Bakugou though, it's weird. He's oddly the same. Just as carefully distant. Just as meticulous in his studies. Just as gung-ho about sparring and training and eating healthy. Ishido banged her fist on the table. We live together, guys, and I feel like we interact with him the exact same amount as we did when we just saw each other at school. Maybe that's the problem. Aijiro said slowly, looking up at the others. I mean, think about it, Bakugou's always been like this. Isn't that weird? You're right. We do interact with him the same amount. Bakugou is oddly careful about everything he does. He doesn't go out. He keeps himself locked in his dorm room or trains. He's insanely private. Maybe Bakugou changed before any of us did and we missed it because we didn't know him before all of this. The more the thought sat in his brain, the more bothered by it he was. I mean, that kind of stuff doesn't come out of nowhere, Aijiro finished, a bit lamely. And more than any of us, Bakugou should understand what's going on in a person's head when they are in bad situations. Maybe he's acting like this to the victims because he understands what they feel. That thing he kept repeating about people wasting time and people dying because of it, yeah, it's a bit mean, but is it wrong? Our job is to save people completely though, Shiro cut in. We've been told over and over again that we have to take care of both the physical and mental parts of a person. It's our job as heroes. Aijiro stared at the ground, thinking about the night Bakugou was rescued. They'd been so happy to finally get their hands on their friend. To pull him out of that death trap. He can still feel the way Bakugou had clasped onto his hand so tightly he thought his bones might break from the pressure. He remembers Bakugou pulling away from him first chance he got. He remembers watching All Might fight. And when he turned back, the vacant look on Bakugou's face as they ushered him to the police. The police who'd been shouting in a million different directions all sorts of instructions as they ushered him inside. The way Bakugou had staggered, not really paying attention. Had anyone bothered to ask Bakugou if he was okay? Or did they assume like they had, that Bakugou was fine? The questions left a pit in his stomach, and it was with a sinking feeling that he thought he already knew the answer. Detective Tsukachi had seen the man briefly at the police station, but his focus had been on Katsuki Bakugou, whose focus had been on his own mother. The man was unassuming. Even standing in the doorway of his own home, the mousy, brown-haired man held his arms slightly in front of him. Defensive. He kept his head slightly downwards, almost bowed, demure. Feet together, shoulders hunched, making himself as small as possible. SBMSSE. Hello, Mr. Bakugou, I'm Detective Tsukachi. I'm head of the investigation into the League of Villains, and I had a few questions for you. Shoulders back. Spine straightening. eyes narrowing, mouth downturned, defensive, but in a protective way for a child. Katsuki, of course, unhappy, resentful, feet moving apart, not too far apart though, and used to taking a stance, unwilling not to take a stance. My son, Masaru Bakugou started, voice tinged in anger, but not quite there. I do not mean to imply that Katsuki Bakugou was willing or receptive to the League of Villains in any way. Tsukachi cut in hurriedly. Quite the opposite. The shoulders relaxed marginally, but the hesitant stance remained. The man was still unsure of him, unwilling to let his guard down, which meant he was not easily swayed by words. He was not as gullible as some of Tsukachi's co-workers then, at the very least, but the defensive way the man held himself entailed a resignation to losing fights. Mental ones, at least. That stance wouldn't hold up to an unexpected butterfly landing on his arm. May I come in? What more do you need to ask? You should know that Katsuki isn't here. The words weren't harsh against him at all. If anything, they were tired. It felt a bit like the encounter with Katsuki Bakugou. No anger even though the words were harsh. An expectation of pressure and hurt. I'm not looking for Katsuki Bakugou, actually. Masaru didn't move, still barring the way into the house. His status as a detective usually got him in the door pretty easily. With innocent people anyways. The first red flag flew up for Tsukachi as he re-evaluated the man again, his quirk in overdrive now. The truth lines before his eyes brightened to become more clear. That same kind of wariness from before showed itself more definitively under Tsukachi's eye. A defensiveness. A strong line. An expectation and resignation in equal measures in their body language of bad things to come. The investigation is still open, he said easily, watching intently. There is still a chance that Katsuki could be in danger and I want to follow up on some of the leads I've gathered. I'll have a better chance of making sure your son is protected appropriately if I have your help in clarifying a few matters. The door opened, though the eyes that watched him seemed to still expect something, another motive. That Tsukachi was lying. He tipped his hat at the man as he entered the Bakugou's home, his eyes taking in the long hallway of the designer's house. No picture frames anywhere. Very clean. White carpets. No stains. New house? Tsukachi asked. Masaru shook his head. Oh. We've lived here for close to 17 years now. Bought it the year we found out we were having Katsuki. Detective Tsukachi paused at that. This was not a house a child had lived in. Especially not a child with an explosion quirk with as much passion and dedication as Katsuki Bakugou. A child who, on paper, seemed to have had full reign of the house for the better part of 3 years. He looked around again. New coffee table. Designer. A couch that was newish. What? No cover. Perfect condition. Sturdy furniture. Every item here was built thick. Marble. Stone. Heavy. Strong to move items. No visible damage though. There were magazines and coasters, carefully placed, but no glass items about as would feel natural in a place such as this. No figurines or decorative items. Odd for a pair of designers. Everything was expensive but oversimplified. The best quality but not extravagant. The best money could buy but not everything money could buy. Would you like tea? Masaru asked, polite even in his wariness it seems. I was about to put on some white rose but if you prefer black or, that sounds wonderful. I'll take what you're having. Masaru nodded, not the least bit perturbed by Tsukachi cutting him off. Used to it then. Another notch on the SBMSSV mark. He turned his back on Tsukachi. Different than his son in that. Katsuki Bakugou, for the entirety of the time he was at the police sanction, kept his back to the wall and refused to allow anyone to get behind him. Masaru expected wordplay, a battle of wills then, with no physical altercations. Katsuki had been wary of all of both. Expecting both. No pictures here in the living room either. There was a diploma on the wall though. A MSDR's degree in business, Masaru Bakugou. A bachelor's degree in fashion design, Masaru Bakugou. Bachelor's degree in marketing, Mitsuki Bakugou. There were a few framed magazines on the wall with Mitsuki Bakugou on the cover. One of a much younger Mitsuki, but others more recent. A model who, even in her late 30s, clearly was still going strong in the world of glamour. There was a fireplace with awards on the mantel. This, at least, had a few things involving Katsuki himself. Awards for receiving honors all throughout elementary and middle school. Certifications in quirk management. A few trophies for different sports. He wasn't surprised to not see the sports festival medal up there though. Masaru came back in with a tray. Steam rising from 2 teacups. Sugar cubes and cream on the side. Allowing Tsukachi to make the decisions in how to make his tea rather than asking and doing it himself. Another tally towards not being the decision-maker in the house. "Thank you," he said easily. Masaru did not needlessly warn him about how hot the tea was, nor did he offer any unnecessary explanation about the tray. He was polite and SBMSSV, but not bumbling, and he did not have a tendency to ramble, which pointed towards his SBMSSV nature being a choice or natural inclination rather than forced upon him by circumstances. The man was decisive and knew exactly what he was doing. Masaru felt comfortable here. His body language had dropped a bit of the defensiveness. There was more control. He still carried himself with reservation and wariness, but here, in the Bakugou domain, Masaru walked with more confidence. His arms held more apart, his feet wider spread, back straight. "Now, what is it that you need, detective?" Masaru asked as he sat down across from him, voice sharp. Clipped. Eyes watchful. "I suspect that there might be more to why the League targeted Katsuki than what has thus far been assumed." Tsukachi got right to the point. "I've opened up a separate case file for your son recently. Now that Kamino has officially been cleared of all damages and All Might's retirement ceremonies have been handled, I've been given more liberty and time to investigate all ties more thoroughly." "And you found something that led you back here?" Masaru phrased it like a question, but the lines along his body pointed towards him, believing it to be fact. The voice spoke of expectation. This one was sharp. "Yes and no," Tsukachi said slowly. "It's actually your reluctance to work with me that has me back here." That got a reaction. All the lines along Masaru Bakugou's body moved at once. Confusion. Suspicion. The elbows went in. Defensive. The mouth flattened. Distrust. Shoulders moved back. Determination and protectiveness. "My reluctance," Masaru said carefully. A line of bewilderment runs along the curve from Masaru's chin to the way he holds himself. There are other lines too. Worry runs deep, but that one is a deeply ingrained line that's almost as thick and numerous as his veins. "The phone records?" Tsukachi prompted. "The police department was denied Katsuki Bakugou's phone records back when we asked for them when your son first went missing. Mitsuki Bakugou demanded a warrant and was quite upset by our invasion of your privacy." Masaru's body stilled. The lines shifted. The suspicion line in a tentative light red turned maroon under Tsukachi's eye as it turned into confirmation and betrayal. Masaru hadn't known, but the moment the line of questioning had begun, he'd figured out where things were going even if he hadn't quite believed it. The mouth moved downward. Anger. Subtle. Stiff body movements as the man attempted to be casual, taking a sip of his tea. Buying time. Thinking. Eyes shoot to the kitchen. "There's something there." "Mitsuki denied you Katsuki's phone records?" Masaru asked slowly. Thinking. Calculating. Under his eyes, Tsukachi watched the lines shift again. The inflection in his voice was indignation. Not quite that, but close. Something hidden beneath the surface that he could almost see. Something that had been there for a long time. A dark light entered Masaru's eyes. The wariness had turned to a dying flame. An ember going out. That was a rare sight to see for his quirk. The hope of a person disappearing. Tsukachi shifted, uncomfortable. It was his job to get to the truth, it was his quirk, but it was never easy to see. Others come to terrible realizations right in front of him. Katsuki didn't want to take his phone with him when he moved into the dorms, Masaru admitted, his voice quiet, distant. Lost in thought. "I thought it was because of," the man shook his head. "You believe there's something there then? In the phone records?" "I do." A strong look entered Masaru's eyes as he looked up. The lines shifting again. Moving in much more rapid succession than Tsukachi was used to. A fierce protectiveness shot forward through all the lines along the man's body. tinged in anger and resentment and betrayal. Then I will get you those phone records. I'll give you Katsuki's phone too if you think that will help you at all. The words felt earnest against him. Desperate. The man was making up for something. Whispers of truths hiding just under the surface rose up like a wave. Lukewarm. Which meant there was a steady stream of both good and bad under that surface of words. It will, Tsukachi said carefully, trying to hide his own surprise. He had not expected this to be so easy. It was never that easy. Masaru Bakugou nodded, his own phone whipped out and dialing before the detective could take another sip of his tea. Within a few minutes' time the phone records were sent to his work email. Katsuki Bakugou's phone in his pocket. His tea was gone by time they'd finished up. Masaru's left forgotten and cold. A golden liquid with herbs floating at the bottom. A small man with a mousy demeanor, but every line now was tight. Ready and prepared for a fight. That protectiveness from earlier was back, lined with a bone-tiredness and shame, hand in hand. Masaru Bakugou had failed to protect someone before and expected to fail again. That much was obvious in the words and lines of his body. The truth only visible to Tsukachi. A deep line that was newer also ran along the protectiveness though. A glimmering determination that was thin and wavering. Long but easily broken. This was a man not used to being brave, but who was trying his best to force himself to be. Tsukachi could admire that even if he wasn't sure it would last or sustain itself. For now this man was on his side. Masaru brought out a phone that had some damage on its surface. No cracks though. Black with a white skull on the back of it, in the corner. The screen was dark. The phone clearly dead. Now, what have you found out about my son? Masaru Bakugou demanded, for once the lines revealing themselves to Detective Tsukachi clear as day in their truth. A man wanting to fix something. What did the League of Villains see that I didn't? Katsuki fiddled with the broken pen left on the table, putting it back together again and taking it apart as the room continued to remain empty and quiet around him. He had barely made it halfway through first of his and Todoroki's extra lessons when Mara Yakumaru had pulled him aside. The sleep-deprived worker had led him to one of the many lounge areas in the building and had left him there without any further information. When the door finally opened, Katsuki glanced up and snorted, covering his laugh with one gloved hand. Dr. Himari Kobayashi was everything Katsuki had expected. A pristine business suit and rectangular glasses at the end of a stern face with hair pulled back tightly in a bun. A few flecks of grue here and there. A little too thin, a little too bony, but ordinary in every way. Even when Katsuki tended to use the words plange to describe Siro, at least his friend had his quirk and his smile to make him stand out, his tallness to lord over their classmates. This woman had nothing. Katsuki set the fixed pen down on the table and let his hands fall into his lap, clenching them as he watched her sip at her coffee, take her time as she settled. This was someone who knew they'd won the battle and now had all the power. I'm glad we could finally meet face to face, Katsuki, Kobayashi said sweetly. I would have liked to have met you long before this, you know. She let the statement hang between them, her eyes glancing at him with both eyebrows raised. Expectant. Katsuki wasn't willing to give her the satisfaction of him replying to that. Her eyes narrowed and she pulled out her pad of paper writing down on it. Uncooperative even now, I see. Yakumaru told me that he checked to make sure you were wearing our therapy ring. I'm glad to see that you, at least in this one action, are choosing to follow directives. She marked something on her page. As you are aware, you are here because of your extreme aggressive behavior, your unsociable disposition, vulgar nature, and all-around lack of heroic demeanor that cannot go unchecked. It was my recommendation that you be removed from the heroic curriculum altogether and be barred from all programs in this field. However, she looked him over her glasses, eyeing him from his boots to his scowl. The Public Safety Committee sees promise in you and would like to give you a second chance rather than outright expulsion. You have a choice here, Katsuki. At any time you may bow out from this therapy and the extra classes, or you can choose to be uncooperative with me. Either will end in you not being allowed to attain a license, now or in the future. Do you understand? Katsuki's scowl deepened, but he nodded, already feeling emotionally drained even though things had just gotten started. Good. Today is going to be simple. We're going to discuss goals and some easy steps to attain those goals. Does that sound acceptable? Katsuki's lips pressed together. He nodded again. Now, I think we can both agree that your vulgar nature is a bit of a problem. Do you know why? Because people prefer simple, pretty words. Katsuki asked sarcastically. Our words represent our moral fiber. Dr. Kobayashi said firmly. Our words are like a portrait painted of us over a lifetime. Right now, your words are not painting a good picture of you. Do you understand what sort of picture they are painting of you? The nitroglycerin on the tips of his fingers popped off. She gave them a strong look, the gray slates that made up her irises trailing his fingers to his face. He knew what she wanted him to say. He knew what she wanted him to admit out loud in the space between them. He tucked his arms under his armpits, shrugging and looking away from her. A villain, she finally said. It paints you like a villain. So we're going to tackle the language you use before anything else. I took the liberty of writing out the list of vulgar words you used at the sports festival. It's quite extensive. She pulled out a paper. His lips twitched. She really had written out everything from die to motherfucking to ball in that familiar fancy lettering of hers. Every word that could be contrived as negative sat on that paper. Basically, his entire preferred vocabulary sat on that paper. These words are inappropriate for a hero. Our first goal here is to cut them out of your vocabulary. To strive to be a better person first and a better hero to be second. Now, Katsuki, you care about winning, right? What's the point of trying to be something if you don't aim for the top? Katsuki demanded. I don't have but anything, so yeah, I care about winning. Her lips pursed. Do you know what my quirk is? She asked, setting the paper on the coffee table between them, right next to the fixed pen. I haven't cared enough to learn anything about you, Katsuki said snarkily, even though he was 95% sure he was going to regret the F out of that SHT. Arrogance does not befit a hero, she said, looking down on him as she straightened. My quirk is called association and is perfect for therapy in dealing with strong cases like yourself. Now, give me your hand. Katsuki eyed the pale palm held out to him to take. What's going to happen when I do? He asked warily. There were about 10 alarm bells going on in his head not to take that hand, but there was very little choice here. Still, he'd rather read the paperwork, so he knew how he was being F than just sign HT and not know how he was going to be F. I will go down this list with you, all these vulgar words, and for each one I will create an image and feeling and association that will enter your mind when you speak the word out loud. At first, it will be strong, but from what I've heard, you're a young man of high intelligence. I'm sure that your habits will adjust rapidly in a matter of weeks. I thought this was supposed to be therapy, talking and Katsuki said, a tinge of panic encroaching on him as he leaned as far back from her as possible. It's not permanent, Dr. Kobayashi assured him, that smile still in place, her hand gesturing for him to take it. My quirk's effects have to be applied weekly and I will use association on different matters as we tackle them. Once your vulgar language is overcome, we will move on to another matter. If you start to fall back into this particular issue again, then we will revisit it, of course, but we can take this one problem at a time. My goal is to help you, Katsuki, not hinder your progress. Katsuki still didn't want to take the hand. This didn't feel right. He felt like a little kid being ushered into the car of a stranger after being offered candy. He felt like he was being duped, scammed, led into a trap. But he was here, wasn't he? Katsuki had failed the provisional hero licensing exam because there was something wrong with him. It wasn't like Todoroki who'd pulled a stupid stunt by having an argument with another tester rather than focusing on the exam. Katsuki had been focused. He had tried his hardest. He had tried to prioritize and be helpful and do the right thing by rescuing instead of fighting King Orca. Katsuki had failed because of who he was, not because of what he did. With a feeling of dread, he put his hand into hers. Her veins started to light up a faint green before it spread outwards, and Katsuki watched as it spread to his own veins. Now, listen to my words. He was struck by a floaty feeling as her tone dipped and her voice rose an octave. When you speak the word, die, this is what you will see and feel. Katsuki shuddered as he felt himself slip. He was in the sports arena. He was on the ground. Round cheeks, Uraraka stood before him. She was standing in victory. He's lost. Present Mike was announcing her victory. He felt shame and humiliation. That didn't feel right. That didn't feel like him. That wasn't Katsuki. He'd respected Round Cheeks for her fighting spirit, her willingness to give it her all. So, shame and humiliation. The feelings were overwhelming and Katsuki felt himself curling into a ball as they struck him from all sides. Good. He came back to himself, staring at the woman in front of him, the therapist, instead of Round Cheeks. He didn't feel so cold, but his hand did. His hand felt like ice. He tried to pull away, but there was an iron-like grip on him. That was just the first one, dear. The first is always the hardest. We still have 16 more words to go. I don't want to do this, Katsuki said hastily, standing, his hand still trapped. Then you're giving up on being a hero? She asked lightly. Katsuki stilled. I wouldn't have felt that if I lost to her, Katsuki said gruffly, staring at the wall. I would have been pissed, but I wouldn't have felt humiliated or ashamed. I would have been frustrated and angry, not that. Dr. Kobayashi gave him a considering look. The validity of the feelings I create isn't particularly relevant. They are just meant to be a deterrent to speaking the words. Katsuki's face scrunched up. It's disrespectful to feel like that when losing to an opponent, Katsuki snapped. It's disrespectful to the person who gave it their all, and it's disgusting for me. Then after a few tries, you will learn not to say the word, the woman said slowly. It will give you motivation to curve your word choices. This is not a difficult task, Katsuki. The more you work for it, the easier it will be. Do you want to be a hero or not? She stretched out her hand towards him. He felt his heart rate pick up and a shock go through his leg again. He flinched, gritting his teeth against the feeling. He was getting worked up too often here. He needed to calm his SHT. He took a deep breath, trying to make himself chill the F out. She was just a normal woman, not a villain. He shouldn't be stressed here. He was fine. He slid back down into his seat, staring at his own hand like it had personally betrayed him by staying fixed in its position. The green along his veins yet to fade from her touch. As I said before, the association will fade and it will only come up when you speak that word. It's entirely up to you and how strong you work to improve how difficult this process will be for you. Now, shall we move on? With each new image placed in his head, Katsuki lost to someone else in the tournament. He knew, logically, that he'd won. He'd won the whole goddamn thing. And the feelings being shoved down his throat with each one, shame, fear, pain, loss, humiliation, those weren't the feelings he would feel if these things happened. They were so intrinsically not him that there was a disconnect. Frustrated, angry, disappointed, a longing to be better and to work harder. Those feelings were more familiar and what he thought he would feel. Those were the things Katsuki knew himself to be. If Shitty Hair had beat him, he would have been impressed and annoyed, not afraid. If he'd lost to Deku, well, he'd felt that before, hadn't he? And the pain and guilt that struck him down to his core wasn't Katsuki. It wasn't the bitterness he'd felt or the nervous fear he'd held at the idea of Deku following him to UA of all places. Tokoyami, Ida, Todoroki, Tensa, Ashido, Ryuma, Kaminari, Sura, Ibra, Hatsum, Yamamo, Tetsu. She went through every person involved in the finals, and when she ran out of those she used ones who weren't involved at all. By the end of the session, Katsuki flinched at every noise, every sound of the pen tapping against the paper. You'll be a little sensitive to sound for the next 30 minutes or so, but after that, you should be just fine. I know this has been a tough session, but let's go over a few more things before I let you go. Your extra classes will be held on Wednesday and Thursday from 5 to 8 and full days from 8 to 3 on Saturdays and Sundays, so you and I will meet on Wednesdays, midway through lessons, and on Saturdays, during your hour-and-a-half lunch break, so please remember to bring something to eat to the Saturday sessions with me. That's twice a week for this fall semester. Your exam for the remedial course will be had in December, after which I will give my own evaluation of your progress and will make the final decision. The pen stopped moving. He was handed a piece of paper. This is your assignment for the week. Now that we've tackled your most obvious flaw, I want you to come up with 6 things you want to work on about yourself. Preferably 6 things that you believe will make you a better hero. We'll go over the validity of your suggestions on Saturday, and from there I will work with you to see what we can do about that. I might need to adjust them depending on what you bring." She clapped her hands, the sound causing him to jerk away. "Sorry about that." She didn't sound sorry at all. "I am so thrilled to be working with you, Katsuki, and while I think that you are a bit of a hopeless case, I do want to do everything within my power to make you into a hero that the world can be proud of. One that you can be proud of." Looking much like a predator plump from a meal, she pranced out of the room, leaving only the bones of her prey behind. It took a long moment for Katsuki to gather his wits from the floor and to stand unsteadily to his feet. He joined the others reluctantly, slumping in next to Icy Hot as King Orca began to dismiss them. The half-and-half BSD glanced at him, brows furrowed, but didn't say anything. Which was perfect for Katsuki, who felt rubbed raw from the inside out. They found Aizawa talking on the phone outside by the car. It sounded as if he was having a bit of an argument with Four Eyes, the loud, sharp voice of their classmate going on about an incident in the common area involving Koda having a Snow White moment while he was asleep, and now there was various animals about the dorms. Ida was probably doing that stupid hand motion with his free arm while the idiots ran around trying to catch the free roamers. Katsuki blinked, feeling oddly sluggish. He slid into the car without a word, ignoring Icy Hot when he asked a question to instead focus on the outside world. Everything was still too fresh, and he didn't want to F up and say a word he shouldn't. He was too tired to be careful. He closed his eyes. Chapter 10. The wrong words. Katsuki can't pinpoint when he became more antisocial, but there were a few moments here and there that stand out more than others. Vague memories of not really liking being with other kids all day and not getting along well with others. And then they were like whoosh. And then they came down with their big feet and were like stomp. And then the bad guy was like noob. Izuku fell dramatically on the ground and splayed his limbs out. Katsuki said, tinkering with his stem set, carefully putting the little engine in the center and reinforcing the sides with little metal pieces. "Kaken, do you want to see the video? I've already watched it with you 5 times. But, find something new." Izuku, Katsuki muttered, glancing up at the boy. Katsuki liked watching fights just as much as Izuku did, but he didn't like watching the same thing over and over again. "Why don't we watch the All Might one? If you can find a new All Might video," Katsuki said. They'd been hanging out for a long time now, and Katsuki couldn't wait for Auntie Inko to pick the other boy up. He really wanted to work on his little robot, and Izuku didn't seem interested in it at all. "I found one." The phone was shoved in his face, and Katsuki frowned as Izuku sat too close, leaning against him before clicking the play button. He had to stop working on his robot. He watched the video, then the 3 after that. When Auntie Inko finally came and carried Izuku away, it was a relief. Everyone around him always took his loud energy and passion and assumed that he was an extrovert. They assumed Katsuki was a social butterfly. Even Katsuki assumed it, 'cause he liked being with people. He did. But for short periods of time. It was never long after involving himself in some big group that he started to feel uncomfortable and overwhelmed. He'd never admitted out loud, not to a soul, but Katsuki found out early on that he didn't like parties. He doesn't like being surrounded on all sides by noise. He doesn't like being forced into too many games. Katsuki tries to leave. He tries to find a quiet place in the house away from the adults and the other kids, but they see him. They grab his wrist and push at his shoulders and pull him along until he's in the throng again. He tries to explain. "I don't want to be here," he tells his dad quietly. Because he'll listen. His dad always listens. "Is someone being mean to you?" His dad asks, all concern and kindness. Beside him, his mom snorts. Katsuki shakes his head, folding his arms over his home. "I just don't like it here." "Don't be a brat," his mom shouts over the music. "These are our guests. I bought a SHT ton of games for you to play with too." At 7, Katsuki didn't have the words to explain that he was experiencing sensory overload. He didn't have the ability to articulate that he wasn't a social butterfly and that being around people for so long left him feeling overwhelmed, panicky, and exhausted, that he needed 20 minutes by himself in a quiet area before he would feel ready to face people again. He'd figured this SHT out in middle school. A slow series of realizations. And it wouldn't be until he was in UA that he started to really put words to these epiphanies. To be able to work through it and accept, to himself at any rate, that he wasn't the extrovert everyone always called him. Because until that point he'd just told himself to SCK it up and to deal with it whenever he was forced into a large group. Katsuki was just being a little beach about it. He was just being pissy, overdramatic, he needed to do better, be better. Fighting his natural instincts to shy away and to not be a little beach about it. But at 7 all Katsuki could say was, "I hate it here. Can I just go up to my room?" "You're so ungrateful," his mom mumbled, her eyes glancing around the room at their gathered guests. Fashion designers and models, businessmen and women, and their families were here. There were video games in the living room, board games on the tables, pin the tail on the donkey on the wall, and more spilling out into the backyard. It was a celebration of his parents' business hitting its 1-year anniversary. Mitsuki glanced at the clock on the wall. "You know how to read a clock already, right?" Katsuki nodded. Of course he did. He wasn't an idiot. She got on her knees and pointed to the one in their kitchen. "It's 4:16 now, you see." Katsuki nodded. "When the clock hits 6 o'clock in an hour and 44 minutes, then you can go upstairs and we don't have to see you for the rest of the night. Deal?" An anxious ball had eaten at him, but he'd nodded anyways. His dad had beamed at him. "That's our little hero." Katsuki had tried. He'd picked one of the games outside and he'd played it with a few of the other kids, but the screaming and yells had started to make him feel shaky. He'd gone inside and tried to sit quietly on the couch, but adults had wandered in and shooed him away, taking the spot and talking business adult stuff. He'd tried sitting to the side and watching the others play video games, but a couple girls had started to pull at his arms and ask him to play Twister with them. Katsuki glanced at the clock. 4:40. He breathed through his nose and he tried. It was midway through the game when he felt tears start to prick at his eyes. He didn't want to be here. He didn't want to be here and didn't like this. He won his game and then was the commander for the girls and the others who had joined them. "Right hand on blue," Katsuki mumbled, sitting with his legs drawn up to his "What?" "Right hand on blue." Katsuki snapped too loud. A few adults looked their way. He let a shaky breath out. "Geez, one of the boys," muttered under his breath, giving Katsuki a look. His heart was pounding really fast. There was a sick feeling in his stomach. He flicked the little arrow again. "Left foot on red," he said too loud but not as bad as before. He glanced at the clock. 4:42. He wiped the wetness from his eyes, wishing he could wipe the shakiness away too. There was a weird floaty feeling he couldn't explain. Unpleasant. If he was a baby like Deku he'd probably run away crying to his mom. But he wasn't. He was stronger than that. He could handle this stuff. He just had to be braver. Better. He flicked the arrow again. Later, when his mom yells at him to explain himself for what happened, Katsuki can't. He doesn't know why he's upset. He doesn't know why he stopped spinning the stupid game thing. He doesn't know why when the girl grabbed him to get his attention he lashed out and hit her. He does understand why the boys hit him after though when the girl hit the floor and started wailing. He doesn't blame them for the black eye or split lip he's sporting though he knows they sure as hell blame him for their own bruises and cuts. Because Katsuki, even at 7, knows how to throw a punch. "That wasn't very heroic, Katsuki," his dad whispers to him, voice disappointed. Katsuki cries. The best way Katsuki can explain Deku is that it's like having his parents' party following him around all the time. Katsuki tries. He tries very strong at first to explain to Deku that he is overwhelming and exhausting and that Deku's tendency to latch on and grab made him feel panicky and anxious. But Katsuki doesn't have the words so it ends up being words like, "Don't touch me, Deku. Go away, Deku. Leave me alone, Deku. I don't want to play with you, Deku." And Deku tears up and he wails and he protests and he says Katsuki is being mean and a bully and Katsuki can't handle it. He can't handle all the emotions that Deku is. And Katsuki gets it cause he's Deku's best friend and Deku is his. But Katsuki can't handle Deku. The tears and the clinginess and the want to play all the time. Katsuki tries to make Deku follow him further back because he can't take Deku being right on his heel, right next to him, practically breathing on him he's so close. Anytime he wants to be by himself, Deku is there and Katsuki tries to explain, but his words are wrong. I don't want you here. A hero doesn't need backup. Sometimes adventures are things you gotta do alone. Katsuki starts to prefer the company of other kids because when Katsuki says go away, they do. When Katsuki says get lost, they do. When Katsuki ditches them, they don't follow doggedly. When Katsuki says the wrong words to make them leave him alone, they don't tear up and get upset. They just leave. And Deku doesn't understand. And there's a small part of Katsuki that feels guilty about that, but he can't take it anymore. He can't take the way Auntie Inko looks at him or the way his mom is starting to get more and more angry with him all the time. He tries to explain. But the wrong words are still in his mouth and he doesn't know how to explain how he feels. The tight feeling in his is whenever he sees Deku now because he knows Deku won't listen to him. Deku never listens to him no matter how loudly he screams. Most of the time he's been begging to be left alone for forever when he lashes out. And Deku is left on the ground with a bleeding eye or a hurt look and tears, and Katsuki doesn't believe the doctors when they say Deku's quirkless because that amount of tears is unnatural and not human. It has to be a mutation of some time. Dumbest quirk ever. And there's a part of Katsuki that gets it. Because the other kids have been refusing to play with Deku because supposedly Deku is quirkless. Deku doesn't have anyone else. Deku only has Katsuki. But being friends with Deku is a study in failures. Katsuki always ends up in trouble because Deku is Deku. Big green eyes that cry at the drop of a hat, and his dad says stuff like attention starved because Auntie Inko is a nurse and works a lot. Deku is lonely. Deku is shunned. Deku only has his mom who works, and the other kids don't really want anything to do with Deku. So Katsuki tries. At first. But the more he hangs out with him, the more attached Deku gets. And it makes his heart speed up and his hands feel shaky, and he doesn't like it. Deku isn't satisfied with an hour, he wants to spend all afternoon with Katsuki. When he comes over to his house, Deku doesn't want to watch one movie, he wants to watch 4. When they go on field trips, Katsuki is always paired with Deku, and Deku doesn't seem to have an independent bone in his body because they are together, practically at the hip, even when Katsuki pushes and shoves and snaps at him. And then there is a quiet realization. Katsuki is never going to win at this game. Because Deku wants too much, and whenever Katsuki pushes back and tries to get him to calm down or back off, everyone sees Katsuki as the bad guy. Deku isn't like the party, he is the party. And it's 4:16 and Katsuki has to get out now before it turns to 4:50. So he does. And it's ugly. He calls Deku quirkless and useless and all sorts of other things, and he lashes out as strong as he can. Every time Deku tries to hang out with him, Katsuki lashes out now. He wants the party to be over, and there's only one way to make it end. Deku refuses. Katsuki doesn't understand. Deku still calls him his best friend. Deku still tries to hang out with him. Follow him. Sit at his table. At the desk behind him. He still cries over everything, and every single time Katsuki does something mean, he looks at him like he's newly betrayed. Like this is something he wasn't expecting. He's surprised and hurt. Katsuki doesn't understand. Deku follows him around in 1st grade and 2nd grade and 3rd grade and all through primary and elementary, no matter what Katsuki does. He's always a stone's throw away, and the anxiousness inside of him is constant now. Katsuki is never alone. He never gets time to himself. That panicky feeling and the exhaustion is practically his companions at this point. And no one is listening to him. They see the bruises on Deku and the cuts and the tears, and stupid Deku is Deku. He tells their parents the truth as he knows it. He's just trying to be Kaken's friend. And Katsuki wants to scream until his throat is raw. When Izuku is 9, his mom and Mitsuki drag him and Kaken out and about to celebrate the new year. Normally, if the two women want to hang out, they go out alone, well aware of the tension between Izuku and Katsuki. Izuku couldn't quite figure out what his mom had been up to or what her intentions were. Inko had been adamant this year, even as wary and watchful as she was, that the 4 of them spend the holiday together while Masaru was taking care of a sick relative out of town. When Izuku had asked her, his mom had simply said, "I'm sorry baby, I know it's probably not how you want to spend New Year's, but there's something I have to check." Bewildered, Izuku had gone along with it, watching as Mitsuki's car pulled up to the apartment and a silent Kaken, sitting as far as possible on the opposite side of the back seat, was practically melding into the car door. Kaken refused to look at him, head turned pointedly towards the window. Izuku had sighed and hopped into the back seat. Sometimes in class they slipped naturally back into the way things used to be not so long ago, excitedly talking about All Might or pro-heroes or quirks. But it was clear that wouldn't be happening today. Kaken looked just about ready to throw himself out of the moving car. Izuku pulled out one of his notebooks and began making notes on the new pro-hero who had debuted 3 days ago. Fat Gum. Reading about the new hero online had led him to making a bunch of notes about quirks that dealt with absorption, and if Izuku was honest, it had shocked him by not only how many different kinds there were but all the different ways quirks like that could be used. He'd spent an entire hour just going over the details of a businessman whose quirk was absorbing smoke before expelling it as heat particles in the air. It wasn't connected to fat gum, but it was under the same type of quirk category, and Izuku had learned that a lot of quirks could be seen from different perspectives and that he could come up with new ways to use those quirks by comparing it to other, similar types. The theories all went into his notebook. Little details that proved useful later when he was considering the application of new quirks he encounters. Izuku learned that absorption quirks usually entailed energy. The stuff being absorbed doesn't just disappear like it never existed. At least, okay, for Pro Hero 13 it did, but they were a completely different story altogether. That had to do with black holes and space and stuff, and Izuku had to admit that a lot of the explanations he'd read about that stuff had gone over his head. But, generally, absorption quirks did something with what they absorbed. Fat Gum had yet to show any move that involved releasing what he absorbed, but Izuku would bet anything in the world that he definitely had it in his arsenal in some way. But Izuku looked up, blinking as he realized that the car had come to a stop and Kaken was frowning at him from the car door he was holding open. He unbuckled, in his hurry almost falling out of the car instead of stepping. Kaken just rolled his eyes at him as they joined his mom and Mitsuki, who were both watching them too closely. Like they were waiting for Kaken to do something bad. That thought makes Izuku feel uncomfortable, especially since Kaken seemed to know it. He walked ahead of him with his head down and his hands in his pockets, slumped and trudging along like he was on a death march. Izuku winced. Why had his mom insisted on this? Festival lights were spread out all across the mall's expansive parking lot. Vendors were selling all sorts of hot foods and drinks. Izuku got a hot cocoa. Kaken got hot apple cider. Clutching at the sides of the cup, purposefully not putting the sleeve on it. While Kaken never got sick due to the medicinal properties of nitroglycerin, he was more vulnerable to hyperthermia than the rest of them. His body required him to run at a higher temperature than most. His mom, a nurse, had explained that it was like being anemic. If it felt like it was 30 degrees to a normal person, it would feel like it was 15 degrees to Kaken. Which was utterly fascinating, and he definitely dedicated several pages to noting the pros and cons of a body functioning on a higher body temperature. It would be easier for Kaken to produce sweat needed for his quirk to work and would mean Kaken could handle the summer months a lot easier. Any person who had a fire or heat quirk would only make Kaken's explosions more powerful. There was a higher chance of dehydration though, which Izuku had seen firsthand back when they were 6 and Kaken passed out. That had been scary to see his friend turning to him with a wide grin of triumph after shooting a can that had been falling from super high up, only for red eyes to roll into the back of his head and fall to the ground without a sound. "Well, stop," Kaken hissed out of the corner of his mouth. Izuku startled, looking at the blonde. "If you're going to mutter like a crazy person, at least do it about something other than me." Kaken muttered. The smile on his face wasn't really a smile at all. It was cracked, like he was 1 second away from losing it. Izuku ducked his head. "Sorry." Mitsuki turned to him then, and it had that same fake quality to it. "You don't have to apologize to my brat, Izuku, it's fine. You shouldn't be yelled at for something you can't help." At this, Mitsuki sent Kaken a pointed glare. The tension in the air was thick. Izuku shuffled from side to side, sharing worried looks with his mom. "Yeah, okay, whatever." Kaken folded his arms, being careful not to drop his cider, breathing heavily through his nose. "Can I go look around?" The point of going out tonight to hang out with one another, Mitsuki said. Her voice was light, but there was an edge to it. This didn't seem like it was such a good idea. He wasn't sure what was going on, but there seemed to be something he was missing. Something everyone else knew that he didn't. Despite himself, Izuku felt irritated at that. His mom had a habit of treating him like he couldn't handle anything. He hated that. Everyone always treated and talked to Kaken like he was a grown-up and talked to Izuku like he was a little kid. Like he didn't understand things. Like he was fragile. They spent the next little bit looking through the vendors, both inside the mall and outside. They all relaxed a bit more as they browsed around and enjoyed themselves. Though there were a few stores they walked past that he was sure Kaken would want to go in, but the blonde made no move to suggest them. Actually, so far that night, Kaken hadn't suggested any stores. They'd gone into a few shops for his mom and Mitsuki. Izuku had dragged them all into a comic book store and superhero merchandise stores. Now they were inside of a bookstore in the mall when the temperature had dropped again. Kaken was still acting weird. Quiet. He hadn't spoken up about anything all night. Izuku stopped when he saw a familiar series. It was one that was way more violent than his mom would ever allow him to read. He wasn't sure what it was about, but it had been shelved in the adult fantasy section. There were bodies all around what looked like a superhero but couldn't be. The adult books weren't even shelved at their school, and the local librarian at their neighborhood library was kind of annoying when it came to checking out adult books. Izuku had tried to check out some of the books he saw Kaken reading just because he was curious and had been turned away. Which meant that Kaken probably bought his books. But this, at last, gave him a reason to actual talk to Kaken instead of the awkward glances and distant shuffling they were doing. Hey, it's the books you like. Izuku called out, garnering the blonde's attention. Kaken glanced over, spotting the familiar covers and walking over, grinning a bit. Hell yeah, it was muttered quietly, so unlike Kaken. Like he was afraid of being overheard. His fingers slid along the spines before he picked up one further along in the series that said Expurgatory. What's it about? Izuku asked. It's about a hero facing down the zombie apocalypse, Kaken told him. So it's superheroes and zombies. But why do you like zombies so much? Izuku asked, leaning over to see the cover more. Now that he knew it was about zombies, the dead bodies all over the place made a lot more sense. Kaken rolled his eyes. Because the dumb people always die. The main guy is usually pretty clever. It's basically a free-for-all for kicking butt. Kaken shrugged. And because it's scary. There's not really any other type of story where it's the whole freaking world that's against you. And the ones that survive are usually the ones that most people don't like. Kaken paused at that, staring down at the book with a frown. You probably wouldn't like these books, Kaken said, his face scrunched up in an odd way. Why not? Izuku asked. The characters aren't really. They don't look at the world like you do. There's not a lot of hope in it. I don't think you'd relate. They don't dream. They get things done. I feel like you're insulting me. At this, Kaken looked thoughtful before moving his hand in SOSO gesture. It's about halfway between an insult and a compliment. Take it however the F you want. Izuku clucked his tongue, giving Kaken a dry look. The cursing wasn't really new, but Kaken had gone from doing it a little here and there to doing it a lot more lately, and as he eyed the book Kaken was opening up and starting to read, he had a vague idea of why that was. Why do you like scary books? Izuku asked. The hands holding the book tightened and Kaken gave him an annoyed look. Because I do. That's not really, deku, Kaken said tensely. Leave it? But, Izuku sighed. What other types of books do you like? The kind that are none of your business? I'm just trying to talk to you, Izuku huffed before adding under his breath. You don't have to be mean. Kaken tensed up, shoulders hunching all the way up to his ears. Listen here, you shitty nerd, Kaken hissed, his voice tight with anger. Did you question why our moms want to go out tonight? Of course I did. They want to see how we act around each other for themselves. You're their precious little angel. They don't see you as a stalker or any of the other SHT you pull. Izuku frowned. I don't, Kaken waved his hand. What the F ever? I don't care. The point is that tonight isn't about you. It's about me. Of course, it is, Izuku thought in exasperation. A touch of anger making him frown. Everything was always about Kaken. Don't make that face. Kaken snapped. You don't get it. Tonight has to be perfect. It doesn't matter what you do tonight, 'cause they aren't judging you. I'm pretty sure you could set the Christmas tree on fire and they'd coo at you. Izuku made an indignant sound in his throat. So just, for once don't follow me or talk to me, just, for tonight keep your distance? I can't make you talk to me, Kaken, Izuku pointed out resentfully. He couldn't make Kaken do anything. And it wasn't fair that once again Kaken was demanding Izuku act a certain way to appease him. Those familiar red eyes dug into him for a long moment and something flickered there that Izuku couldn't identify. That cracked grin spread across his face again. I'm so The laugh that wheezed out of Kaken's mouth wasn't very nice. Kaken ended up buying the book. It must be nice to just be able to buy whatever you want. Just another advantage Kaken didn't seem to even realize he had over him. He looked at a lot of the hero merchandise longingly. There were a number of rarer items available because of the holidays and his fingers itched to add them to his collection, but Izuku was allowed maybe one thing tonight depending on the price. He watched as Kaken browsed. Auntie Mitsuki throwing random clothes at Kaken to try on and then buying them for him when she approved of what it looked like. Training gear. A couple more books. Can I wait out in the car? Kaken asked on their way to the food court. I'm not hungry. It's too cold, Auntie Mitsuki said automatically. We've been here for hours, Kaken pushed in that voice that was too carefully calm. Don't whine, Katsuki, Auntie Mitsuki snapped. Izuku covered his mouth to stifle the snicker. I'm going to the bathroom, Kaken announced. Auntie Mitsuki gave him a suspicious look, frowning at her son in an odd way. Can't you wait until after we order food, she demanded. I'm not hungry, Kaken repeated, an edge to his voice now. Izuku glanced at his mom, the confusion he felt reflected in her eyes as well. Katsuki, Inko said carefully, the wariness she'd had all night giving way slightly to her natural worry. We've been out all day. You really should eat something. Kaken ignored everyone and headed to the bathroom. But Auntie Mitsuki called. Don't be so rude, you brat. His mom started to fret, pulling at her sleeves as she looked between Kaken and Auntie Mitsuki. We can order something at the food court for him for later, Inko tried to placate. I'm sure he'll eat it if it's in front of him. If he wants to be a pain in the butt then he can starve, Mitsuki said hotly. Come on, just because he's being difficult, doesn't mean the rest of us have to pay for it. They grabbed food and a table at the edge of the food court closest to the bathrooms so Kaken would be able to find them easily. His mom and Andy talked about an older patient his mom was fond of, a cranky old man who ended up at the hospital once every few weeks because of his back issues and who had a spinal quirk that made his exoskeleton a complicated case to deal with. 30 minutes passed by. He saw Auntie Mitsuki frown, checking her phone and glaring in the direction of the bathrooms. 40 minutes passed. They finished the rest of their food. The conversation was still smooth, still going strong, but now all three of them were looking in the direction of the bathrooms. Izuku excused himself, trying to be as subtle as possible about going to check on him, but from the fond way his mom smiled at him, he guessed he probably hadn't pulled that off. It was easy to see where Kaken was the moment he opened the door. Past the urinals and taking up the handicap stall at the back, he could see Kaken sitting on the floor, the bags around him. The top half hidden by the stall. Kaken, are you okay? No response. He eyed the stall door worriedly. It didn't look like Kaken had moved at all at his voice. Are you really that bothered by the idea of hanging out with me that you'd rather hide in the bathroom all night? Izuku questioned, feeling hurt despite everything. Can't we just talk? Silence answered his words. Kaken, seriously, are you okay? That cracked laugh filled the space between them. Didn't I ask you not to follow me? Kaken asked. It lacked the usual anger though. Tonight it just sounded tired. Why do you hate me so much? Izuku asked, hearing his own voice waver. All he'd ever tried to do was be nice. All he'd ever wanted was to be his friend. You're so arrogant, Kaken snapped. You always think everything is about you? Izuku blinked at the door in front of him. Because what? Kaken was acting like he was the arrogant one. Izuku scoffed, the sound echoing in the quiet of the bathroom. Why are you always such a JRK about everything? Izuku returned, glaring at the bathroom stall. I only came in here to help you. That's what makes you arrogant, Kaken seethed on the other side of the door. The idea that you could help me. As if you've ever helped. The sting of those words left Izuku faltering. We're never going to be friends, Deku, you should get that through your thick skull. We were friends, Izuku cut in. You can't deny that we were friends once. And you can't hold on to that. You can't keep acting like that's still the case. Izuku bit his lip. I just don't understand why you stopped, Izuku trailed off. Silence sat between them, much stronger than the stall door. Because you're quirkless? Izuku stills. Don't you get it? Kaken hisses from the other side of the door. You will never be a hero. There's no such thing as a quirkless hero. You go around muttering under your breath like a creepy SHT and write obsessively about stuff you will never be. You're a loser who's too delusional to recognize that something is beyond your ability. I don't want anything to do with you. Izuku pressed his hand over his mouth and turned away, wiping frantically at his eyes to stem the flow of tears. That's not fair, Izuku whispers, his voice thick. The other kids said stuff like that all the time. Kaken did every once in a while, joining in with the others, but he'd never said it to Izuku like this. He'd never spoken to him like this when they were alone. Boo-hoo, I've tried over and over again to be fair and you won't listen, Kaken hissed. I hate you, Izuku whispered, but in the empty bathroom his words were clear to hear. He turned on his heel and left. When he got back to the table, he gave his mom a watery smile. She stared at him wide-eyed. Auntie Mitsuku looked like she was breathing fire as she stood up. The woman marched over to the men's room and walked right in, and Izuku didn't have it in him to feel sorry for Kaken. Izuku, are you okay? His mom asked him, her hand wiping away his leftover tears. I'm fine. What did he do? Inko asked him. He didn't do anything. He just said something mean, Izuku said weakly. And what did he say? Her fingers lifted up his chin and he stared into his eyes. Just what all the other kids say, Izuku mumbled. That I'm quirkless and that I'll never be a hero. He shrugged. Her lips pressed tight together, staring off at the bathroom. Okay, she said, then more drawn out, more quiet. Okay. When Auntie Mitsuki and Kaken come back out, Kaken doesn't say a word. Izuku is confused by the careful once-over his mom does, like she's checking for injuries. Inko looks almost grim when she doesn't find any. His mom's eyes go strong when she looks at Katsuki now, like she'd found what she was looking for. Izuku tries not to look at Kaken the rest of the night. The good cheer they'd had is all but gone and they unanimously decide to head out for the evening. Kaken throws his bags into the trunk and all but adheres himself to the other side of the car, which is fine with Izuku. He doesn't want to be near Kaken either. It's not until Izuku leans over to grab his bag that Kaken looks at him. Izuku almost jerks back at what he sees. He feels a chill run down his spine and there's a tiny part of him that wants to throw his arms around Kaken and apologize right then and there. I hate you too, Kaken whispers so softly if he wasn't so close he never would have heard it. And just like that, a garrisoned wall of steel forms between them. Izuku practically runs from the car into his mom's arms and they shuffle into their apartment building. He hears the car door slam and the sound of raised voices, but he doesn't turn to look. Katsuki is 15, staring at the common area of the dorms for his mandatory social time, and he still feels like he doesn't have the right words. Chapter 11. Before and after he doesn't feel well. That SHT was F-nuts, and there's a part of him that wants to hit the ground running. That wants to pack his bag and get the F out of Dodge. Away from everyone and everything. Because that bullshit, it wasn't right. It wasn't right. He knows better than this. She's a manipulative CNT and he let her do that SHT to him. He let her do the weird association thing and Katsuki put his head in his hands, breathing in and out with his head bent down touching his knees. The world is so F up. His eyes are tired and his face feels hot. Like he wants to cry, but screw that. Screw that SHT. He isn't Deku. Crying doesn't solve a goddamn thing. He needed to lay out his options. Needed to think. The Hero Public Safety Commission was the law enforcement for the heroes. They decided who go their license. They were the top dogs, which meant that if he went to Aizawa to beach about what was happening, there was Jack SHT his teacher could actually do about it. And yeah, Aizawa might be pissed off on Katsuki's behalf, but what did it accomplish? Nothing, that's what. There was a small voice in the back of his head that questioned whether Aizawa knew about it already though and approved. He didn't think Aizawa was aware. Why the hell would he recommend he start therapy at UA if he knew Katsuki was already going? Or maybe Aizawa knew but didn't know about the methods. People had to know. That was the kicker. People had to know about her association quirk. They had to know and approve of it. She was F-certified. Her credentials were legit. Even his own mother had approved when she looked the therapist up. The Public Hero Safety Commission clearly knew about it. Clearly approved of it. Was it really so surprising though? Maybe it was just Katsuki. Maybe he was just being an overdramatic beach about it like his mom tended to say. UA had approved of chaining him up after all. The teachers had muzzled him. Chained him to a podium because he'd said no. Was that so far off from what Dr. Kobayashi was doing? She was mild compared to that, really. All those adults in the stand. His teachers. The media. They thought Katsuki deserved it. If he went to Nizu, would the principal do anything to help him? No one ever helped him in these situations. Hell, most people put their stamp of approval on it. No one had ever asked Katsuki if he was okay. Not after the sludge villain or the USJ, not after the sports festival or I-Island, not after Kamino F. He couldn't do this. He wasn't going to throw himself a pity party. God damn it. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. Options. What were his F options? Fit. Deal with association. Wear the ring. Do the remedial class. Be the hero everyone wanted him to be. It would only be a couple months. A few months of his life. Tell Aizawa. UA won't fight for Katsuki, they've proven that, but his teacher will. Best case scenario, Aizawa gets pissed and tries to fight the goddamn Hero Commission itself on Katsuki's behalf, before losing. Katsuki probably loses his chances at a license. Worst case scenario, Aizawa already knows and approves. Go home. Drag himself and his SHD back to the house with his tail between his legs. Deal with the fallout with his mom, with his dad, and all the humiliation, contempt and disappointment the both of them would have in spades. Rethink his life and what little possibilities he has left now that the entirety of Japan seems to despise him. Live forever with everyone knowing that he gave up. Use the card his dad gave him to get the F out of Japan and never look back. He hated how appealing that last one was. What would that make him though? That would be turning his back on the work. Being a coward and running. That would... He never gives up and he works strong. The two tiny pinpricks Katsuki's been able to find in this mess of positive qualities he has. The only positive things that anyone has ever had to say about him. Any option but the first means giving those two things up. He doesn't need anything. But he wants someone in his corner. He wants one person to tell him that it's all wrong. He wants one person, just one person, to tell him that what happened at the sports festival wasn't right. He wants someone to tell him that the letters are wrong, the phone calls are wrong, the people on the streets and online are wrong about him. He wants one person to tell him that it isn't his fault that the camp was attacked, that All Might fell, that Kamino Ward's citizens died. He wants to be told that it isn't his fault that villains tried to recruit him. He wants to be told that he deserves to have a license like the rest of his classmates. He wants to be told by one person in his life that he would make a good hero. Just one person. He feels like it wouldn't be so goddamn strong then to keep going. But everyone knows it's his fault. His classmates don't ever say it, but their silence is enough. Their refusal to even bring it up, steadfast in avoiding the topic, is enough to cement how they feel about it. And where his classmates are dead silent, refusing to outwardly condemn him, the other UA extras are deafening. Down every hall in every class. Even 1B students, who were there that night, talk about it purposefully as he passes. The night he'd been kidnapped, no one in the news talked about Katsuki's safety. No one questioned if the villains were hurting him. They were questioning Katsuki. Questioning his loyalty, his integrity, his intentions. Everyone knew why he'd been kidnapped. And worse. They weren't wrong. They weren't wrong. Katsuki could be in denial all he wanted, but at the end of the day everything pointed to Katsuki being the problem. He breathed out and allowed his hands to drop. The tips of his fingers found the box easily enough. It sat right at the edge, making it that much more convenient to throw the letters into at the end of each day. It was heavy. Heavier than the last time he'd pulled it out. New letters sat on top of old ones. He hadn't opened more than a few since they'd moved into the dorms. He thinks of what the woman wanted him to do. Goals to fix himself. To make him into someone others wanted in a hero. Deku thought he needed to be nicer. All Might thought he shouldn't be so prideful. Best Jeanist said to smile and wave. Kamari thought he should learn some humanity. And here was a handy box of random strangers. And maybe individually they were useless assholes who had nothing better to do than lash out at a teenager in their spare time, but they'd all been at the sports festival. They'd all seen the stuff with All Might. If there was a reoccurring pattern that coincided with what those closest to him felt then, Katsuki could hardly argue with that. He pulled out his highlighters. It was almost cathartic in a way. And yeah, that's F up, Katsuki knows. He's well aware that if he sat down and tried to explain it to another person they wouldn't get it. These letters have sat here for months. The kids' drawings of him as a monster. The advice pieces and condemnations, the professionals and pros, the civilians and victims of Kamino have all just sat under his bed and their voices have clawed at one another for his attention and this. It feels like he's dissecting the letters. Slowly tearing them apart and categorizing them into pretty little mental compartments. It's easier to dismiss a lot of the garbage. The vague insults he knows don't hit anywhere close to home. The impersonal stabs at his character by people who don't know what the F they are talking about. The pro-heroes who sound so unprofessional Katsuki can't take them seriously. He cuts them away like the extra fat on a piece of meat. These generic ones are carefully flattened out and put at their own vanilla folder labeled "Not Worth My Time," trimming the pile down to the more legitimate letters. The voices of people who had at least taken the time to really consider what his issues were. Personality issue. Blue. Attitude issue. Yellow. Hero behavior. Suggestions. Green. Fighting critique. Purple. Katsuki moved the generic threats and comments to the side in a large pile. The SEC offers and drawings, anything that made him remotely uncomfortable, was placed in another slightly smaller pile. They were placed in their own binder that he labeled "No Help" at the top. He also writes in careful black marker, "Look into individuals to see if they have records." Letters could help put them away. He doesn't think these letters by themselves could accomplish anything. It's part of the reason he doesn't want to hand them over. All that giving them to the police would accomplish would be labeling Katsuki as more of a victim than he already is. No one is going to actually do anything about it and people are free to send letters if they want. There's no law, Katsuki has triple-checked, against sending someone a letter. The other letters were set out and he carefully went through them, highlighting all the relevant remarks. A lot of the letters fell into one or two of the categories that he could easily put in their own piles. Some of them hit 3 or 4 of the categories, the page marked with reds and greens and purple across its surface. Those he put in a category all their own. By the end of his self-created project, he had a list of characteristics people hated him for. A long list. Words that popped up more often than not in the letters concerning him. When he finished with the letters, Katsuki went to the internet. His name easily pulled a few hundred items on his search bar. He printed out articles, compiled a list of videos saved on his desktop, pulled opinion pieces, and professional pieces from blogs and news outlets. It makes him feel a little like Deku and that leaves a bad taste in his mouth. But this is about himself, not anyone else. This puts him a bit at ease even if it doesn't really make the feeling go away completely. He put all of the printed articles in their own binder after he highlighted their points. A board taken from the Student Supply Center was erected for him to carefully write out all the negative points across the top, with room to write suggestions on how to tackle them. He takes the useful binders and puts them up on his shelf above his desk. They sit next to his textbooks. Thick and brimming with letters he'd kept hidden under his bed for what feels like forever now. This feels like a step in the right direction. Like he's facing the issues rather than very blatantly ignoring them. He takes the more professional letters from the files and carefully tacks them up along with the goals sheet he's going to have to present to the CNT. The board sits right above his laptop against the wall directly over his desk. Easy for him to refer to when he needs reminders of why the F he's doing this. It's almost time to head to the common area though. Much to Katsuki's chagrin. He gathers his homework into his bag and slings it over his shoulder. It's time to face the badly played music. It takes Deku all of 2 days to realize Katsuki has to be in the common room at certain times now. He sees the familiar scrunch of confusion across Deku's freckled nose and green eyes that are too wide as they watch him. The way Deku hums as his friends talk, not quite paying attention, his eyes sliding over to Katsuki in curiosity that first day and then bewilderment the second and then suspicion by the evening after he leaves. By the third day he's all but worked out what's going on, and Katsuki sort of hates him for that. The way the little stalker notices Aizawa walk into the room both days and follows his gaze to Katsuki's spot in the corner. He can practically see the way the other's gears turn and the click that seems to slide into place as Katsuki packs up his homework on the second day at the end of his time. He sees the connection as those stupidly big eyes widen even further, and then Deku proceeds to trip over an ottoman and faceplant on the floor because he's not paying attention to where his feet are going. He tries to sit near Katsuki on the third day. His eyes shoot up to meet his, and there's a silent conversation that travels the air between them in the span of a few tense moments. Please, the eyes say. No. Shoulders slump and the shitty nerd's eyes look downcast. Like Katsuki was passing by a goddamn puppy and decided to slam his boot into the soft underbelly for fun. He mentally twitched in annoyance. He wasn't doing anything wrong. He just didn't want Deku up his butt. The shitty nerd takes a breath and his shoulders, they don't relax, but they do straighten, and Katsuki feels alarm run through him at the determined look that enters Deku's eyes because no. Deku raises his head to look him right in the eye. I'm going to, the look says. The metal pen Katsuki's using snaps in two. Ink stains his fingers and falls onto the 3 pages of art history laid out before him. An ugly sneer covers his face as he tries to salvage the work. But it's mostly ruined now. Katsuki slowly looks up to the pale face of Deku staring down at the table ink now covers. The nerd swallows strong. His Adam's apple visibly moving as those green eyes stare blankly at Katsuki. There's a downturn to his mouth, an indignant, almost petulant look on his face, like he wants to point out that what just happened wasn't his fault. Technically. But the look Katsuki gives him is one that is familiar and warning. I will yeet your butt out of the window if you so much as look in this direction again. Deku tilts his head, half turned away from him, but not fully. One eye is centered on him now. The gaze piercing. We're going to have to talk sooner or later, the stare says. Katsuki's own aggravated stare is accompanied by scratching his cheek with his middle finger. Very slowly. Very deliberately. Deku sighs. As far as their classmates are concerned, no conversation took place at all as the green-haired hero complex trudged away after a few moments of silence. Yaomomo and Tsuyu notice next, sometime on the 4th day. Ponytail actually looks like she feels sort of sorry for him, which pisses him off. He glowers at both of them because even if his SHT hearing can't tell him what they're saying, their awful attempts at being stealthy are embarrassing and neither of them should ever bother to try underground hero work. Ponytail at least has the decency to look away when she's caught. Froppy just raises her eyebrows at him and tilts her head. The better to judge you, my dear, rings through his head like a fairy tale voiceover, and he really doesn't appreciate that. Their judgment is as far as that SHT goes, thankfully. They don't bother him or approach him. Though they do offer him a Mexican hot cocoa on the 5th day that he accepts with no small amount of skepticism. They warmed the milk but forgot to remove the skin, so small chunks float, intermingling with pockets of powder from lack of stirring. He'd be annoyed if he didn't expect this kind of shoddy cocoa making from the extras. It was a nice gesture though, so he doesn't beach. Instead, he sneaks into the kitchen and fixes it, adding a touch of espresso and whisking some heavy cream into a light foam. A dab of powdered sugar to sweeten it, but not enough to turn the foam into a buttercream. After warming it up a bit, he spoons it into the cocoa, mixing lightly. He sips, far more pleased by the smooth taste, the sweetness offset by the coffee and Mexican spice. He doesn't get why people half-butt SHT. If you're going to go through the trouble of making food or beverages in the first place, isn't it better to go the extra couple of steps to make it worth the effort? People don't like it when he says things like that, so he keeps the thoughts to himself. He's already been shocked way too many times this week, and the dissociation with curse words is one step away from making him a flinching mess. Cocoa has to be the simplest recipe in the world, and yet nobody gets it right. At least Yaomomo and Tsuyu aren't animals though. They didn't make it with water. He'd have lost his goddamn mind on them if he found out they were using hot water in their hot cocoa. Some people had no decency or sense. Speaking of people with no decency or sense, it takes the squad 7 goddamn days to connect the dots. The lot of them have the situational awareness of 5-year-olds, and he's honestly worried it's going to get them killed one day. Not that he'd ever say that out loud, but it definitely means the losers are going to be doing training exercises in battle awareness until their feet bleed. They're pleasantly surprised by his presence at first. It takes them way too long to get suspicious about his sudden time spent in the common area. By time Shiro asks if he's being forced to socialize, Yururika, who's walking by, snorts into her drink, and that pretty much confirms that his idiots are the last in the class to know. Are you being punished for something, Kaken? Kaminari crows, slinking into the seat across from him and grinning like a cat with his teeth around the neck of a bird. Shiro jabs Kaminari with his overly large elbows. We think it's good that you're socializing, Shiro insists, sending a heated glare Sparks' way. And we know you like your schedules. Way too much, Kaminari mutters under his breath. But you don't really look like you're enjoying yourself when you come out here, Shiro said slowly. He was choosing his words carefully, and Katsuki realizes it was probably because the last conversation they'd really had ended in a confrontation in the kitchen. And we were thinking maybe we could set up a Mario Party out here. It could be fun. Give you something to do while you're down here other than work. I'm going for a run after this, Katsuki told him, only a little regretfully. It won't hurt you to take a few hours off, Shiro wheedled. You're looking pretty roughed up by the remedial lessons from yesterday. No need to overwork your muscles. It could set you back to overtrain. You already go pretty extreme, and the remedial classes are on top of everything else you're doing. Shiro didn't get it. Katsuki had failed. At every turn he'd failed. Yeah, overworking himself and overtraining would set him back. That's why he had his schedule. Each session he did worked on different muscles in his body. Different skills. Muscle mass wasn't the endgame. Dexterity. Flexibility. Shoulder strength to handle the backlash of his explosions. Endurance training. Sure, Katsuki did do a lot, but there were so many different categories that he never overdid any one of them. When his body was thoroughly taxed but not overly so, he switched it up to academics. Hero work. Chemistry and engineering for his specific quirk. The more he learned about each topic, the more he was forced to recognize just how little he did know. He could dedicate a lifetime to studying just one subject and still not know everything. There was never not something to study. And it was easy to set up a schedule around that so that he was never overwhelmed by one side of the chasm or another. Flexibility training. A session on strategies used in protecting protesters from violent ambush tactics. Endurance training. A session on the mathematical equations needed for designing the proportions of his gauntlets based on his own expected muscle growth so that the metal doesn't cut off his BLD circulation. Quirk experimentation for more advanced maneuvering. It was a constant rotation utilizing all the different skills Katsuki needed to be a hero. Maximizing his time and energy to the best of his ability without overtaxing him or burning him out. He made sure to sprinkle in personal time for himself here and there. His music, for one, was a big personal time for him. A time to decompress, to feel the wind rustling his clothes, and to remind him he was free and could linger outside as much as he wanted. The feel of the sun against his skin and the pleasant hum of a soothing voice after a long day of training. Other people might see it as another form of training, and in a way, he supposes that it is part of his endurance training, but it was more of his cool down. His leisure time to think about whatever he wanted and to drift off. Maybe tomorrow, Katsuki told both of his friends. Kaminari, ignoring the fact that Katsuki was sitting in an armchair and not one of the couches, forced himself into the seat beside him. Katsuki tensed as their bodies touched along every surface: legs, waist, sides, arms. Suppressing the bodily flinch, he glared at the other. "What the ever-living foo? You need love," Kaminari said playfully, cutting off Katsuki's almost curse and head falling dramatically on his shoulder. Katsuki cringed away from the words in him, leaping from the chair and snarling. He looked over at the clock, but there was still 10 minutes before he was allowed to leave. Kaminari spread his arms outwards, a pout on his face. "Come on, Kachikan, let us love you." "Thought you said I was unlovable," Katsuki snapped without thinking. Shiro's head swiveled around to stare at Kaminari. "What?" Kaminari looked confused, eyes wide. "When did I ever say?" A light clicked behind the blonde's eyes. "Bakugou. Blasty, that wasn't, it was just a joke." "Oh Kami," Shiro sighed, sounding disappointed. Kaminari wrung his hands, looking anxious. Katsuki ignored them both, packing his bag. If he couldn't get his homework done, then he'd make dinner. He still had some reasoned rice in the refrigerator from yesterday and a pork loin he had marinating. All he really had to do was preheat the oven and shove it in at this point. "Bakugou, you didn't really take that seriously, did you?" Kaminari asked, sounding pained. "I don't take anything you say seriously," Katsuki snapped. He jerked as the ring shocked him. Hey, Shiro called, looking startled. "We should talk about this." "Yeah. Clearly, some stuff's been misunderstood. You know Kami. You know him. You know he didn't mean it like that." "I just said I don't." "Yeah, no, I think you took it to heart," Shiro said quietly. His eyes were darting around the room, looking to see who else was around. There were a few, but no one was paying attention to them. "Listen, I know you don't like talking emotions and stuff, no. Don't go. SHT Bakugou, just stay for a second." Katsuki flinched again as another shock went through him. Every part of him was buzzing with anxiety and stress. This wasn't how the ring was supposed to work. It was only supposed to shock him when he lost his temper. It wasn't supposed to do it just because he was anxious. "Shit. Why don't we meet in my room?" Shiro whispered. "Away from everybody. We can talk things out. This doesn't have to be a big deal. We can just clear stuff up." "I don't need anything cleared up," Katsuki muttered. "I'm going to go make dinner." He made to force his way past, but Shiro only stepped more in front of him. "Are you afraid to talk to us?" Shiro asked in a challenging voice. "Phew, Katsuki grit his teeth, keeping the curse word tapped down. Breathing carefully. "It's not a big deal. Don't. What? If you believe what he said, then hell yes, that's a big deal," Shiro said, folding his arms and leaning in to whisper. "No one thinks you're unlovable." "Shut up," Katsuki hissed. Because there were a ton of people who absolutely did. Katsuki was 80% sure his own mother thought it. "Get out of my way. I know you don't want to have this conversation out here, but I will if you make me," Shiro hissed. "Let's go up to my room." The ring shocked him again. Goddamn motherfucking sanctioned piece of SHTF, every hero public safety commission, but with a rusted screw through every one of their F-holes, and then dig salt and sand into the wounds. "I don't need whatever bullshit." Katsuki felt the shift as he was hit by the association. An image slammed into like a truck. Yaomomo stood in front of him. His legs were tangled in a painful set of metal wiring. Shame and self-loathing sunk into his skin, and Katsuki paused as he tried to recover his bearings. He wasn't there. He hadn't lost. He hadn't even fought Yaomomo. Todoroki had beaten her at the beginning of the tournament. It wasn't real. "Bakugou," Shiro called out. He clutched at his bag, trying to will the feelings not his own to go away. To blink away the image seared into his head. He didn't want to deal with anyone right now. He just wanted to get away. "I said move," Katsuki muttered, all the anger and anxiety drained from him to be replaced by bone-deep exhaustion. Shiro searched him, slowing, moving to the side. He could see Kaminari out of the corner of his eye. Standing back and looking lost. Katsuki made his way to the kitchen, not making a sound as he put his food into the oven and prepped everything. Not saying a word to anyone even when Kirishima popped in and tried to pry a conversation from him. He shrugged the redhead off as he made up his plate, taking his food upstairs with him and avoiding everyone in the room. especially ponytail. The image of wires and shame and self-loathing still fresh, like lemon juice, poured over a palm filled with paper cuts. Katsuki is a light sleeper. Any noise, any footstep, any creak of a door or thunder of boots or the distant sound of voices had his eyes cracking open and a sense of urgency running through him. He'd oftentimes find himself flipping out of bed and looking around, knowing he had to do something but finding nothing that he needed to do in front of him. His heart would race and his hands would shake and he'd end up getting dressed whether he'd slept for 2 hours or 8. He'd walk out of his room and into the dorms, seeking out what had woken him. Even when he found it though, the girls getting together in one room, idiots cooking at F.U.'s time in the morning, Kirishima and his DM punching bag. Whatever the hell it was, even after Katsuki found it, it never alleviated the feeling in his rapid-fire palpitations of his heart like being in a battle, but it lacked all the excitement and the clear-headedness Katsuki normally felt. It was more groggy as he woke up fully, more fear-based. And now accompanied by a small sharp jolt as he woke up with the heightened stress of a buffalo realized too late that he'd been herded over a cliff. Which was stupid. Baseless. There was no reason for why he was acting so paranoid and weird. There's no reason why he jerks awake at the smallest sound, listening for movements around him, noise of any kind, why he feels like he needs to be up and doing something or else, what? But it makes no sense. Worse yet. Getting up and walking around, investigating every noise that creaked in the night and feeling like he was expected to do something had the unfortunate effect of making him look like a goddamn weirdo. Just wandering with no rhyme or reason, watching people like a second coming of the Grim Reaper. He knew his eyes looked glazed over. He knew that. He was dead on his feet, tired out of his mind, and oftentimes didn't know what he was doing when he got up. He just knew that he needed to be doing something. 9 o'clock, 12 o'clock. 2 o'clock, 5 o'clock. At all hours of the day, he'd find himself bursting out of his room with the feeling that he needed to be doing something. He'd scared a number of his classmates with this. Marching into the common area as if there was something wrong. Only to walk calmly into the kitchen and make himself tea, much to the frightened, half-risen students' confusion. Wide eyes watching him too carefully, not quite sitting, as if waiting for a bomb to go off or someone to start screaming. Only no one ever does. It takes long minutes for them to fully sit again, and the eyes never leave him. He's never drunk so much tea in his life. But it was better than admitting to them that he had no idea why he was down in the common room. Admitting that he wasn't sure there had even been a nightmare. That he just popped up out of bed like a deranged daisy for no reason and had sprinted down the hall. Taken the stairs. Burst into the common area at who the F knows hour. For absolutely no reason at all. Hagakure had asked him what was wrong one night. What are you talking about? Nothing's wrong, he'd replied, playing dumb. But you, what? She'd stared at him, glancing at the door before turning back to her movie uncertainly. Another time Koda had leaped from his spot at the kitchen table, his bunny jumping off his lap and sprinted off towards the living room area. His head has rotated around, looking through windows and towards the doors, turning his back on Katsuki as he turned his whole body around looking for the attack that was surely underway. What the F? Katsuki stopped where he stood as an image of Ida SWNG, a leg out towards him hit him. Shame and humiliation striking him like a stab to the heart. He was getting better at handling it and watching his words, but he felt disorientated. He'd slipped. Katsuki breathed deeply. What are you doing? Koda gestured wildly, his hands and fingers moving as he signed to him. What's going on? Why are you running? To get to places faster. Katsuki drawled, trying to calm his racing heart. Koda stared at him for a long moment, frowning at him. Then his hands moved. He made a sign with his right hand, the 2 middle fingers pointing downwards and touching his thumb, 2 outer fingers outstretched like bull horns. The hand arched down before he brought his other arm up to touch the first, his other hand spreading outwards, all 5 fingers wiggling. Bullshit. Katsuki coughed in surprise. He glared, putting his fingers under his chin and quickly pulling them forward. Katsuki made his tea, putting in a generous amount of honey tonight and steadfastly ignoring the other signs Koda made at him. You should tell Aizawa, The impossibly quiet voice spoke. Katsuki's shoulders hunched as he picked up the pace. The next person Katsuki gave a near-heart attack to was icy hot. His textbook was dropped and his left side already had ice particles forming as Katsuki slowed himself down as he entered the common area, looking around him in confusion. It took him longer this time to place where he was. Bakugou. Todoroki edged towards him. What's wrong? Katsuki felt a shock but ignored it. The pounding in his ears and heart feeling like they were drowning everything out. He needed to go somewhere. Do something. He needed something touched his arm. Katsuki leaped backward, his eyes trying to focus, find the threat. He needed to get out. That's what he needed to do. The back of his legs hit something soft. He whirled. Stopped. It was the couches in the common area. He blinked. He should make tea. Focus his hands while his mind tried to catch up. There was no danger. He didn't need to do anything or go anywhere. He just needed to make tea. Katsuki stumbled towards the kitchen, opening the cabinet and finding his familiar brand of black tea. He didn't really want that though. He spotted Yamomo's teas a few shelves below. She wouldn't mind if he made some. His fingers wouldn't quite work with him. Hitting the box first before they managed to grasp hold of it. What are you doing? A voice called. Katsuki looked over his shoulder. Icy hot. Words sat trapped in his throat. Katsuki clutched at the box of tea and moved to grab the kettle. Fill it with water. He couldn't. He turned on the stove, setting the water down and feeling inexplicably calmer. Like he's accomplished something much grander than boiling water. He kept the box clutched in his hand as he sat down, eyes glued on the pink floral box with white roses and lavender on the front. Reading the silly side description that claimed 1 cup a day could cure stress. Ridiculous. A body sat in the chair across from him. Can you hear me? Icy hottest. Wish I couldn't, Katsuki mumbled, trying his best not to let his body rock forward like it wanted to. He clenched his muscles to stop any movement, wrapped his ankles around the legs of the chair beneath to keep them from tapping. I'm not sure what that was about, but it doesn't seem good to me, Todoroki said bluntly. What panicked you? Katsuki breathed through his nose. Did you ever think that maybe I just don't want to deal with you? Katsuki said tiredly, trying to derail the Todoroki conspiracy train before it took off. I don't think you even knew it was me, Todoroki countered. Of course I knew, Katsuki hissed. The mismatched eyes gazed into his soul in the way only someone as socially awkward as Todoroki could. Unflinching. Not even knowing that he was supposed to be uncomfortable by long, unblinking stares. They sat in uncomfortable silence until the whistle began to blow. Katsuki unwound his legs and got up to take the water off the heat. He paused as he pulled down a teacup. Do you want some? Katsuki asked. Sure. Steam rose as he brought them over. Icy hot added milk to his, ruining the perfectly good tea instantly. Katsuki grimaced at him, adding his touch of honey and enjoying the way the hot liquid burned on the way down. Leave it to the candy cane to not even know how to treat tea properly. Yaomomo would be horrified by his choices. What do you think they'll have us doing for the remedial courses this week? Icy hottest. How the hell should? Kaminari has his hand directly over Katsuki's face. Guilt rose in waves, consuming him as he looked up at the burns covering the electric user, BLD gushing from a deep cut on his cheek. But Kaminari still won despite how brutal Katsuki had been. Let go. Katsuki tried to touch his head, to shake the feeling away, but hands were holding tight to his. He tugged harder, trying to stand. Why was he so cold? Why had he hurt Sparks? He hadn't. He hadn't hurt Sparks. Katsuki tugged harder, feeling panic rise. You burned your hands. Hold still. He burned his hands. Katsuki tried to pull away from Kaminari. The hand wasn't on his face anymore. It was holding his hands down. He tried to look around the stadium, but the sun was gone. It was darker than it should be. Let go, Pikachu, Katsuki demanded. Pika, Kaminari. Bakugou, do you know where you are? I'm Shoto. It's icy hot. Katsuki blinked strong, the kitchen coming back into focus. Stared in confusion at his hands covered in a healthy layer of frost. Red spread across them and a tingling, burning sensation along his palms. You spilled your tea, Icy Hot said evenly. His eyes were wide though, and he was looking in the direction of Aizawa's living quarters. Don't, Katsuki told him. It's just spilled tea. Calm your tips. I'm not qualified to deal with this, Todoroki deadpanned. No, sure. Katsuki bit his thumb, feeling the thin layer of frost on the roof of his mouth as he internally cursed everything in existence. No kidding. He corrected. I don't need the guy with daddy issues judging me on a slip-up. Todoroki looked at him sharply. You ain't subtle, Katsuki groused. Maybe next time don't have your gross heartfelt speech in a public hallway? Fair enough. I've never hurt myself with my issues, though, Todoroki said. What do you call refusing to use your flames and letting your body go into near hypothermia then? Loving yourself. Don't come at me with your half-baked holier-than-thou garbage. Todoroki frowned. I don't think that correlates as well as you seem to think it does. I don't get involved in your issues. Don't force yourself into mine. Sometimes we all need a bit of help, Midoriya. Nope. Don't want to hear it. At the sports festival don't care. But, I'm going to bed. You should at least allow me to treat your hands while you're down here. I can do it myself in my room. I would feel better if you'd let me do it. Good thing I don't care about what makes you feel better. I'll tell Aizawa if you don't let me. Katsuki paused at that, quirking a brow. You could, but then after my session, you'd have to sit down for your own because I can pretty much promise you that I know more than you're comfortable with Aizawa knowing. Todoroki made a noise of frustration deep in his throat. It's not the same, Icy Hot glowered at him. You know it's not the same. Then you won't have any issue talking about your feelings on the matter with Aizawa? Katsuki said casually, knowing he had the candy cane mott half by the ball. Okay. Katsuki's head turned at a 190-degree angle. The creak of his neck popping loud in the early morning silence. What? I said okay. If it means you're taken care of then I'll talk to Aizawa. God FDMN it. Stupid F-hero complex goody two-shoes mott half. Katsuki sat down at the table, putting both his hands on top of it. Todoroki hummed in his throat, a pleased sound that made Katsuki want to bang his head against the wooden surface strong enough to knock him out. Icy Hot was obnoxiously gentle about it, spreading aloe on the water burns and his palm. There were no blisters, a nifty side effect of Katsuki's quirk. Honestly, the tea had barely affected him at all. This didn't seem to matter to the other. He wrapped Katsuki's hands as if they were third-degree birds instead of the mild not even qualified to be first-degree that they were. Do you feel better? Katsuki asked snidely. Yes. Katsuki rolled his eyes as he stood from the table, cleaning up the tea and gingerly washing the 2 teacups he'd neglectful before. You're not alone, you know, Todoroki told him as he made to leave. Get that from a fortune cookie, Katsuki snapped, already way past done with this conversation. Oh. It's just something I've learned along the way. I'm surprised you haven't yet, considering everything. Katsuki rubbed his thumb along the bandages stretched across his palms as he listens to Todoroki's feet pad out of the kitchen. Katsuki wasn't such a mess naturally. The association was just strong to deal with. He just needed to SCK it up and deal for a few months and then he'd never have to see the therapist again. He'd pass the remedial exam. Get the ring off. Things would go back to how they were before. The thought wasn't nearly as comforting as it should have been. Before hadn't been that great either. Before is what brought the now into existence. Katsuki, the person who brought villains down upon the camp, whose rescue caused the deaths at Kamino, the forced retirement of All Might. The UA student who needed to be chained at the sports festival. The one who the entire campus blamed for having to move into the dorms. Before wasn't where Katsuki wanted to go back to. Even if it was awful, he had to move forward. Katsuki wonders what would happen if he laid it all out to the squad and Aizawa. If he admits to having known about the attack on the camp. If he shows them the letters and tells them the real reason he didn't have a phone when they first moved in. If he told them about why he doesn't want to leave campus and face the general public. Everyone knows it's his fault for All Might. Everyone knows. All the voices screaming at Katsuki that he's guilty. That he deserves all the awful things that are happening. And all Katsuki can see is that moment at the sports festival. When he was chained to the podium for the world to see and no one helped him. His classmates were standing beside him. Todoroki and Tokoyami both, and they did nothing. They saw that as something Katsuki deserved. To be muzzled. Silenced because he said no. All he can see is his classmates, Kirishima and Deku and the others, standing as a group and looking on in embarrassment for being associated with Katsuki. His teachers who either were part of the act or condoned it. It all started there. If Katsuki told them and they reacted in the same way they did at the sports festival, he's not sure if he could take it. If they became aware and they were humiliated to be seen in public with him like they had that day, if they treated him like he deserved it, Katsuki's shoulders hunch. All he can think about is how if it had been anyone else up there, chain like that, his classmates would have done something. All Might would have done something. But it was Katsuki up there. So it was okay. It wouldn't have been okay for anyone else. He won't delude himself into thinking his classmates care about him. Not in the way they care about each other. They've proven that. His classmates have a hero complex and sometimes he benefits from that, but it has more to do with what they want to be than any type of relationship they have with him. Kirishima and Shiro and Kaminari and Ishido, he doesn't get what's wrong with them that they're so set on being his friend. But he knows if any of them ever look at him like they did at the sports festival, like his very existence is horrifying, he's not entirely sure he'd survive that sinking ship. Katsuki doesn't trust his classmates. But he trusts his squad. He thinks they've changed their minds about him since the sports festival. He hopes they don't think of him in the same way they looked at him that day. He doesn't trust his teachers. But he trusts Aizawa. The man had been severely hurt during the events of the sports festival and he's done nothing but prove to Katsuki he believes in him. He hates himself for it, but Katsuki cares what they think. He cares so much even though he's fought so strong not to. He wants to prove that he can do this. He wants to prove that he does have humanity, that he deserves to be a hero, to be here among all the others. And right now he knows he doesn't. All he's done is fail. Over and over and over and over again. Unlike Todoroki, this isn't his first stumble. Remedial isn't about getting a license. It's not about taking extra classes to catch up as the candy cane keeps repeating like a broken F record. It's about proving he deserves to exist, that he's a person, a hero. And he has to prove that to everyone. The Hero Public Safety Commission. The therapist. The general public. UA teachers and staff. UA students. To himself. Katsuki can't afford to beach and whine about a hole he dug himself. He can't afford to make excuses and he sure as F can't afford to let his own issues get in the way of succeeding. So what if he's not comfortable? So what if all of this scares him a bit? So what if it's strong? Katsuki might not be alone, but since when has being with people ever helped him? Katsuki's been surrounded by people for as long as he could remember. His dad never helped him against his mom. The heroes didn't help him against the sludge villain. His classmates didn't help him at the sports festival. No one helped him when the letters started coming or the phone calls or harassment on the streets. Katsuki was left alone with villains for days and no one asked if he was okay afterward. Katsuki doesn't want to go back to before, he's not so sure he can handle the after, but one thing is absolutely certain, everyone is watching him. The pressure of that knowledge is either going to crush him into dust or force him to become something else entirely. Even if Katsuki was willing to voice any of these things out loud, he'd probably F it up. The words would come out wrong, like they always do. It's better to keep it all locked up where no one else can be hurt by it. Where Katsuki can't hurt anyone with it. He'll keep it wrapped up inside his tea until he's made it to the after. When he's deemed fixed and worthy of what everyone else seems to have naturally. No one needs to know that he struggled to get there.